president of Ukraine who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin. You can beat President Putin. President Zelensky. I'm so focused on beating Putin, we gotta worry about it. Vice President Trump. Vice President Trump.
Hello everyone. What's going on? Holy moly. Oh, wrong scene immediately.
That's a Megaphonics W right there.
Oh shit, fuck. Hold on. Video. Tube. What?
They used to, like, literally, the berserkers, they used to call them Dilip, which means crazy, okay?
There we go. Come on, hold on.
They have been training
hold
themselves.
on.
They've been locked away.
Yay! There we go.
Slapping fucking rocks, okay?
Yay!
Absolutely, just slapping rocks completely naked. Training themselves.
If I don't watch Hassan, should I start? Yeah. Hassan's great to watch.
On the internet, within the Democratic Party's constituency.
You can also just watch me, I don't mind.
The motherfucking K-Hive.
It's K-Hive time. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
They go balls to the fucking wall.
What a funny week we all just had. Hassan watched, he was only at 110k yesterday. Yeah, it's funny how more people tuned into 10,000 more people jumped into you know, watching Trump almost get assassinated. You were gone for 3 weeks. Did anything important happen in July? Did you just fall out of a coconut tree? Hold on, we missed the best part.
Kamala Harris wants to vaccinate your children in the ass to make them all autistic and homosexual. She's working with the deep state. Come. More like Kamala Harris. She wants to make you never come again, but not in a puritanical.
I can't even tell it's Kamala.
Weird, freak-like liberal kind of way.
By the way, I just want to say, I hope Joe Biden right now is feeling like absolute, like I hope he feels like a deep shame and like terrible and anger and frustration with the world for the rest of his life. And I hope that like he is having the worst COVID experience of his life right now. And I hope that like any single thing, you know, I mean, you know, no doubt. Thank you for the tier 1. Holy moly. Yeah, I hope all of the fucking pain. Okay, now, Kamala, we'll see. There are people within the progressive space that are tentatively a little bit copium about it. We'll see. The big thing is if she's actually going to fucking pack the Supreme Court. If she actually is like going to do anything about Israel. Those are the two things. She doesn't follow through, like if she just continues what Biden is doing, then she is like actually worse than Biden. Because then she was LARPing as someone more progressive the entire time. Let me see. You're like uber unlucky in Japan. Like super unlucky. You got
I
the
have
Oh
this
yeah,
weird-
no, it's straight up like death.
I have this
numbers
really
and
fucked up habit. If I say something's gonna happen, it does. My partner
Wait, but no, but here's the thing. This was not from this was not from Saturday. Did we play on Saturday? I watched this. I saw. Yeah, there's a few days before. You said this. No, this was not yesterday. No.
gets so pissed about it that I'm not allowed to say shit because it literally fucking happens. Right
Okay, so
after I
Soccer
say it.
Lord, here's what I need you to say.
No.
Oni Spumoni is going to win the lottery today.
Don't say
I'm just
that.
gonna go buy a ticket. Yes, please.
Do-
'Cause here's
the
the
I was
thing.
doing
it's
so
not
well
that
this game.
good.
The
That's
thing
not
is,
good
is
shit.
if I did that, I would give all of you money.
It's like someone falling and breaking a limb or
Sick.
falling down the stairs. That type of shit. Biden's dropping out tomorrow.
You see, no, you were wrong.
There's
Okay,
no
there we go. Yes,
shot.
all right. No.
There's
no.
no
We're
shot.
Okay, I'll
on
say-
that, We're on that.
He'll do it
Okay,
on a
okay,
Sunday
okay.
because it's the Lord's Day. He'll be in
Yeah, okay, there we go.
front of the church. There you go.
That's true.
Oh,
That's true.
Family and I've been
but,
praying
okay.
on it.
This
We
one
thought
is,
this would be the
you
best
should win
idea.
this one. It's like...
This-
Okay, no, actually, you did predict it. I paused too early.
This one's easy.
You can
peasy.
block each other in, so just be careful. Wow, everyone. this Oh, the bitch too ghost bad. blocked us all in.
Oh,
Hold on.
fifth one.
You're like,
I
ooh.
get-
I mean, the thing is, what's insane is like, Hassan would have had to plan, like, before telling Twitch, like, I need you to, like, organize a space for me to stream. And he would have had to let Twitch know beforehand, like, yeah, no, if Biden drops out, I need to stream. Hassan 100% broke contract yesterday. Anyway. Okay, have you... Yeah, I know, I opened it, Sisyphus. I'm sorry, JFK rolling, probably a great chatter. It doesn't look like Kamala at all. Like, I look at it and I'm like, I don't know who that is. So, I don't want that emote, because it's, like, not easy to tell. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? It's just a bit, like... I don't know. There's something about it that I'm not enjoying. There'll be other ones. There'll be other good emotes. Every emote exists in the context of its name. So true.
He goes, choke me. Motherfucker. No, bitch. No, bitch, I'm not gonna choke you. You fucking choke me, stupid bitch. Fuck out of here. Like, piss me off. And like, everything was going great too. Like,
Oh my god, look at the
And, like-
broken nail.
everything was going great too. Like, we were having a great time together. We were like sort of seeing each other, but we never like we hadn't fucked yet. And we were just
Mom is here.
hi, mom. He goes, choke.
Was her mom in the chat? No. This is why you don't tell your parents that your channel name. True. Okay, hold on. Bro, bro, I really don't want to watch a fucking, like, yard clip right now. I really don't. Like... Try again later, okay? Can react to this clip. Nothing to do with the Dems. The Mongolian rave.
First don't know where I am, cause I got my drugs from Amsterdam. I got my drugs from Amsterdam.
That's street waiting. You can't have people on horses in the front row. Go to the back of the queue, motherfuckers.
Off my face, don't know where I am, because I got my drugs from Amsterdam.
Yeah, the horses are very chill, interestingly enough. That's cool. Oh, okay, so let's have a look. So yesterday, if you weren't here, I did a bait, okay? And I do this bait every single time. Let's have a look through, like, the comments, because I haven't looked through them. Also, I'm just saying, like, I am having all the smoke for fucking, Meghan McCain. It's weird that and Disney consenting to have a nominee for president, possible president, who never won an actual national primary, like, not one. Yeah, they didn't have a fucking primary this year. Shut the fuck up and go back to praising your dad, because that's literally the only reason why you're irrelevant. Bro. Shut up, Meghan McCain. No one cares what you have to say. Oh my god. No one cares. Oh, this is so good. Okay, so this is my bait. We'll see it in a second. Donald Trump, dude. He is seething. And he is seething. So we're forced to spend time and money on fighting crooked Joe Biden. You weren't forced to spend time. He polls badly after having a terrible debate and quits the race. Now we have to start all over again. Shouldn't the Republican Party be reimbursed for fraud? In that everybody around Joe, including his doctors, the fake news media, and knew he wasn't capable of running or being president, just asking? Bro, this is literally like when... This is literally like when big companies are like, wow, I didn't make a profit off of this. Please, Mr. like government, like, can you reimburse me? You know, socialism for the rich. What the fuck, dude? Yeah, bail them out. He has no money, clearly. I was so proud of my fucking baiting, but later this evening I was scrolling and suddenly seeing people arguing, but half of it is limited. I checked and it's leftists from the extended community blocking me, baited too close to the sun. Yeah, a lot of people, like, took the bait seriously, and I apologize if you got blocked by anybody. I only got blocked by libs, because everyone knew I was joking, and there were people in the trenches who didn't realize that everybody who was commenting knew I was joking, and then would comment underneath there, like someone was trying to tell Sean de Black that I'm not racist. Someone thought Sean was being serious. Which is so funny. Then emails Trump raises an excellent point. His campaign was forced to waste money against Biden as long as it did only for Democrats to pull a rug out from him by pulling Joe out of the race. If this anything is a form of cheating, oh no, oh no. Okay, you know what? We need to play again. Remember how scared they were of this? It is, what is it called again? It's called the Majority Report. You're just in time for Hog Copium? Yes. I'm so excited for Hog Copium.
Attacking democracy. That he can't, but I would never say it. There's going to be a lot of like concern trolling, essentially, that is going to basically serve to remind the public. A legal eagle vid would be good. Think that Joe Biden.
Every single time I've clicked on a legal eagle vid, I end up watching it for 5 minutes, and then I'm just like, this is so fucking boring. I can't pay. I don't know why. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, yeah, legal eagle vid, but then it's just like always like whenever you actually bring the law into it and like have to learn the actual law, it's really fucking boring.
Or they have questions about Joe Biden being capable of serving out his term as president. And then there's also, they're going to be doing that simultaneously by making it seem like it's inappropriate how they're attacking him. I mean, it's a twofer.
So Joe should just go out tonight and say, I'm tied in the latest ABC News poll. Yep. What are you guys talking about? Reagan was down. JFK.
Bro. Reagan was down, so was JFK. Wow, they really are, like, such sore fucking losers, dude. Hold on. Politics Andy's in shambles. They are so pissed. They are, and it's beautiful. It is really cool. The art is beautiful. Elon Musk tweeted a total of 151 times yesterday. Whoa. Hold on. Wow, okay. 151. Bro, and all of them are just gonna be like, the man is losing his mind. He's panicking. Hold on. Okay, let's continue with this.
Kate was down. These people came back and won. I've come back and won. The red wave never happened. I would just throw that right in their face, and then I would stop criticizing Democrats, because that's what the Democrats are getting mad at. Is Joe.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Could be a nice video to react to.
And he needs to make this about Trump.
Fuck you. It's a fucking USA World Barista Championship video again.
Trump again. He said, I beat him once, I'm going to beat him again. And we're running to restore democracy, and you guys want to rip away millions of people who voted for me. You can't just change the rules in the middle of an election and just say, oh, you know what? My candidate's probably going to lose. The polls are bad. Let's just rip them off the ticket.
Republicans do this shit all the time. Like they will go against like what is actually allowed. Like, for example, you know, preventing a fucking president from choosing a Supreme Court justice because he's only got one term left in office, or like 1 year left in office. And then allowing Trump to put in 3, like his last few years. It's the thing is, like, it's just they're just fucking crying. That's it.
When has that ever happened before? It's never happened before in the history of this country, when just because a candidate is down in the polls right before the...
No. Bro, she looks like a demon in this image. She looks worse. Shut up. Fuck off. No one wants this fucking hag. Sorry, I'm not... No chill today, okay? No chill today, okay? Bro, no, we don't... Ready for round 2? Hillary versus... No. If they do this, then they're fucking stupid. Oh, God.
Convention is... He's gone? They're not ripping him off this
that
ticket
article,
because...
I swear that article has to be bait. There's no way that's real. There's no way somebody actually wrote that.
His mental state, they're ripping him off because they think he's going to lose. The Democrats can't lose one election? It's one election.
The Democrats can't lose one election. It's one election. It's one election, man. Why can't he just lose one election? It's time to give the Republicans a chance. You've had so much time. Bro. Insane. It's my turn to be in the White House.
Richard. And Trump's only going to get in for 4 more years, and then you guys will get back with Gavin. Everybody knows. So it's like lose an election. Like you're just going to just throw this democracy up in the air and just shoot it with a cannon? That's the craziest thing I've ever seen.
They're so desperate to keep Biden on the ticket. They're so desperate. And the other thing is the red wave thing. That was a media and Republican Party narrative. That was not what the polls said. The polls did not say that Republicans were going to have a red wave. The polls were actually quite within like the accurate margins for the 2022 midterms. That's different than what is being shown to Biden right now, which is that he's not only down in an aggregate of national polling, but in every swing state that matters.
Well, first off, he's not the nominee yet because it is before the convention. And secondly, what Jesse Waters is doing here is he's
we just
basically
say, thank
serving...
fuck he's out. Can we just give them an unplugged controller? They'll have fun, but they won't wreck shit. No, it's the same thing as like, can't you just give Trump a fucking daytime television show? Okay, like a call-in show where he can talk to people that love him. It's the same thing as giving him an unplugged controller. That's exactly what he wants. You were so correct. Exactly. Okay. I'm kind of shocked he agreed to drop out. No, this is what I said from the beginning, okay? I don't think you realize, like, I think a lot of people think, like, a lot of, like this was all... I'll put it to like this to you, okay? If Pelosi wasn't around anymore, then he probably still would be in. This is my take. You can disagree with me. You can say, no, Pelosi doesn't have that much sway. No. Throughout politics... Pelosi has gotten exactly what she has wanted, okay? In the Democratic Party. Always. If she was not unified behind Biden, it was only a matter of time. Okay? Because the donors will go when if the... Nancy will say jump, and the donors will say how high. You know? And this apparently, according to reporting, let me just get it up, was Nancy on easy mode. This was the easy way. The first 3 weeks were easy way, which is what we had. Senior Biden aides were bracing for former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who worked behind the scenes to encourage others in the party towards the kind of collective action that might finally push the president into his campaign. By the way, this is like what I predicted to you guys. I said this before. As soon as Nancy Pelosi was not unified behind him in her messaging, he was going to drop out. That was the one thing that was for me. Okay? Now that's just my political instincts behind this. Just because of how much of a fucking stranglehold Nancy Pelosi has on the Democratic Party and donors. Anyway, towards the and she's fucking retired too. So can you imagine if she was still in the House? Towards the kind of collective action that might finally push the president to end the campaign. To go public this week and possibly even disclose Democratic polling, clarifying Biden's dire political straits. Nancy made it clear that they could do this the easy way or the hard way, said one Democrat familiar with private conversations who was granted anonymity to speak candidly. She gave them 3 weeks of the easy way. It was about to be the hard way. What do you think the fucking hard way would have been? I think there's some more shit about Biden. There is some more diagnosis, information about his condition that they're not revealing to the public. And I think Nancy knows about it, and I think she was going to find a way to leak it. That is what I think. Oh yes, attacking his legacy as well. That could have been a difficult way, but I think it would have been more finding some way to humiliate him in that sort of way. There's definitely information about his health that's being hidden from the public. And I think it would have been unethical, but who gives a fuck about ethics when we're talking about a genocidal monster? Okay, now Nancy's instincts are not to be fuck Joe Biden because he's a genocidal monster. Those are my instincts. I don't want him around for that, and I'm hoping Kamala will be better, but I don't know. Okay? But it's like, do you know how many stars there are on the White House? Oh no, I'm banned. No, you're not banned. FIFA Reserve, you're here. Staris. I don't know what the fuck that is. The hard way is getting Hunter back on crack. Doctors Without Borders. Hold on. Give me a second. Anyway. Bro, he looks like he's made... His skin looks so old. Here, look at that. He looks like he's made out of fucking stone. That's insane oldness, okay? Anyway. My wishes for Joe Biden are as follows. I hope that every single ice cream he ever eats again tastes of dog shit. I hope that his dog, like, absolutely despises to be around him. I hope that, like, his wife has so much disdain for him because she was only actually really in it for him, with him the entire time to be present. I hope that every single time he breathes, his lungs hurt. I hope that every single time he takes a step, he has, like, unbearable pain within his ankles. I hope the fucking worst for him. He's a genocidal fucking piece of shit. I hope that he realizes that his legacy is going to be one where the youth will always hate him and see him as the person who killed over fucking 20,000, well, it's gonna be more, killed over, you know, as of now, 40,000 Palestinians. I hope he is going to realize, and I will hope that it'll haunt him, that he is going to be known as the fucking baby killer. I hope that, like he never finds fulfillment again in his life and always is going through reflecting on how he should have stayed in power but was pushed out. And I hope that he never gets over it. I hope that nothing will ever be good to him ever in his life ever again. I hope that his grandchildren grow up to hate him. I hope they grow up to, like, have a disdain for his legacy. I hope, like, people, when he dies, piss on his grave. I fucking hate him. And all of you do too. He is absolutely... No, I know. He's too old for any of this to really bother him. They're just gonna fucking give him Xanax or some shit. I don't know. To, like, make things... I just, like... I just wish that he suffers as much as the suffering that he has caused. Anyway. You know what I hope more though? I hope that, like, he loses his ability to talk, and he loses his ability to communicate. And then he loses his ability to use his hands, and then he has an itch on his head that he can never scratch and never communicate, that he can never to anyone that he needs, like, an itch on his head that can be scratched. And I hope the itch never goes away, and it gets worse and worse and worse, and eventually drives him crazy. And then he's still, like, when he dies, is thinking about that itch that was never fucking scratched on his head. No, I'm sorry, like, he is an absolutely disgusting person. And I wish the absolute worst for him. Well, but what can you really say, like, about someone who is, like, you know, how white he's gonna be whitewashed. No one's gonna be talking about, like, how he, you know, like, it's not gonna happen. Anyway, very apt tribute. The good always die young. In retrospect, there were signs. Joe Biden will never drop out of the presidential race. Bullish on Biden. Jim Cramer. Bro. Every single time. Anyway. My evil Omar lived to 94. The inverse karma strikes again. Anyway. Alright. I need to stop saying anyway, it's really annoying. Because I keep thinking of like fucking Biden. Okay, hold on. Okay. Alright, let's do the dolls. This was Pelosi's plan B. The pill swap? No, it would have been like I'm being serious. There is medical information about Biden that would have been released. I think so. What show is this? Hear me out, House of Decline. House of Decline is great comics. I've never watched Breaking Bad. Better Call Saul? Oh. The straightest of straights, the whitest of whites. From a swing state, yes. By the way, I just want to, like, for all of you guys that are still thinking, oh, okay, it's going to be like Gavin Newsom. No, it's not going to be, okay? And it's not going to be Gavin Newsom because, like, Gavin Newsom is more presidential, like, and it's not going to be Gavin Newsom because Gavin Newsom, like, wants to be president. No, Gavin Newsom will literally, like, if he was offered the VP pick, I'm 100% sure he would take it because then he will be a shoo-in in, like, 8 years' time to go for president. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not... No, it's not going to be a Californian because it's a de-unifying message to have two Californians. People hate California, okay? And I'm not just talking about fucking, like, I'm talking about moderates who don't have money, okay? It has to be someone from a swing state or even a red state. I'm not even kidding. As long as they're a Dem, I don't think they're going to have a Republican. If they do, then that's fucking bullshit. But people do not like California. Child of my enemy, why have you come? You know why, Jakub? This time as a podass, you don't mean, yes, the whitest man you have. I need him now. That's so good. Oh, before we do the dolls, I wanted to look through this. Okay. So, I always do this, and I'm sorry if you got baited. Like, that's entirely on you. But it is funny to see, like, so what happens here is every single time there's, like, something slightly different. Like, this time, most people saw through the bait, but then other people, like, but then people were writing bait underneath my bait that was so convincing that other people thought they were being serious and was saying, oh no, she's not being serious, she's South African. And then, like, how do you really respond to that? Because it's like, okay, but so the whole reason why I do this is because I love to, this is me right now fishing for libs, okay? This is lib fishing, all right? This is, but it always ends up baiting fucking socialists, okay? Harris Huckabee? No. It's also not going to be a woman. It's going to be a white man from a swing state. You have to look at the political optics. Okay? Now, Tofu actually did manage to bait someone because there is someone genuinely calling me a Brexiteer. Okay? So let's go through this. I'm sorry, I will not be voting for Kamala ever. Now, the ever is what really does it here. Okay? The ever is what really does it, because it's like a little bit of like a I'm not. It's like, I don't care. My mind will not be changed. So this is what really, like, causes, like, the redness of face levels to go from, like, around about a pink to a fuchsia. Okay? Especially for the lips. Okay? Got me for, like, at least 2 seconds. Yeah. Now, the whole reason... Now, you know, if you're new here, the reason why this is funny is because I'm South African. Okay? Alright? That's why it's funny. Okay? Alright, sorry. I just have a delivery on the way. I'm just checking. Okay. Okay, then Tofu comes in, says, it's funny because she's British. I respond -2. Let's see what people responded below Tofu. Hold on, there's not gonna be a lot of this. Oh, I also responded with Cryptofu, which didn't pop off. And then, someone was saying, nope, okay. Thought she was Dutch. Nah, she's Australian. Yeah, you motherfuckers. People calling you a fascist and the tweet is funny. The people calling me a fascist, United Pro, are all fucking communists who are joking. That's the thing. All of them. I'm not even kidding. All of those motherfuckers were in my chat when I tweeted it, okay? Now, LB's racism knows no end, so this killed me. Because Sean, Opie is not American. It's the joke. Mateo from Bolivia or Ecuador. Sorry, I get confused between the two flags. Let's see if it says here. We know! Sean knows. So this is what happens. Okay, Dave will also, you know, someone in the... Wow, I can't... You're the reason democracy will fail. Lily, okay. Communist. Fucking leftist. Only Spumoni leftist. Well, can't believe you said this on all of this. A black woman is about to be president. And you call yourself an American? Now, unironically, the fallout from this is some people probably will think I'm racist. Because they'll be like... Like if Sean goes on my... Like, there's gonna be someone who thinks I'm racist. But you know what? It's for the meme. My favorite running bit? LB hates black woman. Sissy Varga, you're just handing your vote. You see, all of you guys are too good at this now. You're just handing your vote to Trump. You know that? How dare? Admit it. You just want Trump to win. I eat this bait every time you post it. Get ready to learn that you exist within the context of all in which you live and what came before you, buddy. There we go. I'll be back with a banger bait. You're not American. This is my favorite. You're not American. So true. Now, for some reason, I don't see this reply. I think maybe it's because someone blocked me. But anyway, maybe it's just Twitter's broken. So true. Do I have a Kamala laugh? That's good. Well, maybe I'll be able to do a Kamala impression. I doubt that, though. Me neither. This is Ian Miles Chong coded. Wow, LB, I guess that means you're voting for Trump. You really fooled us all. What did somebody reply below? Ella Binella. Oh, it was just a Trump gif. Okay, hold on. I'm always worried it's a porn bot. That's why I keep going into BRB, okay? Just vote legally. Everyone else is doing it. What will make you goddamn leftist happy? Lennon getting up from his grave and running? Yes, exactly. And then Kay Vels responds with a laughing face. Okay. Okay, so this actually baited people. This is Elysium. So you choose to... And it baited me initially too until I looked at the thing and I was like, oh, okay, no, it's Elysium. So you choose to vote for Trump. Do you realize that he lies all the time? It's showing how privileged your life is. First they came for the... And then I... Well, as soon as I saw this. First they came for the socialists. I did not speak up because despite being socialist, I am stupid. This is all. I am done. Okay, then I actually thought this was real, but it ended up being Jacob Johns. You see, you guys baited me. Okay? They should deport you. Shameful. Wow. Shocking, unbelievable. No, why you're doing this? Okay. Well, I won't be voting in your election, so checkmate, lol. Yep, one of the very, very smart you are. So true. That's the bit. I cannot believe this. It's JOEVER. Girl, this person's also joking. I'm pretty sure because they follow me. So, you know. Like, I don't think, you know, people are taking this seriously. So real, bestie. You are not coconut pill. So true. We all would have preferred Biden, but this is still an important election in our lifetimes. I don't know if this person is being genuine or not. No, okay, never mind. This person is joking. Sorry. Yes, this person is joking because we all would have preferred Biden. Okay, this is a brilliant, brilliant bait. By the way, because you have to like read through the, you know, it is very good. Same, no one can make me vote for her. Now, I don't know who the fuck this person is. Same, no one can ever make me vote for. I have no idea who this person is. So I'm just moving on. This person is real. And this is because of Tofu. You're one of those Brexiteers, aren't you? Because Tofu's comment, it's because she's British, is at the top. Squidward Leninism? No idea. Now this is also a meme. Fascist, 100%. Oh yeah, buddy. That's just someone who's also not voting for Kamala, but is American. Hassan head pats, okay. Would you rather have a Harris presidency or a Trump presidency? Because there's no other option. Okay, this is a real one. This is a real lib. Okay, we actually got one. Okay, as you see here. She doesn't even go here. Yep, you caught me. You caught me not being American. You caught me not being American posting. You can still take the coconut pill if you unburden yourself from what has been. Yes. How selfish. I will be illegally voting for you anyway. Same. How dare you turn your back on a fellow descendant of Africans? Okay, that's the best one. Oh, God. Oh, wow, look here. We got the white South African once again showing our true colors when people of color are aiming for political power. It is such an easy thing to just hit the white South African button, you know what I mean? White South African. Claps almost got me with this. The other option is Trump, fascist. And then there are people who, Gone Girl was saying, LB is not American. Likely story. You think I just fell out of a coconut tree? Maybe. No, Gone Girl, you don't need to defend me. Okay, I'll be back in a second. Let me just put something on for you. Fuck it. Watch this.
Breaking: Joe Biden
I'll be back in a
drops
second.
out. Now, many people felt that the stakes of the 2024 election were high and that Joe Biden was not the best candidate to defeat Donald Trump. So with the election a little over 3 months away, some Democrats urged Biden to drop out while others thought it would be political suicide. But now that Biden has dropped out, it raises a ton of thorny legal questions. Is it legal for delegates to vote for somebody else? Can Republicans challenge it in court? Can Democrats meet the state ballot deadlines? And what happens to all those campaign funds? Now, earlier this year, Joe Biden and Donald Trump won their respective primaries, making them the party's presumptive nominees. But they only become official nominees at the party conventions. Just 40 years ago, the system was different. Republicans and Democrats held primaries or caucuses, but the results were advisory and the nominees were determined behind closed doors or at party conventions. Now the situation is reversed. The primaries determine who wins the presidential nomination, and the conventions are largely commercials for the winning candidates. The Republican convention took place in mid-July, and the Democratic National Convention is coming up, as of the time of this video, in August. But it's not unprecedented for a president to face a challenger at the convention. In 1980, Jimmy Carter was deeply unpopular with the American people, so Senator Ted Kennedy tried to get Carter's delegates to vote for him. The effort failed, and Carter got curb-stomped by Ronald Reagan in the general election. And the last time the Democrats held a convention in Chicago in 1968, it was a disaster. Lyndon B. Johnson was pressured to exit the race because of dissatisfaction over the Vietnam War, and as Vice President Hubert Humphrey didn't compete in the primaries, but he inherited the delegates that had been pledged to Johnson. Bobby Kennedy had been assassinated months earlier on June 5th, 1968, but at the time of the convention in August, he had still amassed 393 delegates. Humphrey had 561, and Eugene McCarthy had 258. The resulting convention was a mess, with states trying to seat competing slates of delegates, protesters clashing with police, and intense debates about the Vietnam War. Eventually, Humphrey was nominated and lost to Richard Nixon in the general election, and you can check out my video about the trial of the Chicago 7, a movie about the 8 activists arrested during the '68 convention. So let's say that Biden decides to release his delegates at the convention, freeing them up to vote for somebody else. Do these delegates have the legal right to switch their votes to another candidate? Well, generally yes, but there's little precedent for that, and state laws still come into play. The initial question is whether state election supersedes a political party's rules. The Supreme Court decided this issue in a case called the Democratic Party of U.S. versus Wisconsin ex rel. La Follette. The Democratic Party Selection Rule 2A for the 1980 National Convention required delegates to be chosen by voters who were affiliated with the party. But Wisconsin law allowed non-Democrats to vote in an open primary and required that delegates selected under the system vote at the state party convention in accordance with the primary results. The Wisconsin Democratic Party selected its delegates in a caucus after the primary, but the National Democratic Party prohibited those delegates from participating in the 1980 convention because independents and Republicans voted in the primary and influenced the outcome. The Wisconsin Supreme Court...
Is this even interesting? Or is it just uninteresting? I'm sat if you are. I don't even know. I wasn't sat. Already interesting to me. Anyway, let's go back to looking through my tweet. So that was funny. Then, as long as you're comfortable being blamed for when Trump wins, go for it. This is also someone else memeing. You might as well go and vote for him directly. You extremists are the absolute worst. You all have a lot of growing up to do. Okay, now. Now, Gone Girl also commented underneath this. LB is not American. We're in America right now. You are, I guess. Gone Girl, you didn't have to defend me. Okay, now the probable spam. Let's have a look. Okay, so this person ended up blocking me. This was an actual lib. Do you want Trump to be president because there's no world in which he is worse than Trump? Now, this is also real. Have fun taking all your rights away. This is also real. And this person, like... Now, the pig came in. And they said they're not American. And then... Booyah said these aren't joking matters. You can't be saying these things that, like that with 11k followers. The person defending you who blocked me, pig is great. Oh no. Shame, Elysium. Lighten up a little. Is democracy a joke to you? I'm native Hawaiian. This country has never been democratic to me. It resolved quite nicely, actually. I'm so sorry this country has failed you, but to fix these issues, we have to unite. I'm still waiting for Kamala, don't worry. No, this is a bot. Booyah is a bot, do you think? You never know. And this was Elysium. You people are impossible to please, I swear. Joe Biden is an American hero. He was there at the time to sort this country. Now he graciously steps aside when he's asked. You reject his successor. It seems some people would rather live under a monarchy. If you don't like it, don't live here. And this is what got you blocked, Elysium, I'm pretty sure. Still running with Biden, I can't believe this. And then it's just why. Okay, and then these are everyone else just memeing. And then I don't know what this is. Let's have a look. Oh, and then I got sassy. What? You're stupid. Shrug. From Ukrainian flag in bio. I had to be petty. Anyway. Alright. Let's do the dolls. Lose an election? Have you thought about losing an election? You know what? Well, actually, we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Okay, Wordle. Yeah, all 11,000 of my followers are undecided swing state voters. This is South African electoral fraud. Okay. Aegis. We're gonna steal, Derek's first word. Okay. I see why it's so good. What about could? Okay, okay. We are unburdened by what could have been. Block the attack, no elping, okay? I wonder if this is a word. No? I doubt it. Okay. That's not it. That wouldn't have been it anyway. Cadet. There we go. I see. I see. I see. I get it. Okay, okay. Now, are we going to be unburdened by, what has come before us? Fuck, I'm fucking it up. I'm fucking it up now. I'm fucking up the mama. Are we gonna be unburdened by what has been? And all that came before us? We live in the context of all we came before us. I was thinking of making a Kamala meme. With this. With the, like, just lose an election. And it's just, like, Kamala, like laughing. But I maybe we should do an edit. Like a really weird, like, edit. Like, but the thing is, I always get worried when I make an edit like that, is I don't want people to see me as, like, being like, W Kamala. It's more something I'm making for a meme. Like, I was thinking of taking, you know, we did it, Joe. You're gonna be president of the United States. You know? Like, something like that. And then, like, suddenly when she says, President of the United States, like, the music changes. And then lasers come out of her eyes. And then you go into, like, a fucking funk where it's, like, just lose an election. It's, like, unburdened by all what it has been. And it's, like, you know what I mean? Does that make sense? Does anyone see my vision? Sounds so stupid. I see it. Pyramid, horn, cone. Chain, flag, field, flare. Sphere, processor, recorder, barrier, triangle, domain, fiddle, area. I mean, what can you do? Flare might be better here. Damn, it was bait. I would say if you don't care about leaving, I don't care about leaving containment. I just don't want people like to genuinely be upset thinking that I'm like making a Kamala fan cam. It's a little bit like a Hope Hicks fan cam. Like no one really likes Hope Hicks, but I'll make a fan cam for her, and people did make fan cams for her when she gave Trump COVID. Sphere of influence, domain, area, field. Processor, recorder, triangle, recorder. Fiddle, horn. Flare, pyramid, processor, cone, triangle. These are all instruments. Musical instruments. Bro, imagine being are there like professional triangle players? No, there aren't, right? It's just percussion. Bro, like, kids can do this. Okay, never mind. No, still looks really bad. No. It's just like, it looks cool, but it's actually no, a kid could do this. It's just the way it's presented. Little hater. You're not supposed to hold it up with your fingies, you see. You see. Fight, processor, flag. Fight. Or flight. Fight. Flag. Barrier. Flare. Chain. Cone. Barrier. Chain. Pyramid. Processor. Flare. This is like processor. It's things in the way. Pyramid. Must resist backseating. The other thing you can do is just like, I don't know, post emotes. But don't, as long as they don't indicate like what the thing is. That's what people do. This urge to spoil is so strong. You gotta fight against it. Fight against your instincts, okay? Sometimes you gotta just let people figure things out. Okay? Why is it not emote only mode? Because then it would be emote only mode for like 2 hours. And it's also like bad training, okay? You need to be strong. Stop being so fucking weak. Your children will not survive the fucking winter, okay? God is not sending his strongest soldiers, alright? Is this Yoshi's story music? It is. It's Yoshi's story music. You're correct. You know what I do really want to like if I was to turn anything into music, I would like to find out like originally when this was said and turn this into a song. I honestly, genuinely would like to do that. Hold on. Maybe that's something we can work towards with Megaphonics. I just had this. I thought this actually this would be an amazing idea. Is if we take like this song, okay, the song,
lock in,
and then we can like influenced by this, like create a song.
Get it twisted.
Create like a an actual bop.
You can do anything, motherfucker. Get it twisted. Your actions impact nothing. Your fate is predetermined. The only thing that you can change is your reaction to it. You can do anything you set your mind to. The world is a playground designed for you and only you to achieve your highest level ambitions. If you wait 90 minutes to wake up until you drink your first cup of coffee, nothing
can stop you.
If you duct tape your mouth when you fall asleep, nothing can stop you. Get it twisted. You are a pawn in a universe chess match. You mean nothing to God, if they even exist. You're a rounding error. You're 2 pennies on a Fortune 500 company's balance sheet. They don't care about you in the slightest. Get it twisted. Everybody gets what they deserve in this life. If you put in effort, you can achieve anything. Successful people are better people. Get it twisted. The circumstances surrounding your birth determine where you are going to go. Nothing else matters at all. Your own level of education, your attitude, your level of effort, your friends, your network, your business, your credentials. Motherfucker!
Megaphonics would kill this. I want to make it with Megaphonics though. I want to do it together. I want to learn Fruity Loops. I already bought it, okay, and I bought like the second one. It's a thing that you always learn, so it won't go to waste. Okay. It's so good. LBFL Studio Arc. We already did a stream, it's highlighted. Processor. I guess. Fight. Chain. Chain of command. Flare up. Traffic cone. Traffic barrier. A pyramid. Okay. I think cone, chain, barrier, flag. These are like all things that they will put in the way to control traffic. No! Maybe a flare? Or... fuck it, dude. Okay. No, it's fine. Oh my god! A flare? Okay, that's bullshit. It's because I had the chain. Madge. Oh well. It's fine, I am unburdened by what has been, and that just has been, okay? By the way, Raph does stuff. Congratulations on your new job, okay? That's sick. Well, capital with a museum dedicated entirely to pasta. I'm gonna say Rome, but like... console for the game Halo, Xbox, I'm pretty sure. Number of degrees in each angle of a equilateral triangle, 60. Inflatable bike part, the tube, I think. I don't know. Spot in Congress. In obits. Spunk. For an additional cot. Extra. You ain't seen nothing yet. Tire. Spot in Congress, a seat. The tire was what threw me off there. Nicht so schlecht. Okay. Shit. Okay. Tungsten ore. This is a wealthy country. Or just a very big country. Raw silk gives it away. Okay. This is going to be in Southeast Asia. Or in Asia more generally. Now, the thing here is like... It's not like raw silk is the thing. Watch movements. Maybe it's Europe. Okay, I'm gonna go for Vietnam first. I think this is wrong, but I have to see. Okay. South Korea. I feel like they'd be making more. What? No shot. North Korea has this amount of exports? Oh fuck, I read... Oh, it's million, not billion. Oh my god, the entire time I thought it said billion. Oh my god, yes, of course it's North Korea. Okay, I'm the idiot. I'm the idiot. I'm the idiot. I said rich country. Because I said billion. That's like European numbers. Fuck. That's embarrassing. Fake hair being 5% of the economy is wild. Wait till you see what Fiji's main part of their exports are. But it's not part of the economy, Shake G. It's exports only. So that whatever percentage of exports is the economy, then that, you know, multiply it by the 5% and you got it. Yo! What's this, chat? Fuck! No, it's not the most recognizable country in the whole world. Insane. This should not ever be on Worldle. Like, fuck that. I'm sorry for rooting Charlie XCX. I'm separating the art from the artist. Also, like, I'm pretty sure it's only one song, Mean Girls, that's about Dasha, and I don't like Mean Girls anyway, because I feel like it glorifies anorexia. Okay, this has to be, like, I'm not even kidding. Like, okay, this is a taco, but like, is this gonna be America? Because it's like fucking Cali style, whatever. No, I have to go Mexico. I'm not doing that. There we go. Taco al pastor. Oh, I've had one of these. Al pastor. There's a place in South Africa that makes them. Fried whitefish. Lye. Lye? Water butter? They're soaking fish in lye? What time should I be ready? At about 5 p.m. my time, so that's in 2.5 hours. Is that good? Finland. Because the worst food is from Finland. Or fava beans, chickpeas or fava beans. Okay, we know where this is from. Harissa, salt, pepper. Okay, I'm gonna go for Egypt or Sudan. Let's go Sudan first. Cool. Morocco. Algeria. Dobara. I love harissa. I've never had a fava beans. I'm a basic garbanzo bean person. Anyway. Yeah, I know you're always saying this, Sonoda. Any Albanians in chat? I've got a question for you guys. I don't know if there's an Albanian in this chat. Vanilla isn't basic. Chickpeas aren't basic. They're the standard. No, it's basic because it's like, I'm a basic bitch. Okay? That's why I only spend money. Saying you like hummus is basic shit, okay? Because the thing is, yeah, everyone does. See what I mean? This is tricky with the French as an official language. I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna struggle with that. In Asia, borders 5+ countries. Okay. So you could go, like, China's the obvious one. But Afghanistan is one that people don't often think about. Population under 2 million in Asia. There are not many. I mean, people could go for like the Maldives. Oh, are you planning a trek to Albania? I'll be honest with you. Albania. I don't know. In general, though, like, I think in the Netherlands, Iraq mode, do you struggle to find halal options? Because I would assume it would be easier to find halal options in Albania, but also you don't really know, like, about, like, the region in particular, especially there. Like, you can go from a region that is, like, got a large Muslim population to a region that, like, you know, previously had expelled all the Muslims. And so, like, yeah. In the Netherlands, I never struggle. Yeah. I would assume in Albania, I'm sure you can find a video on YouTube where someone is talking about going to Albania. And I'm pretty sure you'll be able to, like, there'll be someone who is Muslim as well. You'd never struggle in Albania? No, it is important to still check, you know, especially with where you're going. But I don't know. I don't know enough about Albania. I'm just saying, yeah, it's a fair assumption. Well, if it is a mainly Muslim country, then yeah, it'll be halal. Anyway. Okay. I've already done one. Sorry, I zoned out. Population of 2 million. GDP per capita over 40k. That's insane. It's probably like a San Marino or something. Yeah. Yo, Giant Ewok with the raid. Thank you, holy moly. Welcome in. I hope you're doing better, homie. You said that you, like, had an allergic reaction, so I hope it's better. And that you are feeling better and all of that sort of stuff. Much love. Island nation in Asia. Like, we've got Sri Lanka, we have the Maldives, we have the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia. Does Indonesia really count? Japan, Taiwan. I'm gonna go with Sri Lanka. No, this one only includes UN recognized countries. But Palestine counts. Does Indonesia really count? No, well, it's like as an island nation. Because I feel like there's a little bit too much mainland. Going to the doctor tomorrow. Hand sweating has gone down enough to type shit without too much pain. Okay, that's good to know. Population under 2 million in Asia. Okay, so here's the tricky one. Because it's like Maldives, Singapore, East Timor, Brunei. East Timor, Okay. GDP per capita over 30k in borders 5+ countries. Okay. So this is like gonna be a little bit of like a European, like 40k is a lot of money. Like Switzerland, I think is the one everyone will go for. But what about, no, but Liechtenstein borders 2 countries. What about Austria? Okay. And then it's Malaysia, that's too much mainland. Yeah, but I would disagree. Like, I'm sorry, dude. But you got this whole thing here. You got this whole thing here. And then that... I know that, like, it's mainly all fragmented and connected by stuff, but I'm sorry, dude. Like, Malaysia's got far less connected landmass. Isn't it crazy to think that Indonesia spans longer than China? Lengthways. That's how big Indonesia is in terms of like how long you'd have to travel to get from one side of the country to the other. Look at that. Longer than China. It's incredible. Indonesia can... Yeah, this is another one. Look at this. Indonesia bridges the North Atlantic Ocean. That's how big it is. And the South Atlantic. No one talks about the Pacific. Okay. Pacific is too big. My favorite Indonesian map. How far away are you from Indonesia using Indonesia as a scale? Oh my god, so I'm 1 to 2 Indonesias away. Wow. Okay. Island nation. Island nation, GDP per capita. Okay, it has to be like Malta. What? Okay, Malta fell off, Malta fell off. I mean, the UK is just too obvious. But fuck it. Okay, we have to do this. 2 left. Population is 2 million. I'm sorry, I'm gonna fuck up the island nation. I don't know islands that speak French. Like, I'm very bad at that sort of thing. Like maybe Cape Verde? Doubt it. And population under 2 million. New Caledonia. New Caledonia is not a country. It's a territory. Or it's self-governing, but it's not a country. Also, no Alping. But yeah, it doesn't appear here. Yeah, it doesn't help that France kept most of them, yeah. Maybe Comoros? Or like Mauritius? Nope. Okay. Cape Verde. Let's have a look. Okay, these were tricky. French, Comoros, Djibouti, Equatorial Guinea, Luxembourg. Fuck off. Luxembourg, Monaco, Seychelles. Seychelles, Vanuatu. Comoros, Haiti, Madagascar, Seychelles, Vanuatu. Okay. I did not know they spoke French in Madagascar. Fuck off with your Luxembourg bullshit, dude. Balatrodal, okay. Okay, we're going in. 4 fingers. Okay, it is uncommon. It doesn't scale. Eight ball. Okay, it does cost 5. I just wish I had like all of them on the side so I could see them. You know what? I'm gonna get a list of Balatro, because I only know them. I only know them by like their images. I just want a list of them. Okay, but I only want to see this side. I don't want to look at anything else. I just want to see... Yeah, so this is how it's going to work. I don't care about this shit. I just want to see what it looks like there. So I can scroll through like that. Okay. I don't want to see this shit though, here. At all. There. Okay. I just want to see the things because I can't tell what they are. I don't know that this is the 3D Joker, you know what I mean? Okay, so it costs... It's uncommon. No scaling and no RNG. And it's uncommon. These are all common. Mime. Maybe. Okay, so that's correct. So retrigger copy is not the correct ability. Okay. And it's not creation or hand discards. Okay. Mystic Summons is common. This is creation. It's a nerd-ass game. No, it's really fucking good. You just didn't like it because you never paid attention to it enough, Sonodo. It's such a good game. Shut up. Maybe it's the Chaos the Clown? No, okay, that's common as well. Okay. Sonodo doesn't know what the fuck he is talking about. The Steel Joker, I think, is rare. Hack is retrigger. Almost there? Fuck you. And you should play again. I am literally going to. Space Joker, I think, is rare. You don't need a card brain either. It's just about knowing... Its ability is other. Econ. Mita's Mask, maybe? That's one. Okay. Lunchador is one as well. Oh my god. Turtle Bean, maybe? But I think that's $6. Okay, and that does... How does it actually scale? Does Turtle Bean scale? I think that's wrong. It doesn't scale, does it? Gift card is Econ. Erosion is... Erosion could... It could be erosion. Yeah, I've seen their diagram posting. Oh, no, but erosion is malt. It's not erosion. These are all econ. Hallucination is creation. Malt. That's hands discards. Hands discards. Stone Joker is... Okay, Stone Joker maybe. No, but that's X malt. Golden Joker's Econ, Lucky Cat, X-Malt, X-Malt. That's chips. Diet Cola, we've already had it. Trading card is removal / creation. Flash card is malt, 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 X-Malt, X-Malt, malt. Triggers, chips, malt, malt. Golden ticket. Probably gonna be Econ though. Fuck. Mr. Bones. Yay! Okay. That's the strategy. You just have to go through until like one fits. And I need to see them because I have a visual brain. We did it though. We did the battle total. It is hard. Okay. Yeah, other. So you just have to think, what would be other? Okay, linking day. Pick a country, any country. Moldova. Okay. Oop, wrong one. Hold on. If this is correct, then this is insane. No, it was the other way around. Oh, fuck. Okay, that was really bad. It's green. So there's black here. It's not Libya, is it? I'm thinking it's like gonna be like Kuwait or something like that. It's Iraq. Fuck. Got baited by the green lettering. Can be the first favorite Swiss. I remember your dad? Moldova. Alright, we got to Iraq from there. We got a Moldovan in the chat. Well, part Moldovan. Moldovan Mama Liga. Iraq. There's green here. But it's got like the Australia shit. Then it's got green. What? Oh, is it Cocos Island? No. No, it's Christmas Island. Oh my god, I can't believe I know this. Oh! Fucking insanely, like, bad flag. Thick flag? No, this flag looks like shit. It looks like some child made it in PowerPoint. MS plain ass flag, yeah. Better than the Liberia flag? Yeah, the Liberia flag is just LARPing as an American flag. It's known. We know this. Go from Qatar to Kazakhstan. Okay. Saudi Arabia. Now we need a little bit of an Iran. Fuck, I forgot. Look, never forget Iraq. Just never do it. And then we need an Uzbekistan. No, we didn't even need an Uzbekistan. We just needed a Turkmenistan. Okay, I've so fallen off. Like, I've so fallen off. We didn't even need an Uzbek. Look at that. You know what's interesting is, like, when you look at, like, parts of the world and you're like, this coastline between, like, this Turkmenistan coastline is probably so beautiful. I actually would love to watch a video on Turkmenistan. I wonder, do they ever let tourists in? Dude, I'd like to go from Cameroon to Egypt while traveling along the coast. Okay, I need to think about this. I think it'll be faster. Now, which coast is faster? This is the thing. Do we go around here? This has to be faster than this, okay? Because, like, Cameroon, Gabon, like, okay, let me count. Gabon, Angola, Namibia. I mean, there'll be a DRC as well. South Africa, Mozambique, Tanzania, Kenya, Somalia, Djibouti, Eritrea, Sudan. So that's 22. So that's... No, we go way the other way. Panzer Ninja, thank you for the 10 months. Holy moly. So I think this way, because you go Cameroon, Nigeria, Benin, Togo, Ghana, Ivory Coast, Guinea, Sierra Leone is involved. Liberia will be involved as well. Senegal, Gambia. That's 10. No, I mean, the last one was easier, I think. Because then you still need to go... Mauritania. Okay. Now my brain is completely broken. I think it's easier to go down. Let's see. It is! Let's go, okay. Equatorial Guinea. Okay. We're not caring about, like... If we're just... A correct order. We're just caring about filling out the coast. And this is my bread and butter, okay? Tanzania. Kenya. Somalia. Somaliland. Sudan. I know Sudan will be right underneath. And then we need a Eritrea. And a Djibouti. Interesting how this is definitely a longer way around, though. But the countries are just bigger. Here, you have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Because there's a tiny bit of Western Sahara there. 14, 15, 16. Here it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 12, 13, 14, 15. Wow, actually, it's a gambit. 16 versus 15. And I did count wrong. Because I said 22 when I was counting on 2 hands and my brain broke. Interesting. I don't feel like doing travel else today. I mean, time guest today, I'm sorry. Sometimes I just don't want to do it. It's so long. You know? Unless it's very good, you know, but sometimes I just want to take a break from it. Chad. Bulgaria. It was Bulgaria. Asada, Arabia. Oh my god, a crazy drama. I went to take care of my nephew for 5 minutes and his mom came back from her vacation just now, so I went back to my flat and the kid wanted to stay with me. So bad he was crying. Oh, didn't even want his one. His mom. No! Kids are like that though. I'll be like, fuck you. Kids are little bitches. Okay, and then we're gonna do Duolingo after this. Hold on. Oh god, I know this. I definitely know this. It's just the date is throwing me. But let's have a look. That was the best days of our life. Summer of '69. Oh yeah. It's the summer of '69. There we go. It's not Bruce Springsteen, it's Bryan Adams. Raising the song has the hook from a more recent song. Yes, yes, check, yes. Oh my god, this is so old. Oh my god, I know this song. I just, like, I'm cringing so much on the inside. No, I can't do this, Oni. This is my favorite white people song. Do you want to know what this suddenly reminded me of? You guys have probably never heard this. You probably heard she's a lovely, she's a lovely, she's a lovely, she's a lovely. But you probably never heard Posh Girls. This is like British version of this. Yeah, just audio.
She passed, she's class. Candy for the eye and a twinkle in a smile, and she looked.
I wonder if Oni's heard this.
Wouldn't melt. He's bewitched. Her daddy's rich. You can see she comes from money, but she's still a little honey, and it
I know this song, Sakuragor.
Wouldn't melt. Oh no. He stuttered. I never thought I'd say this, but I think
you're so.
awfully nice. Is alright. She said fine. He was a little bit scared, a little apprehensive. He was just a boy from a local comprehensive, but he'd heard that posh girls have good manners, but they go like the clappers, cause they never got to hang around with boys at school. Posh girls have good manners, but they go like the clappers, cause they never got to hang around with boys at school.
So insane. No, I never heard this. You definitely have heard this because, okay, who hasn't watched Angus Thongs and Perfect Snogging? Okay, I'll show you. You definitely know. They also sing this. Angus Thongs and Perfect Snogging intro. It's such a good movie. I love it. I know it's cringe. I love it. I watched that JOEVER movie. It's so good. Okay, look.
For the zillionth time, Dad. I'm an adult. You don't have to stalk me.
Georgia, I said I'm dropping you off. Now just take off that shell and get in the car.
Dad, my costume is the business. I don't want it to get crushed.
You look fantastic, love. I just don't want you walking around the streets on your own.
Do you have any idea how long it took to get this right? I have to make an entrance.
And what are you supposed to be, in a piece of?
No, I want you to understand, like this is like, for this time, having like the main character feature someone who is not like stereotypically like the most attractive as possible, and like that was like big, you know? Like making it all about like having to just accept yourself.
Anyone can see I'm a stuffed olive.
Stuffed is right.
What happened to you, Ellen? You were supposed to come as a cocktail sausage.
Well, my mum said no. Her being a vegetarian and all.
Jazz? Cheese and pineapple stick?
Well, the cheese made me look fat and yellow washes me out.
I didn't know how to be a vol-au-vent. But we said we'd all go as hors d'oeuvres to be original. It was supposed to be a laugh.
But boys don't like girls for funniness. Sorry, Georgia. Hey, Georgia. Georgia!
This song.
I love the way she feels her clothes. She looks just like them girls in Vogue. I love the way she plays it cool. I think that she is beautiful. She's so lovely. 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 She's so lovely.
So funny. She's running. Anyway. It's such a good movie. I love it. I do. Anyway. Let's do some Duolingo. Not sure from where. What does it mean to snogging? Snogging is kissing. Making out. No, we're doing Duolingo first. Okay, we're gonna do German Duolingo first. I think it's about a kid. Yeah, but it wasn't like, it's just the background. It's just, you don't have to. I'm moving on, okay? It wasn't like about her. It was a movie for kids, and it was a song like directed for kids as well, all right? Like, it wasn't like, it was coming of age, okay? The song is not supposed to be like, oh, this person is the person, you know? Anyway. Go look and criticize your own coming of age, like movies that you watched, okay? You're gonna find shit like that all over. Yeah, the song is not about a kid. Ja, der Park ist da drüben. Da. Max, das Kino. Das Kino. Yes, okay.
Ist die U-Bahn-Station...
Nope.
Ist die U-Bahn-Station weit weg?
Is the subway station far away? Is the pharmacy nearby? Ist die Theke da drüben? In der Nähe. Ist
der
or is it D or der? I think it's D.
Apotheke in der Nähe.
Yeah, it's in der Nähe, yeah.
Der Taxistand und der Bahnhof.
The taxi stand and the train station. The taxi stand and the train. No, I said the train stand. No! There we go. Yeah. Das Geldautomat. Is it das? No, it must be der then. Der Geldautomat ist in der Nähe. I hate that.
Der Geldautomat ist in der Nähe.
Ist der Geldautomat. There we go.
Die Bäckerei ist da drüben.
Okay. Wo ist der Bahnhof?
Eine Apotheke und ein Markt.
Apotheke.
Die Bäckerei ist billig.
They're being real sticklers about die, der, das. You have to be. It's literally like, you know.
Ist das Kaffee billig?
Billig. Yay! So is English? No, English is like just the.
Introducing the Duolingo family.
It's just the. You know? Okay, I wonder if I can skip ahead. We'll do this one, and then I'm going to try skip ahead to the end.
Danke, gut.
Thank you, good.
Sehr gut, danke.
Großartige Arbeit wie immer. Perfekt. Albi. Okay.
Sehr gut, danke.
So easy.
Danke, super.
Thanks, great. Thank you, great.
Super. Prost.
I don't actually know what Prost means. Oh, it's Prost with the only one S. Okay, Prost. Cheers. Oh, it just means cheers. Yeah.
Bis bald, Mutter.
Bis bald, Mutter. Oh, see you soon. Yeah, it's later. Super. Bis bald. Warte.
Natürlich.
Of course. Natürlich. Natürlich.
Es geht.
I am. Oh no, wait, es geht mir gut. It's, let me think. It goes. It goes well with me. You'd say wie geht's to say hello. Fuck, I've forgotten what es geht means. I think you'd say I'm all right. No, no, you'd say es geht mir gut. It goes good with me, right? So, like, it probably just means it's going. I'm all right then. Okay, yeah. Because, like if someone says wie geht's, it means like how are you. So if you say it's going, es geht. I don't even know if get means going, like in that sense, if that would be the translation, like directly. I've never heard of that before, just saying es geht. Because I guess this is more colloquial, but like I've just never heard of that. I'm alright, thank you. Es geht mir, es geht.
Es geht.
Danke, okay.
Danke.
Okay, I did not know that. Sehr gut, danke. Okay.
Okay.
Es tut mir leid.
Es tut mir leid.
Remember how I make the joke about there's no word for sorry in German? They've just adopted the English word.
Es tut mir leid.
Okay, danke. Okay, danke.
Okay. Should we see if we can skip? Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, no, well, the thing is, like, sorry in English, Laura Gray is, like, really, it's something you can use for everything. Like, most of the time when people say sorry, they don't actually mean, like, I'm sorry for doing something to you, I'm actually really sorry. Entschuldigung is more like an excuse me. But you'd never say, like, there is no word in German to, like, directly translate for sorry in that scenario. You don't say, like, if you bump into someone, es tut mir leid. That's weird, right? Like, you wouldn't say, like, es tut mir leid. You'd say Entschuldigung. Or, like, entschuldigen Sie. If, you know, you're a fucking businessman or whatever. Yeah, es tut mir leid means it does me sorry. Yeah, it's so fucking dramatic. Neu.
Neu. Das Museum in Berlin ist alt.
The museum in Berlin is old. Is old. Okay. Far away. Weit weg.
Weit weg.
Die Apotheke ist in der Nähe.
The pharmacy is nearby. Market, Markt.
Markt. Eine Bäckerei. Ein Kaffee.
A bakery, a coffee shop. Bäckerei.
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 Das Museum in Berlin ist sehr schön.
The museum in Berlin is very beautiful. Das Café links ist wunderbar. Meine Kaffee ist heiß und lecker. Mein Kaffee.
What is life
Ist
like
der
on
Kaffee.
Beach Island? I don't know. Ask your mom.
You know? Na, 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 na. Ja, das Hotel ist sehr gut, sehr elegant und teuer.
Teuer.
Expensive. Das Mineralwasser ist teuer. Der Geldautomat ist da drüben. Mineralwasser. Der Bahnhof ist sehr groß.
Groß.
Die Bibliothek ist sehr schön. Ist die U-Bahnhof neu oder alt?
Alt.
The movie theater, the supermarket. Das Kino.
Das Kino.
Der Supermarkt.
Der Supermarkt.
Das Kino ist
Warum
rechts.
lernen wir Deutsch heute? We have been doing Duolingo for everything. If you didn't know this, Charles Leclerc, I actually have a degree in German. So this is me, like, you know, bringing it back, because I haven't actively learned German in years, so...
Das Kino ist rechts.
Lech. And we've also been doing Dutch and Arabic. Is the coffee shop cheap? Is das Café billig? Is it das? Yeah, it is das. Das Café.
Ist das Kaffee billig?
Die Universität in Berlin ist alt.
Die Universität in Berlin ist alt. When you do Arabic, we've been doing it every single day. Die Bibliothek ist in der Nähe.
Die Bibliothek ist in der Nähe.
Der Taxistand und der Bahnhof.
Die und der, what did I say? Oh fuck. I didn't hear, I heard der. It's der Taxistand. Fuck. That's so annoying. That is so annoying. Oh, okay. Die Kirche. Der Supermarkt ist sehr groß. There we go. Der Park. Ist der Park schön? Das Café ist da drüben. Okay. I'm not adding a fucking accent to cafe. You can fuck off. Links oder rechts? Yay, okay, we skipped it all. Let's go. I'm level 5. Let's go. Let's go.
Get more with Super Duolingo.
No. So I've completed section 1. Let's do one more.
Frau Schmidt ist Kanzlerin.
Frau Schmidt ist Kanzlerin. Cancelled. I know it's Chancellor, don't worry. Frau Kanzlerin ist der Arbeit Ist 30.
Arbeit.
Ära.
Ära.
Ära. Esin.
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 Ja, Frau Schmidt ist Kanzlerin.
So cancelled.
Kanzlerin.
Yes. Is the Chancellor. Kanzlerin.
Sind Sie Frau Klum?
Are you Mrs. Are you Mrs. Klum? Who the fuck is called Klum, dude? Frau Baum! Mrs. Tree. Baum is tree,
Baum.
right? Sind Sie Professorin?
Professorin.
The kind of exercise where you click on what you hear in German are too easy. You pronounce everything in German. Yeah, of course,
Sind Sie
but like,
Frau Merkel?
but I've been literally like, I know how to pronounce it. But yeah, they are too easy. But it is like for repetition. Sind Sie Frau Merkel?
Merkel.
Guten Morgen.
Guten Morgen. Sind Sie Frau Graf?
Sind Sie Herr Schmidt?
Are you Mr. Schmidt? Entschuldigung. Sind Sie Herr Güter?
Entschuldigung.
Sind Sie Professorin, Frau Graf?
Are you a professor? Mrs. Graf?
Guten Tag.
Mein Hund ist klug und nett. Hallo, sind Sie Herr Baum?
Sind Sie Professor, Herr Schiller?
Are you a professor, Mr. Schiller?
Hallo, ich bin Herr Kohl.
Er ist in München in Deutschland? Come on. Herr Baum ist Kanzler.
Kanzler.
Jetzt in Bavaria. Frau Merkel und Herr Schmidt.
Frau Merkel und Herr Schmidt.
Do you do the Little Stories radio extended on the other tab? Just remember Duolingo has that. I haven't seen that yet, actually. Yay! Okay. Alright, alright. Done with German. Let's go to Dutch.
Het water.
The water. Got a complete switchover. This is Duolingo. Yes, it is. Water of Brot.
Het sap.
The juice. Oh, sick. I can actually just type it in.
Sap.
Of.
Melk.
There we go. I can actually just type it in. Give me heads up. Good boy, Brian. Thank you for the gifted sub to Teresa's sweetheart. Holy moly. Thank you.
En.
Meisje. Jongen. Sap. Een meisje drinkt sap. Ik ben, je bent.
Hold on, let's see if I am... Okay, it doesn't... Oh, I need to cap. I am, you are. There we go.
Hij drinkt water.
He eats bread. Hij
eet brood.
Yeah. The water and the bread. Het. Water. En. Het.
Brood.
Brood.
Je bent een appel.
Yeah. You are an apple, Chad. Okay. Did you just fall out of a coconut tree? Did you?
Het kind.
The child. Ooh, okay. The child eats bread. Het kind. There we go. That's just what you get when you cross English and German? No. No. No, it's literally not. Like, no. It's like... It's got the same amount of English as German does, basically. It's just when you take German and, like, make everything make less sense. Okay? It is really, like, yeah, island German. More sense you mean? No, less sense. Bent en kind. The LB Giggle emote is the best emote on Twitch. I'm saying it. It is so good. Fledgling made it. Okay. Una más.
Water of brood?
Water or bread.
Het. Appel. En. Een.
No. What? I don't know the difference yet.
De. Sap.
The apple and heads up. I'd like no. Okay.
Het meisje drinkt melk
Now,
en het
now
drinkt
it's
water.
getting into silly territory where it's like fuck you. The apple head broad. That's fucking bullshit. Girl drinks milk and I drink water. Oop. Milk and I drink water. He is the child.
Hij is het kind.
Het kind.
Een vrouw eet de appel.
What? I heard N. Oh, B-E-N anyway. Fuck. Okay, no. No, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. No, 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 no. I know. I fucked it up either way, but like regardless.
Een kind eet de appel.
Shit, now I can't spell apple. It's the same. It's like that. Yeah. Het.
Je eet een appel en je drinkt water.
And yeah. There we go. The woman. Name a woman. Het vrouw. Is it going to be der Frau or the het Frau? Of het Frau? I don't know. See, I'm mixing the German in now. I'm mixing in the fucking German. You see what I mean? Anyway, it's duh. I hate that. That's fucking bullshit.
Ik eet de appel.
Okay.
Ik eet de appel.
Bullshit.
What is life like on Bitch Island? I don't know. Ask your mom.
So it's duh. Apple. En. Het. Sup.
Sup.
Right? Yes. I think of duh as the and het as an. No, they're both the. They are both the. Laura Gray. They are both the. Okay? An is N. It's just like fucking they decide. Whenever they
Een vrouw
want.
eet de appel. Een vrouw eet de appel.
Bullshit. Okay. Two genders, mayhem. It fucking sucks, dude.
Get more with Super Duolingo.
This is why Afrikaans is OP. Like, for real. Okay, Arabic. Let's go. Learn the letters, though.
Dead.
This, dead. Dead. Da.
Da.
Da. Do.
Die.
Die. Dead.
Dead.
Da.
Du.
Do.
Da. U.
Die.
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 Di.
Do.
Du.
Do.
Du.
Dead. Let's go! I've never seen Duolingo Arabic. It's very, very basic.
Da.
Da. Die.
Die.
Dead. Do.
Du.
Die.
Dud.
Dud.
Du. Da.
Yeah. Dead.
Dead.
Da.
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 Do. You should try the chance and send out it's a puzzle game with puzzles involving learning a language. But is the language real? Do they even have any bears in South Africa? Nope.
Die.
Die. This. This is just shape recognition at the moment. Because it's like... Because you have to think of it from the perspective of, like, these shapes had no meaning before, you know? So it's now just, like, implementing meaning into a shape. And then becomes the meaning of, like, what the shape actually means in the context of the word. You know? Da. Da. The. And that's this. There we go. Okay, we'll learn the letters again, then we'll do two of the other one. Da.
Da.
Dead.
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 Di.
Di.
Deb.
Da. B.
Deb. Okay, that's a new one.
Deb, Dob. Deb, Dob.
What?
Deb, Dob. Deb, Dob. Doib, Dob. Deb, Dob.
What? That's so confusing.
Du. Ba.
Ba?
Bu.
Bu. Bu. Du.
Du.
Okay.
Dead.
Da. Da. Da.
Deb. Deb.
Learning Cyrillic is so much easier.
Dud.
Okay, dude.
Deb. Deb.
Oh, it was the longer one. Aw. First mistake.
Deb.
Bu?
Bu.
Dub?
Dub. Dub.
Dub. Okay.
Deb.
Da. Ba.
Okay.
Dub. 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 Dub.
What? I'm so confused by that.
Dub.
It must be a glitch, right? It's wrong? Okay.
Dub. Dub. Dub.
Du. Ba.
Okay.
Deb. Deb. Dead.
Okay. Dub means bear? Okay.
Dib.
Yeah, this is wrong.
Dib. Dib.
Or maybe it's not. I have no idea.
Deb. Dob.
That's insane. There's like giving... Maybe it is that they are just two. I don't know. So freely with the 7 months. Holy moly, welcome in. How you doing? Dud means worms. Okay. Dab. Du.
Dib.
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 Okay, that's this. Oh, let's go. Okay. This is dead. This is dub. This is dude. This is dude. There we go. Okay. Let's go. Whew.
Deb.
Okay.
Deb.
No! What?
Deb.
Oh. Okay.
Deb.
Silly me.
Deb.
Ooh, okay. Okay. This is an R. Fuck, this is tricky. Has to be this.
Rai. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I've forgotten.
Wa. Yeah.
Oh, this. Okay, yeah. Whew.
Rau. Rau. Wa.
Ah, yes. Okay.
Oui. Oui. Oui.
It's interesting how this is also ooh, though.
Ooh. Ooh.
Wah.
Wa.
Getting complicated
Rai.
already.
Rai. Ooh.
Insane. How you say the letter depends on where it is in the word. Interesting. I guess that's the same in all languages, you know? It is literally the same in all languages, you know? Okay. What?
Wa. Oui.
Okay.
Rau.
No! Okay, well. We can refill. Okay. That's this.
Rau.
Okay. Whew. That's this.
Right.
There we go. Okay. Okay. Whew. That's...
Rai.
No.
Rau.
Okay. 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 Okay, okay, okay.
Ooh. Oui. Wa. Rau.
Whew.
Wa. Wa.
The symbol for 9 is basically the... but the symbol for 6 looks like 7. I mean, look. It'll be like that. Okay. 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 I think I'm good. Wait, what? Do you want to go cancel all of my progress because of the new Korean track? No! Okay. Alright. 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 Okay. We did it. We did it. We did it. We did it. Daily dose, sure. I think I was
Hello,
wrong because
everyone.
it's
This
almost
is your-
5 now, and I think I said too hard. I think I was wrong when I looked at the time. Too hardcore, you still here? I think I said 2.5 hours, but I meant 1.5. But it's fine. We'll start in 40 minutes, okay? If you're still here, too hardcore, hopefully you'll be here.
Or daily dose of internet. This guy had an allergic reaction and they had to use an EpiPen.
Oh. It went. Good night.
Don't worry, he was fine, and he was taken to a hospital just to be safe. This company wanted to prove how effective and safe their bulletproof windows are.
About to get shot at with a 50 cal. Camera ready. Ready.
Elon should do this.
Shooter ready. Ready. Let's do it. 3.
No way.
2, 1.
Elon would be dead, bro. That's insane.
Clear.
Taco for dog. Are you serious?
Okay, come on. He's like, bro, what the fuck?
Sure, she will solve and kill herself. She just need...
No!
This person accidentally dropped their phone into alligator-infested waters.
Mine now. Mine now. Crocodile was like, fuck your phone. No.
I know about the blue screen of death, but I've never heard of the black screen of death.
Oh no.
I guess this is what the last day of school looks like in some places.
Dogs are so funny, man.
I think this thing just dropped the hardest beat of 2024. About a week ago, these orcas were trapped and surrounded by ice off the coast of Japan. They had to keep moving to prevent the ice from freezing. The good news is that they were only trapped for a few hours as the ice eventually shifted, allowing them to swim to open waters.
Wow, okay.
Give me it back. Give me it back. Give me it back. Give me my shoe back.
Yo.
That is the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
My phone now. Okay. Alright, let's do a little bit of like... I am very interested to see what happened on Morning Joe. Okay? Look, I need to see. I need to see it. Okay? I need to see it. Okay? Please. Is it... Did they do Morning Joe already?
Mike, let me...
Fucking Klobuchar. Okay, let's go. Joe? Okay, let's go. I'm so excited. Oh my god, let's go. I want to see that liberal copium, dude. Let's go. Okay, is that all we have for Morning Joe?
And John Heilman, as we talk about how time and again Joe Biden's career was almost over, I can't help but go back.
So this was...
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries yesterday praising President Biden's political career following the president's decision to withdraw from the race. Biden made the announcement in a letter posted to his social media accounts yesterday afternoon, writing in part, "I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term." Shortly after that announcement, President Biden endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris to take his place this November and called on Democrats to come together to defeat Donald Trump. Willie?
So where does this go from here? Although President Biden did endorse Vice President Harris to replace him at the top of the ticket, the Democratic nomination technically does not automatically transfer to the vice president. A spokesperson for the Democratic National Committee said last night it is now the committee's responsibility to implement a framework to select a new nominee, which will be, quote, open, transparent, fair, and orderly.
Come on,
the DNC
man.
Rules Committee will hold a public meeting Wednesday afternoon, which also will stream on the DNC's YouTube channel. The party co-chairs have promised the process will be comprehensive, fair, and expeditious. Exactly when Democrats will choose a nominee, unclear this morning. It's also unclear if the party will continue to move forward with that virtual roll call scheduled for the first week of August, a move that was made to avoid a ballot deadline issue in Ohio, but which since has been resolved. The party does unite behind Harris, which it appears to be doing this morning. It could decide to formally nominate her through the virtual vote before August 7th. The convention is set to begin on August the 19th. So what happens to Biden's delegates? The only requirement for delegates under current convention rules is to, quote, in all good conscience reflect the sentiments
I really
of
didn't
those
think it would happen.
who elected them. But since
You
Biden
can thank
left
Nancy
the race, his
Pelosi.
delegates are free to support whoever they choose.
Honestly.
The president does not have to release his delegates. So we'll pause there, Joe.
Yeah.
The delegates are part
because
of the
I think it was good at
She's
the
a
top of the
fucking
show.
freak, but she did
I think
this.
we should read
She
all
did.
the subsections of the Democratic National Committee's charter. And Alex, could we go on a couple more hours on that? Because I don't think anybody wants reactions to anybody.
I saw where that was headed. I
Yeah.
made executive
Oh, no.
decision to cut it off.
By the way, the reporting, like the insider reporting from the DNC is that it was all Nancy Pelosi. Like, I have shown this before, but like, it was all Nancy Pelosi. Senior Biden aides were bracing for former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who worked behind the scenes to encourage others in the party towards the kind of collective action that might finally push the president to end his campaign, to go public this week and possibly even disclose Democratic polling clarifying Biden's dire political straits. Okay? Nancy made clear that they could do this the easy way or the hard way, said one Democrat familiar with private conversations who was granted anonymity to speak candidly. She gave them 3 weeks of the easy way. It was about to be the hard way. So this was the easy way. Okay? You see? And my prediction is the hard way would have been leaking information about Biden's actual health. Because I think that there is other information we're not privy to about a diagnosis that he has. Or there would be more insider stuff. That is what I think the hard way would have been. Because the easy way for her was already, like, you know, taking a stranglehold on donors. Has Vermin Supreme commented yet? You mean Donald Trump? Yes, and he's really mad, and it's really funny. He's so mad. He's saying, like, this isn't fair. He's saying they're cheating. Who hasn't seen the Trump post? Does anybody? I've got it, so I'll show you. It's so funny. I love it, dude. Oh my god. No, Vermin Supreme is a political candidate that runs every year in America. What? Who is Vermin Supreme? I don't know what you're talking about. No, I don't know at all. I have no idea. Oh my god, he's actually a person? Bro, so you got your own British style, like political pundits, dude? No, I don't know about the boot hack guy. This is the American Buckethead guy, yeah. Oh my god, I didn't realize that. What? He was actually in office. Oh, libertarian. Okay. Immediately was like, oh, he was actually in office. Oh, never mind, libertarian. She's 25% of the way in here is tracker for it. I mean, like, yeah, here's the thing. This whole thing about the presidential delegates is bullshit. Okay? Like, they are going to vote for the nominee. Like, this idea, because I want everyone to understand this. Like, the way the primary worked this year was inherently undemocratic in itself. So anyone saying that this process is undemocratic is like basically just saying they don't want Harris to be in. Okay, and that's fair, but then just say it with your fucking chest. Because the primary this year was inherently undemocratic in the first place. Like, yes, they were like, yeah, no incumbent. So don't come fucking calling democracy now. Okay? It is cope. This is, I'm gonna read this again. Okay, it's just so good. It's like... So we are forced to spend time and money on fighting crooked Joe Biden. He polls badly after having a terrible debate and quits the race. Now we have to start all over again. Shouldn't the Republican Party be reimbursed for fraud in that everybody around Joe, including his doctors and the fake news media, knew he wasn't capable of running for being president? I'm just asking. Bro, he's just asking questions, bro. Full Bourbon Supreme. No, this is an entire... No, I don't care that much. This is almost 2 hours. Trump is in literal denial. It's a new day for Joe, and Joe Biden doesn't remember quitting the race yesterday. He is demanding his campaign schedule and arranging talks with President Xi of China and Putin of Russia concerning the possible start of World War III. Why? He's going mad. Yeah, he's going... No, he's gone insane. Most sane American. He's like, no, Biden's still in. Oh my god. And by the way, Trump said he probably will not debate Kamala Harris, which is like, that's an L for fucking Trump. Like, 100%. People will see that, and they will, like, people will be like, why aren't we having presidential debates? He is so upset. Wow. This is actually insane. He can't pull his greatest hits with her. He's gonna have to become, like... The thing is, why this is so bad for the Republicans, another reason is, like... What the Republican strategy was to make Trump appeal to more moderates. So he was going to, like, they wanted him to. Now, he might not have done this because it's Trump, and he's an impulsive, sassy bitch who doesn't know how to control shit, okay? So they wanted him to appear more moderate, right? But now, like, how do they attack Kamala? Well... The easiest thing they can do is be misogynist. But that's not going to bring the moderates in. The other thing they can do is be racist. Yeah, and the racism will not work. I don't get this, but it's probably very racist. I don't know. I don't understand this. This is too American for me to understand. Yeah, Trump is not going to be able to stop from being racist to Kamala. Like, literally, they posted that she, like, that like, one of the things that RNC posted was that she was like, yes, I have she, her pronouns. Okay, yeah, wow. People are going to, like, really... Moderates don't give a fuck about if people use pronouns, okay? It really is only fringe online right-wing freaks. Moderates are not going to give a fuck if Kamala Harris once said she, her. Kamala dated Montel Williams, a prominent talk show host in the 90s. I believe Montel cheated on her, hence the side piece comment. Oh, okay, so it's just... Okay, alright. Wow. Insane. Do you see the clip? Yeah, they tried to post where she laughed at someone calling Trump the R-word? Yes. And it's like, okay. Are you gonna be the... They're like, RNC, why are you snowflake posting? And then Hassan retweeted that and they deleted it. Insane. Stand-up misogyny, yeah. So they're going to, like... I just don't know what Trump's angle is, and that's, I think, why he is panicking. Obviously, he's panicking. And the thing is, he is going to be like a toddler throwing toys out of the cart because, like, he needs to be president so he doesn't get, like... His legal troubles are mounting more and more. There are a lot of cases that haven't gone through yet. But anyway, we'll see. We'll see. You know? But, yeah. Wait, okay, I've got a question about the term misogynoir. I don't know exactly what it means. Is misogynoir specifically misogyny directed at black women? Because I thought it was misogyny that exists within the black community. Okay, so it actually means misogyny that is directed specifically to black women. Okay, I literally thought it was the other, like that it was misogyny specifically in the black community. Okay, it's misogyny. Okay, interesting. All right. Pointed at black women. That is okay. All right, interesting. Good to know because I had the term confused. Combination, yeah. Okay. All right. Let's see. I want to see him cry.
Thank you. But let's talk about how extraordinary this moment is. We'll talk about the technicalities of it in just a moment. But yeah, it came to a point, as you know. I don't care about
them talking.
He always exceeded expectations.
No, he didn't.
He became president of the United States, as we all remember.
I don't know if Too Hardcore is here, but are you ready to start in 20 minutes? No, he fucking didn't, dude.
2020, with the entire Democratic establishment mocking him, saying he wasn't good enough, he wasn't up to it. So, as a background, you can understand why Ricchetti and Donlan said, hey, let's do it again, Rocky. Come on, one more fight, you can do it.
Yeah, and the First Lady and the President's son, Hunter, also firmly behind his decision to stay in the race. They still believed he could win. And as of Saturday morning, President Biden was still intending to stay in this race. But then he talked to his closest aides as the day went on, summoned the family, and then made the decision to bow out because of those polls, because the fundraising dramatically drying up, and because so many Democratic lawmakers had spoken out against him. Now, some of the heavyweights, Schumer, Pelosi, Jeffries, had done so privately. Fears in the Biden camp that was about to change, that if the president had stayed in the race as this week went on, that those leaders, namely Pelosi, were going to go public with the polling, with their concerns, with a call for the president to bow out. Doing so yesterday was a face-saving move. The president and his family wanted to save his reputation and choose his own terms of exit.
All reporting we had throughout the weekend was that Monday was going to be brutal for the president. So yesterday
I'll be back in a second, Chad.
Seemed to be
donations,
the best time for him to get
They
out.
have already raised $50 million. That's insane. Okay, 50 million.
So that's the reporting about what happened this weekend. Mika, I'd love first to get your reaction because you obviously have strongly supported Joe Biden.
That's it? No, that's a lot in a day.
You still believe that he would have been the best chance to beat Donald Trump because he's the only one who's done it before. I'm just curious what your thoughts are this morning.
Well, obviously, on many levels, I'm really sad. Joe Biden is a patriot. I love him, I love his family, and I love what he's done for the country. He had authenticity and touch, whether you saw it or not, but everything about him, even sometimes the stutter and the bumbling was part of the touch, part of the sort of empathic, very loving, very clear-eyed touch that he had that allowed him and enabled him to be an effective president. But all of that turned against him after the debate for all the reasons that we discussed. And he would say, no time to complain about it. Let's move on. It's go time. And Democrats really have a moment of momentum here. And my hope is that they grab it and run with it, get unified, get organized. Get coordinated, no more infighting. Donald Trump is not easy to beat. He is not easy to beat, and anyone who thinks he is back at 2016 when they're laughing at the concept. And you can see how quickly they tried to steal the unity narrative. And I've heard from inside Republican circles and right-wing media that the hate campaign against Kamala Harris has begun. You'll notice they purposefully pronounce her name wrong. They say Kamala. They do it all the time. It is on purpose. But the talk is to start that hate campaign and get it going and start it churning. So my hope is that major Democrats and major Republicans, from the Obamas to the Bush family to military leaders, get behind the democracy ticket and we move on. And throughout the show today, we'll see, Willie, if leading Democrats are going to get on board with Kamala Harris. We'll be hearing.
It's times like these where I'm like super, super glad that mainstream media has fucking no political nuance whatsoever. Because when they start a hate campaign against Kamala, or wait, now did I say it the way they say it? Kamala? Fuck, I have no idea. Against Kamala, basically, like that will turn off voters. That's the thing. Like, they are fucking... I'm so glad that mainstream media has no political nuance, because if they did, then they would actually, like, say this, and the RNC would be like, oh, fuck, you're right. You know? Like, them launching and being, like, insane and, like, pointing out small little things and, like, being unhinged about, like, their commentary on her is going to turn away moderate voters. Okay? It's insane. Anyway.
From some for the first time and seeing if there are some endorsements this morning. Willie?
Yeah, and there have been many of them. A groundswell yesterday in the minutes, actually, in the hours, certainly, after President Biden's announcement of support for Kamala Harris. Not official endorsements, some of the leadership. They want to do that in a more formal way. I think we're talking about Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, even former President Obama. Reverend Sharpton's with us as well. Rev, we talked to you last week. You had just spoken to President Biden, who said he was all in. He was in it to win it. We had the campaign chair.
Okay. I just want to show you something else. What's that lady's name? This one on Morning Joe? What's her name?
Mike, let me ask you.
I just want to remind you what she fucking... Yeah. Mika. Oh, wait, let's see. No, we need to... Okay, Mika, let's see. No, not Elizabeth Warren. This woman here. Hold on. I want to show you this. Fucking, like... This is... very angering. Just remember. I wanna play all the greatest hits, okay? She almost started fucking crying. And freaks, dude. Where is it? 4 days. It was longer than 4 days ago. God, they post so much. It might be this. Using that our Joe thing. You know? It was probably before the assassination. Um 10 days ago. Okay, we're getting there. Promise you it's worth it. It's so bad. Oh, it's not that. A revolution. And I said, hey, yeah, yeah. You just see if I can find it. Yeah, might be this.
Joe Biden has been one of the most.
Mika, MSNBC, R. Joe. Hold on. I think it's this. No, it's not this. It was like she was basically like going on about like his life story and being like, "Our Joe," and like, oh god, very annoying. Might have been this. Okay, here.
Congressional Democrats now are largely falling in line behind Biden, despite reported panic behind the scenes. According to the New York Times, top Democrats...
No, it's not this.
Former President Barack Obama reportedly has concerns about President Biden's ability...
That speech in Las Vegas to the NAACP, he said, I'm all
in.
Again, he can't be more clear where he's coming from. He sent the letter to Congress. Even after that, members of Congress said, we need an answer, make a decision, to which he said...
Former President Barack Obama reportedly has concerns about...
Never mind. I can't find it. But it was so fucking insane. It was very annoying. She literally almost started crying. It was last week. I think no, it was before the Trump You've seen Meek's dad shit all over Joe Scarborough. Joe Scarborough, that's this guy on Morning Joe, right? He used to be a Republican. It was the morning after? No, it was before the... I promise you, it was all before the Trump assassination. Oh, were they married? Oh my god, that's so fucking weird. Why? Okay, let's see this.
Most consequential presidents in American history. He has put people over politics and patriotism over personal position.
The morning after the debate?
This is another heroic act in a long-running series of heroic acts by Joe Biden on behalf of the American people from the moment he was first...
Let's see. It was her talking for so long, though. Might be this.
Good morning. I really question his schedule. It makes me angry that he's just moving across the...
Yes, let's go. Okay, are you guys ready for the most cringe shit you're gonna see? Oh my god, dude. Let's go. This literally broke my brain. Okay?
It was an unmitigated disaster by any measure. More than 3 days after that debate, it is still hard to comprehend
this will smooth your brains out
from the president. The weak, raspy voice, the inability to complete basic thoughts, most importantly, the failure to call out Donald Trump on his endless lies. Where was that? And yet, the very next day in North Carolina, there
he
was
read
Joe
a teleprompter.
Biden, back to form, finding his voice, his winning smile, the vintage sparkle back
his
in his
winning
eyes.
Smile.
2 appearances that were as different
the vintage twinkle back in his eyes. Fuck off, dude. Vintage sparkle.
Night and day.
I don't debate as well as I used to. But I know what I do know. I know how to tell the truth. I know right from wrong.
No, you don't, bitch.
And I know how to do this job. I know how to get things done. And I know, like millions of Americans know, when you get knocked down, you get back up.
So what was different? A little more sleep? Perhaps it was an event during the day, rather at night.
No.
On debate night,
reading a teleprompter.
90 minutes,
he was
starting
reading
at
a
9 p.m., Joe Biden was fresh off back-to-back trips to Europe. First to Normandy for the 80th anniversary of D-Day, and a state
And this is also a lie. He had 11 days rest in between this.
dinner with President Macron, and then to Italy for the G7, followed
And then
by a
11
flight
days
across
later, he had a
12
debate.
time zones to LA for a fundraiser with former
Bro, they
President
literally made a fucking graphic for it, dude.
Barack Obama.
Recent travels. Give me more information.
Just 33 hours later, he was headed back to the East Coast. The debate was also 2 weeks after his son Hunter was convicted on 3 felony gun charges and
boo-hoo.
faces prison time.
Boo-hoo.
President Biden painfully told America he would not pardon his son. I really question his schedule. It makes me angry that he was moving across the world on 4 different time zones. It seems to me this is a lack of discipline. These were important events that he was going to, but the stakes in this election could not be any higher. Like many, I want to know, was this a one-off episode or a sign of what's to come? Can his team and the president himself move forward with more discipline and also manage the fact that he's 81? And
fucking insanely good Felix tweet that came from this was like, yes, the one thing that is sure to solve Alzheimer's is more time.
At it, let's talk about his age. Age is wisdom and experience that in the case of Joe Biden leads to more bipartisan legislation passed than any president.
I know, he's
over
a
the past
fucking loser. Kanye East, you are so right. Everything he does, he's a fucking loser. Like, pardon your fucking son, okay? Like, stop playing this fucking civility bullshit, okay? Like, we know you are... Just fucking pardon your son, dude. Who gives a fuck?
Last few generations and the largest expansion of NATO's alliance in history. Under Joe Biden and his age, America is stronger economically and militarily than any time in half a century. And while facts may not matter to Donald Trump and his friends in the far-right media, those are the objective facts. And that is the undeniable truth.
Oh God, he looks like shit.
Here's another truth. Age also needs to be managed. On my 50 over 50 lists, I celebrate women who are reaching their highest power well over 50, 60, 70, 80, even 90. And yet every one of those women are managing their fabulous age.
Fuck off.
I don't think it's over. This moment in the race fits the entire narrative of Joe Biden's life. In his personal and professional life, Biden has repeatedly risen up from rock bottom. It's what we love about him. So many draw hope from his empathy and his ability to have perspective, even right now, and to persevere when he is completely counted
Too
out.
hardcore. We're gonna finish. We're gonna finish this. I want to just get to her talking about like his fucking, you know, how his wife died and shit like that, because it's just so good. We're not gonna watch the whole thing, but it's just so funny. And then you'll.
His list of losses and failures is long and would be unbearable for most. In 1972, his wife and baby daughter were killed in a car accident. He had been elected to the Senate and took the oath of office in his surviving son's hospital room to remain by their bedsides. In 1987, his first campaign for president came to an end, and so nearly did his life, when a few months later, he suffered a brain aneurysm. It was
God
so
has
severe
been telling
that his
him to
doctor
get
told
the
him
fuck
his
out of
chance
politics for
survival
years,
was less
dude.
than half, just to survive the surgery. And even if he lived, a long list of physical and mental limitations were likely. At his bedside before the surgery, he told his sons he was proud of them. And then Joe Biden survived the surgery, rehabilitated, and didn't look back. In 2008, his second bid for the presidency came to another early, painful end. After a poor showing in Iowa.
But it's bad manufacturing consent, though, because this didn't work, Odie. Like you know, as much as, I mean, it fooled a few people, but a lot of people, like, you can't tell them that the sky, like a lot of the time, you're trying to tell people that the sky is red, okay? And it's not blue, okay? But the thing is, trying to, like, say Biden is cognitively all there, people aren't fucking stupid, you know? Like, in terms of, like, reading, if someone's, like, not understanding clearly what's going on. Kamala is speaking.
Finished near the bottom with less than...
Kamala's gonna speak when? He doesn't look like the same person even 10 years ago, man. Yeah, I know. No, he doesn't look like the same person 2 years ago. I'm not sure, but soon. Okay, we probably won't be able to look at it then. Anyway, we'll just... It's just, like, so bad.
1% of the vote. His campaign bottoming out after another low blow. And yet, the following summer, Biden would be back on the Democratic...
He was chosen as a counterweight to, like, how fucking, you know, right-wing media was painting Obama as, like, a fucking communist. They chose him because he has the racism phenotype. You're a fucking loser, man. Like, shut up. I hate this so much. Like, God has been telling him, like with all of the tragedies in his life, please get the fuck out of politics. Oh my god, dude. Anyway. Alright. But chat, it's time. It's time that we move on to our Monday segments. Okay, hold on. Let me get this all going. Okay, give me a second. Okay. Wow, so cool. Okay. Hold on. I just need to change things. Na. Okay. Okay, let me quickly see. You got slides. Live presentation. Oh, okay. Are you going to be... Okay. Wait, hold on. Oh, sick. Okay. I didn't read your message properly. Okay, this is sick. Hold on. Let me just get this to work. Oh, wow. Okay. Hold on. Okay, let me do all of the things. This is amazing. You made my job so easy. How do I make it, like, full screen? Hold on. Just want to make it full screen. There we go. Yay. Okay. Na. Okay. All right. And it is too hardcore. Let me change all these things. I'm going to call you in a second. Any. Can people call you Core? Is that good? That's fine. Okay. I don't know. Cool. I'll just put core here. Okay. Then I'm gonna be learning about Bangladesh. Okay, sorry. I always need to I always should fix this before, but then I think, okay. Okay, and then you've got some other links. Okay, you were so prepared. Okay. Okay. Alright, let me just get this up here. Wow, look at that! And I don't need to control everything. It's pretty amazing. Okay. Alright, let me call you. You ready to be called to hardcore? They'll be in the slides? Perfect. Thank you. So we do this every single Monday, well, most Mondays, we try to. Where we have a chatter on. Let me just change my title, and then I will call you as soon as I've done that. Na, 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 na. Okay. Alright. Slash Marco Bangladesh. There we go. Okay. In view, ready? Okay, let me give you a call right now. There we go. Alright. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello, let me turn you up a bit. Perfect. Hello, call, can you hear me?
Oh my god, the echo. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly loud and clear. Let me turn you up. Perfect. Alright, welcome and thank you so much for coming on. Just so everyone knows, we will be learning about Bangladesh today. So, I'm not sure if you are living in Bangladesh at the moment, but you are from Bangladesh.
Yeah, I can introduce myself.
Yeah, go
I'm
for it, go for it.
I grew up in Dhaka, which is the capital of Bangladesh. Also lived in Chittagong for a little bit, because I have relatives there. But after the first 2 decades of my life, I moved to the West, and I still live in the West. I used to live in the Netherlands. Now I live in America.
Okay.
So yeah, that's me.
Okay, interesting. All right, so you're in the US now. Interesting. Okay, so you've been all over. You get you got every single. You have the trifecta of the political experience. Okay, living in
Yeah.
well the supposed third world, then going to European style socialism, communism, and then hyper-capitalism.
Yeah.
No, I'm joking.
My
It's all.
fun fact.
Yeah.
Well, my fun fact that I tell people a lot is I've been a legal resident of 3 different continents at the same time. So it's like I feel kind of globalized in that way.
Arakimo also someone living in, so wait, socialism in Europe? Wait, I'm joking. The Netherlands is also, it's not
There is
socialist,
no
but yeah.
socialism in
Yeah.
Europe.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, this is very clever, by the way. This that you control the slides. So this is you must just let me know about this. Oh my God, Cyril Ramaphosa! Immediately, okay. But so just so you guys know, I'm not controlling the slides at all. I'm hands off. So 2 hardcore is controlling them. Yeah.
Yeah. So before I start, I wanted to say that a lot of my slides have like a lot of text. So if you see a lot of text, feel free to read it out because I don't want to like overexert myself talking.
Okay,
because
fair
I'm
enough.
still like recovering.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. I didn't say that you were going, but yeah, no problem. If you are feeling like a little bit like it's too much, then you just let me know, okay? But I'll read out the text. Yeah. That's perfect.
I'll be fine.
Anyway, so if you want to start, we can just go for it. But yeah, thanks once again for coming on.
Thank you for having me. So first I had this picture. I had it at the end in the beginning, but I thought it'd be better to have it in the beginning because at the end of this presentation, I feel like you won't like the Bangladeshi leader.
Yes.
So thank you for having me.
Well, you might.
This is like.
Well, you might not know, but we already had a Rune on to talk about what's happening in Bangladesh, so we do know a little bit. I've forgotten her name though.
Nice. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes.
Oh, that's cool though.
So we know
I've been watching Arun cover it. He's been doing a great job.
Yeah. So we've got a little bit of context for like Bangladesh. So yeah, because Arun came on to talk about it, but I've forgotten the prime minister or president's name. I don't know I forgot what she's called. But yeah, I'm sure you'll
we'll go through all of that. We'll
anyway.
go through all of that. Okay, I'll start the presentation now. So welcome everyone. This is going to be a Twitch chatter's introduction to Bangladesh, Bengal, and beyond. I'll take this slide, the first slide, to talk about what Bangladesh means. So Bangla is the language spoken in the region. In English, it's often written as Bengali instead of Bangla, but Bangla is the language, and Desh or Desh means country. So Bangladesh literally means Bangla country or country of Bengal, like England. England is like English land. It's kind of like that. So Bangladesh literally means land of Bengali speakers, basically.
Yes, and don't.
So that's Bangladesh.
And chat, don't listen to. Sorry, I'm interrupting you. Sorry. Just don't listen to the way Hassan says it. Hassan says it terribly.
Don't listen to Hassan's. Don't listen to Hassan's pronunciation.
He says Bangladesh. Yeah.
Yeah, he says Bangladesh. It's disappointing, but it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, he's entitled to some bad opinions, but so the next thing I wanted to describe is Bengal. So Bengal is like the greater region where people speak Bengali. And Bengali is the language, like I said, but you'll hear me saying Bangla to mean the language, which is Bengali a lot. There is a difference between when a Bangladeshi person colloquially says they're Bengali versus like when a West Bengal person says they're Bengali, because like in India, if you say you're Bengali, you usually mean that you're from West Bengal. But if you're from Bangladesh and you say, are you Bengali? Like we usually like say, are you Bengali to like someone we expect is Bengali? That could mean that they're from West Bengal or from Bangladesh.
Okay,
and
I see.
East Bengal is like literally basically Bangladesh. But if someone says they're Bangladeshi, that means they're specifically from the country of Bangladesh, not from West Bengal.
Okay, I see. Interesting. All right, so there's like the phrases like have regional meaning, also depending on where you are.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have some pictures here. One of them is from protests. You'll notice that Bangladeshis, we protest a lot. Especially people in Dhaka, we protest like a lot. It doesn't always come out into the news, but like there's usually protests and stuff going on. That's like the lower left picture. I think I can actually see.
Yes, I see.
I can do this. So this is the picture.
Yes, oh wow, look at that. Okay.
The other things, this is just like a bunch of people making the Bangladesh flag. This is from like a festival. I think this is Poila Boishakh, which is the New Year. You'll notice that we love tigers. The Bengal tiger is our national animal. And you'll find them in West Bengal too. I think the population is bigger in West Bengal currently because of like deforestation and like habitat loss for the tigers. This picture here is like for the is like a memorial. And this is just like boats.
Okay.
I wanted to like show you some pictures because it's like pictures say 1,000 words.
Yeah, of course, and it's interesting to see. Anyway, oh wow, it's already included. So do you get to press play here?
So you can click here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you have to click.
Oh, I have to click, but will it play for you?
I don't think so, but it's fine. I can watch from your stream.
I can share the screen with you if you want. It might be easier because then it's like at the same time. There's no delay.
I think you don't have to.
Okay, let's see.
I think you don't have to.
Okay.
So this is the national anthem. Let's start with the national anthem. It has lyrics. Like I feel like national anthems give you like a good sense of. Wait, can you?
Like understanding. No, I think it's easier. Let me quickly like because then you'll know exactly when I'm playing it or not. Let me share the screen because then it's like you don't have the delay, so you don't know when I'm playing it or not. Trust me, that's much easier. So you can hear everything and everything. Hopefully you'll be able to hear everything if I press play now.
Yep. There we go. I can hear.
Oh, perfect.
Like, you'll notice that a lot of national anthems have like very nationalistic. Oh, you don't have to pause it.
Oh, okay, sure.
You'll notice that they're very like nationalistic, but like when you listen to the Bengali national anthem and you read the lyrics, it's like it's a very different vibe. And I think this national anthem also like was in like really high in the list of beautiful national languages. And I think partially because it's not like that nationalist. It's just like I love my country. My the lyrics say it all pretty much.
Like the fragrance from your mango groves makes me wild with joy. In autumn, O mother of mine, the full blossomed paddy fields I have seen spread all over sweet smiles. My Bengal of gold, I love you. Ah, what beauty, what shades, what an affection. Ah, what tenderness. It is beautiful. What a quilt have you spread at the feet of banyan trees and along the banks of rivers. Oh, mother of mine, words from your lips are like nectar to my ears. Ah, what a thrill. It is incredibly poetic.
Yep.
If sadness, oh mother mine. Oh, mother mine, words from your lips are like nectar to my ears. Ah, what a thrill. Cast a gloom on your face, my eyes are filled with tears.
I think the lyrics are kind of that. It's like, if my mother cries, my eyes are flooded in tears.
It is like it's very it's not like directly like, you know, God bless South Africa. You know what I mean? It's very gentle.
Yeah, there's no like God bless us. We will rule the world. We will have victory. There's none of that.
It's poetic. It's talking about like the positive attributes. You know what I mean? I like that a lot. Okay, so you got a table of contents. Wow, you were so prepared. Do you do anything like this in your? You don't have to describe what your day job is, obviously, but do you do presentations in your day job and things like that?
No, I code. I do like the least visually demanding job you can imagine. Do terminal stuff.
Okay.
And like database stuff.
Okay, so I'm just impressed because you're very organized. So I appreciate that a lot.
Education wise, I am like closer to you. Like I went to school for physics, and I have a humanities minor in. It's hard to describe, but it's like about history, war, and ethics, and I was in
classics, probably. In classics.
Classics, is that?
I think it's classics. It might be called classics, history, war, and epics. I think it's classics, right? It might be.
It could be.
Did you also learn Latin at the same time?
I did not learn Latin. I'm from Bangladesh, so I did learn Hindi from TV. Like, I understand Hindi. Arun does not, but I do, because Indian imposition. I did learn Arabic. I had an Arabic teacher, but I only learned to read Quran Arabic. So I can't read modern Arabic, and I don't really know Arabic words, and that was like a long time ago. So I don't remember
much of it.
Like, I remember the characters, but not like much of it. I remember Alif Batasa. I know those.
No, the reason why I ask about the classics is generally, but it might be specific to Bangladesh. Like it might have been, is generally in Western universities classics. In classics, you'll do the great epics and like Plato and shit like that. But you'll also learn Latin, so that's why I asked. But it's probably different in Bangladesh. It's probably is more regional, or I don't know if it was based on Western classics. Yeah. But anyway, regardless,
I don't mind talking about the education a little bit because I do think it's like relevant. So I grew up in Dhaka, and in Dhaka you have like lots of different education systems. You have like Bengali education, which is like the government one. You have an English version of the Bengali government one. What I did was I did what's it called? I did Cambridge. I did the same thing
yes, you did
my
A
South
levels.
African friend did. I did A levels, yeah. I did O levels.
I've taught
A-levels.
Cambridge. It's a good syllabus.
Yeah, I love Cambridge. I like it more than edXL. But I think most are Cambridge now. There's also international IB schools, which are like really expensive. But Dhaka does have it caters to like the really rich people. Like imagine you're like an American and you want to do IB, you can do IB. There's IB schools too.
Gosh, okay.
But yeah, it's very Dhaka is like really big. There's like layers upon layers of like and like some segregation too of like the rich people versus not rich people. But yeah, back to the contents though. So like the first half of this presentation, I'm going to make about like fun stuff, culture, stats. The second part, I'm going to make about the history before Bangladesh formed, and then the rest will be like the history after Bangladesh formed.
Okay, all right, that's a good sort of way to go about it. Very structured, but yeah, okay, perfect.
And I have some pictures here. They're just like pictures. The relevant one, this one, I don't know if Arun explained to you that Hasina called students Razakars.
Yes, and we all learned what Razakars are. Just for the chat, I'll just briefly explain. From what my understanding, Razakars are basically traitors to the formation of Bangladesh, right?
Yeah, exactly. So this picture is people coming out to protest that a Razakar was not given the death sentence. And this is like this is people saying, no, we want this guy dead. This Razakar has to die. And if you zoom in, you'll see like a socialist red fist over here. Oh my god, I just wait. Oh.
That's fine. You just covered it. Don't worry. I think people see it. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. But that's like a fun thing. I remember when this was happening, it was crazy. Okay. Moving on. This slide is going to be everything before the time frame that like we're going to really talk about. So this is like what we won't be covering. So I'll just go over like the brief history of Bengal. So like the oldest records of Bengal are from like 20,000 BC-ish, but like everything is really vague around that time. I'll go over like the ancient period. The ancient period had like the classic Neolithical, Bronze Age, Iron Age. Bengal was mentioned in the Mahabharata, and the Mahabharata is like an epic of India. It's like a very important epic, like Homer's Iliad, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Similar to that.
I see.
But there was a lot of kingdoms. There were like all these kingdoms over here. But the important thing I wanted to mention was the Silk Road over here. Dhaka, pretty sure, was the end of like a Silk Road that led to the Romans. And there's like this line that goes through India to the west. So like Dhaka was always pretty much connected to trade routes in like the rest of the world, basically. So in the classical period, we had lots of empires of like kings. Basically, there was the Gupta Empire, the Harikela Kingdom, Gauda Kingdom, Gaur Kingdom, Khadga Kingdom, Pala Empire. You'll notice that in 800 BCE, the arrival of Islam happened, and after the arrival of Islam, you'll see sultanates come up. Like this one's a sultanate, this one's a sultanate. There should be another sultanate. The Mughal Empire was pretty much a sultanate, I'd say. But after Islam came, they became sultanates instead of like dynasties. At that time, I don't think they really forced people to convert because if they didn't convert, you could tax them because they were not Muslim.
Okay.
The non-Muslims get taxed, so it's actually good for the kings to not make them convert.
That's insane. So yes, this is Arun. You're in. This is too hardcore. Yes.
Hello. Yeah. So basically, there were sultanates after Islam kind of came to the area. I did want to mention another thing, which would go into like the ancient time, but the first kingdom or like the first civilization I kind of learned about we learned about in school was the Indus civilization. And I feel like it was implied that we believe that we came from the Indus civilization. And the Indus civilization was like a little further west, but like it's connected by the waterways and everything. Okay, let's move on to the modern times. I'll just name some of these titles. There were the Nawabs of Bengal. There is the Company Raj, which is the East India Company coming into.
Raj is Dutch East India Company, or is it the East? Okay.
I also forgot to mention Porto Grande de Bengala. When the Portuguese set up a port, the Portuguese weren't that bad at they weren't that exploitative, but they did visit. The British were the people that really messed everything up. You'll see like a famine over here. Should be like 3 famines.
This is literally the exact same. Like when you understand because it was obviously Bangladesh was like near India, so for the Silk Road, but the Portuguese were the first Europeans to come to South Africa as well, but they just set up a trading. It was just a pit stop basically for their ships. They did not colonize at all. They were just like, we just want to set up a base here. That's fine. And then it was the Dutch that came in and colonized, and then the British after. So probably very similar for Bangladesh.
Yeah, it's exactly the same because it was the same place. Like, before 1971, it was literally the same place. Yeah. So there were like a few famines. Then there's the partition of East Bengal. We'll cover this. We'll also cover like bits of this and the Liberation War, of course. And then there's contemporary history, which is like pretty much modern times. But we'll talk about them. But I just wanted to like give you some bits of pieces for like the older times.
And it's like going through like all of this. Anyway, let me just explain to Arun wants you to read his comment, but Arun, most Mondays we'll have a chat on to talk about like their country. So Too Hardcore was planned for here. So it happens to coincide perfectly with you coming on last week to talk about Bangladesh, what's happening in Bangladesh currently as well. So, you know, it's
yeah, I wanted to do this specifically soon so that I could cover Bangladesh a little more. To give you like more context of what's going on from the protests and stuff. I did want to mention that like this time frame over here, the Mughal Empire period, is important for the city I'm from because they did make it the capital and they made it basically a big port and everyone like started moving there. They made it basically a big city. It made it like an official city in 1608.
All right, I see. Okay. Wow. Okay, and that's Dhaka, the city.
Moving on.
Okay, so you can still see my screen on the other side, so I'll play this. Do you want me to just press play?
Yeah.
Okay, and
I don't like this video much, but this should be like a good intro, good 4-minute. Here's stuff about Bangladesh.
Okay, because it's just I'm on this side, so I'm maintaining like how you sound versus the video. Just if you want me to pause, just say pause. Just so like you're not talking over it and then it like, you know what I mean? If you have something to say about it. And then I will pause it. All right, perfect. Let's go. Let's have a look.
Hello everyone and welcome to Mr. This is Asia, and here is Bangladesh. Now let's get the gist of it, shall we? Someone once said Egypt was the gift of the Nile. Well, Bangladesh is the gift of the Ganges, and the Brahmaputra, and the Shorma, and the Bungshi, and the Dakatya, and the Jaldaka, and the Kopotak, and the Meghna, and so much more. You see, most of the country sits on the convergent fertile delta of these rivers as they flow from the Himalayas into the sea. In short, the land is good for farming, and agriculture has been the focus of this land for over 3,000 years, when the thick jungle was hacked away to make room for the human being. People had lived in the land long before, but were yet to tame it and truly harness the potential of the lush alluvial soil. So settlements of rice growers arose and formed a major economic background for the kingdoms that later stepped onto the scene. These kingdoms, well, not much is known about them outside some semi-mythical mentions in the Sanskrit epics, the Mahabharata and the Ramayana. From the 3rd century BC, Buddhism was embedded in Bengal, thanks to the influence of Mauryan India. Then Hinduism made a comeback via the Gupta kings. Then Buddhism made a comeback with the Pal Empire. This here was one of their monasteries, and here is another. The religion was effectively spread further east by the philosopher Atisha. Then Hinduism made a comeback when the Shen dynasty took over. Here's one of their temples. After the Dev dynasty, Buddhism did not make a comeback. Instead, it was pretty much crushed by the invading Muslims of the Delhi Sultanate. East Bengal incrementally came under Muslim control, and bit by bit the populace followed Islam. Muslim rule continued under the Mughal Empire, though many Bengalis didn't want this, so the Mughals forced them to want it. They got control in 1612 after 40 years of bloody war, and the Bengal region would boost Mughal wealth exponentially through taxes and plentiful exports. As trade expanded, so did demand, and more forest was cleared away to make room for farms. Some grew rich and went about in silk and jewels, but most were poor workers in loincloths living on rice and a few lentils. As Mughal power declined, along came the British, whose East India Company, after winning the Battle of Plassey, went on to conquer all South Asia, aided by the wealth supplied by Bengal. Britain had big plans for Bengal, aiming to really increase production. This came to be, but first their administrative experiments yielded a huge disaster in the Great Bengal Famine. Occurring at a time of drought and floods, with rulers still demanding taxes, well, 10 million people died of starvation. Though ruthless in economics, British rule brought benefits too, not least in health. The Bengali population went way up thanks to improved hospitals.
You gotta love the like, oh, we did a famine, but
yeah, exactly. Gosh. Anyway. But
and medicine. Technological advances also made things easier, and the army and police became better organized. Hard times hit again in World War II, when the Japanese gobbled up British Hong Kong, Singapore, and Burma. 300,000 refugees arrived in Bengal. Britain, on the brink of fleeing, destroyed 60,000 Bengali boats as a precaution against Japanese invasion. This destroyed the livelihoods of innumerable fishermen and river traders. Meanwhile, the Japanese bombed.
Yo, the British are so fucking insane, dude. By the way, the British did not only do one famine, there were several Bengal famines. I mean, yeah. Fuck, dude, that's insane.
Chittagong and Calcutta, and thousands were kicked off their land to make room for makeshift airstrips and army bases. Then, just to make sure everyone else was miserable, a cyclone struck and destroyed the rice crop. Over 3 million would die of the famine that followed. Though victorious, Britain was ruined by the war, and independence came to India in 1947. Since the Hindus and Muslims could not get along, a separate country for Muslims was carved out of India called Pakistan. Though on the other side of the country, Muslim East Bengal also became part of Pakistan. Since it was east of Pakistan, it was called East Pakistan. But the problems were far from over. For one thing, the elites of big Pakistan considered the Bengalis to be culturally inferior and wanted Urdu to be the only official language, even though only 3% spoke it, as opposed to 56% speaking Bengali. As big Pakistan's bullying persisted, Bengalis began seeing it like the Mughal Empire again, North Indians bossing Bengalis about. So resistance sprang up, with demands for more autonomy. By 1971, it seemed as though Bengali East Pakistan would get its freedom, and big Pakistan lunged in to stop it. On the 25th of March, Pakistan began Operation Searchlight to squash Bengali nationalism for good. Tanks and troops swept into the capital Dhaka and beat the Bengali police and paramilitary. Flamethrowers burned the slums and they shot down whoever fled. They attacked the university, and nationalist leader Sheikh Mujibur Rahman was arrested. Violence engulfed the whole country, with executions and mass murder everywhere. But Bengalis were victorious in Chittagong, where they cried out for Bengalis everywhere to resist the invaders. The people fought back and the war began. Pakistan's plan for a quick solution failed, and after it bombed India, India sided with the Bengalis, and Pakistan surrendered 2 weeks later. East Pakistan became Bangladesh, a sovereign country. The beloved Rahman...
Just a little bit more context. By the way, Operation Searchlight and the Bengali genocide was backed by Kissinger and Nixon. Yeah. Classic. Like, yeah.
Became prime minister, but he proved to be a dictator, putting the state in control of businesses and industries. Inflation and famine followed, and he was assassinated. Under Zia Rahman, the country rebuilt and improved. Then he was assassinated. Things did not get much better under this guy, and he resigned, followed by Khaleda Zia, who also resigned, followed by Sheikh Hasina, who returned in 2009 and has been prime minister since then. Bangladesh's economy has been growing very rapidly, and there's been a lot of improvements made, but problems such as corruption and poverty and poor healthcare remain. So good luck to Bangladesh as you progress through this century, but that's it from me for now. Bye-bye.
God, the motherfucker was like, good luck to Bangladesh as you progress through this century. What the fuck? It's insane, too.
Yeah, you can see why I don't like that video.
Yeah. It's like, okay.
I also like how he was like, oh, the father of the nation. It's like saying George Washington, the most like, well, George Washington is more controversial than like Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, but he was like, oh, the father of the nation. People were so happy to have him, but then it turns out he was a dictator. Like, do you think the people did not want that? Do you think they wanted like someone else? Which is also funny.
Gosh.
Anyway, we now let's move on to like the geography part.
Do you want me to read through this?
To read it?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So Bengal lies on a delta south of the Himalayas and north of the Bay of Bengal. Characteristics include very fertile soil, significant amounts of rain, many rivers, generally very flat terrain, cyclones, mangrove forests, and long shady beaches. So what are mangrove forests? I actually don't know.
We'll cover mangrove forests in the next video. But the mangrove forests are this area right here.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's what you remember the picture of the tiger? The tiger was in the mangrove forests. The other places you should take note of is like, oh, this is Bhutan. This is Tibet over here.
Mm-hmm.
This is Nepal over here. And this is basically the Bay of Bengal over here.
Okay, all right. It's sort of got everything, right? Like I mean it's mainly, so Bangladesh from a geography perspective is pretty flat, like a topographical perspective. But it does towards the north have mountainous regions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like it has the Himalayan mountain range like a few hundred kilometers away, which is like
yeah.
It's not small mountains, it's really big mountains.
Big mountains, yeah. It's so funny because there's a mountain obviously where I'm in Cape Town, and it's actually a tiny mountain if you compare it to like any other mountain, you know? So like the Himalayas are probably massive. Just a quick question, where is Dhaka approximately, like on this map?
Oh, you can see Dhaka on a map. This is Dhaka.
Okay.
See it on the map.
Okay, so it's it's more central. Okay, I see. All right. Interesting.
Yep. I also wanted to mention that because of this climate, now I live in Oregon, not right now, but like I usually live in Oregon, and Oregon has the same thing with the Pacific Northwest, where the mountain, where there's like winds coming in, moisturized winds from like the ocean coming in, and there's a mountain here, so like the mountain raises up the moisture and then it turns into rain, and then like this whole area is just like really wet.
Okay, I see that. Okay, makes sense. All right, interesting.
Yeah. Next slide. So this is where Bangladesh is on a map, and I have a picture of the rivers, just so you like understand how much rivers there are here. And
a lot.
And the Bengali people are like very connected to the water in the river. Imagine like Dutch people, where we like have the same love for water and like trying to manage the water.
Yeah.
And like
similar
ships and stuff.
Okay.
We love the water.
Yeah.
Water is life.
Of course. And lots of rivers all over the place. Okay, so this is the Ganges Delta. All right. Should I press play?
Yes.
Is this a better video? You like this video, not like the other one?
This is better than the last one.
Yeah.
this German one's fine.
Okay. All right, let's have a look.
I'm also biased because ESA, you can tell what I went to college for.
Yeah. Anyway, let's have a look.
Hi, I'm Ramina Percy and welcome back to Earth from Space. Today, the Copernicus Sentinel-3 mission takes us over the Ganges Delta, the largest river delta in the world. Covering an area of around 100,000 square kilometers, the Ganges Delta lies in both Bangladesh and the state of West Bengal in India. The delta is formed mainly by the large sediment-laden waters of the Ganges and Brahmaputra rivers. The riverbed of the Ganges can be seen on the left of the image, while Brahmaputra can be seen to the right. The snow-covered Himalayas can be seen at the top of the image. The Ganges River carries fertile soil and nutrients, which it deposits across its vast delta floodplain. The river flows for over 2,400 kilometers from the Himalayas before emptying into the Bay of Bengal, the world's largest bay. It is here where the murky-colored waters mix with the darker-colored waters of the Indian Ocean. The delta is largely covered with a swamp forest, known as the Sundarbans, and can be seen in dark green near the coast with several rivers snaking through it. The Sundarbans, which translates as beautiful forest in Bengali, are the world's largest mangrove forest and provide a critical habitat for numerous species, including the Bengal tiger and the Indian python. The city of Kolkata is visible near the Sundarbans, in the lower center of the image. With over 14 million inhabitants, Kolkata is one of India's largest cities and is the dominant urban center of eastern India. Dhaka, the capital of Bangladesh, can be seen in the lower right of the image. Dhaka is Bangladesh's most populous city and is one of the largest metropolises in South Asia. With a population of over 100 million people, the delta is one of the most densely populated deltas in the world and is extremely vulnerable to climate change. The residents of this region are particularly at risk from repeated catastrophic floods due to heavy runoff of meltwater from the Himalayas, intense rainfall during the monsoon season, and from accelerated sea level rise. Satellites tracking the changing height of the ocean's surface showed that global mean sea level has risen, on average, by just over 3 millimeters each year since 1993. Satellite altimetry measurements also revealed that over the last few years, the global ocean has risen, on average, 4.8 millimeters a year. Sea level rise is a global issue, but regional differences in sea level rise put some places at risk more than others. In the coming decades, Asia is likely to feel the worst effects because of the number of people living in low-lying coastal regions.
Gosh.
Bangladesh, India, China, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Thailand are home to the greatest number of people who today live on land that could be threatened by permanent inundation by 20.
One thing I just want to say about this is I remember there's a, you know, Kurz gesagt, too hardcore?
Yep.
Kurz gesagt had a video about, you know, don't be worried about climate change. And
I remember that video, yeah.
It was so bad because it literally was like, you know, that stereotypical meme from Shrek of some of you may die, but it is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Kurz gesagt basically did that and saying, yes, there's going to be like big changes, but humanity as a whole will survive. Fuck, like.
Yeah, he did do that.
Yeah. Literally, that was a phrase that came from that fucking video. And then the other argument was, well, they literally said, but it's going to be fine, like, if, you know, we keep pursuing more technology, because they literally had an argument for trickle-down technology, that as the West progresses and finds new technological solutions, it will end up benefiting these poorer countries.
Yep.
Anyway, like, so yeah, it's just, and that's exactly, like, here you're seeing, like, exactly these are the kinds of countries that are going to face an immediate like initial brunt because of living in lower lying coastal regions, you know. Anyway.
Yep.
Gosh,
you're making a great point. I love this.
Yeah, I mean, like, it is one of those things. It's very frustrating, and like, I hate any sort of positivity that people have towards climate change that is based around, like, okay, yeah, but Western countries are going to be fine, you know? Like, no, first of all, you're not, but, like, second of all, like, really? That's the solution? Some of us may survive? Okay? Yeah, anyway, let's continue.
You're gonna love my next slide.
Good. Lemon Wizard, thank you for the tier 1. Holy moly. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in.
It is vital that the changing height of the sea surface continues to be closely monitored over the coming decades. Set to launch next month, the Copernicus Sentinel-6 mission will be key in undertaking this important role until at least 2030.
We don't really have to.
It's okay.
Renamed in honor of the former director of NASA's Earth.
I'm sure, so you were an astro major.
Oh yeah. I do love Astro. It didn't get me a job, but I loved like observing.
I mean, Astro is those are the rich physicists, okay? Because Astro is always so much better funded than any other physics. Like I remember at my university, the astrophysics department had like a coffee machine that everyone could use. Didn't have that in the physics department, even though it's the same department. That was only for Astro people to use. Anyway. Yeah, very annoying.
Yeah, the Astro building where I went to in college in the Netherlands, it was also very like restricted. You'd have to like ping the person to let you in because they had telescopes and like all that stuff.
Yeah. First of all, hold on, I just need to call out Jade Darigo. Particle physics gets no love. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, all of, like, the most major accomplishments that are seen by the world in physics have happened in particle physics over the past, like, fucking 20 years. What are you talking about? Literally, like, you have CERN, but, like, CERN, Atlas, and they're upgrading that still. And Atlas isn't just, it's got Atlas, you've got the Large Hadron Collider, you've got LHBH as well, like, and that's all around that. What are you talking about in comparison to Astro? Oh, okay. No, particle physics gets a lot of funding, okay? Don't worry.
Yeah, and astro people, we don't really know what's going on. We just, like, take measurements and we see, like, I'd get weird lines. I'd be like, it's probably a plane or something. I don't know why my image is weird. But anyway, let's...
For Astro be like, our analysis is off by a factor of 5. That's so close. By the way, for those who don't know, a factor of 5 is times by 5. Yeah, our number was off by a factor of 5. It's so close. Anyway, sorry. It happens all the time.
So funny word.
Anyway.
I like that your stream becomes like very nerdy physics stuff.
Yes, it does. Well, yeah. Anyway, you want me to read this?
Yep.
Okay.
This is the next slide.
Okay, sea level rise. Climate catastrophe is inevitable. Bangladesh is vulnerable to both disasters and climate change, and ranked 7th in extreme disaster risk-prone country in the world per report from Global Risk Climate Index. And this is also because Bangladesh is so densely populated as well. Like, so the movement of people would be a massive undertaking. So there are, anyway, images below the capital of Dhaka. So how...
So the first image is if we maintain current emissions, Dhaka would be the first image. Let me draw over here. This image over here. This would be if we don't reduce current emissions. This will happen probably by 2070.
Gosh.
And with current emissions by 2100, this would be Dhaka.
Wow.
This place, it's a city of like about by that time, I'm not sure how much the population would be, but now it's like 24 million. And as you can see, it's like pretty much underwater. And this is with current emissions. So like this will happen in 100 years if we don't do anything.
Wow. And it's just so the red is just all what will be undersea. Wow.
Yeah. The red is underwater, and this is the city I was born in. It's been like inhabited for thousands and thousands, for tens of thousands of years, but now it's just like will probably be underwater.
You know who's gonna be? You know who's like? Sorry, this is a little bit of a joke, but you've been to. Do you know who's gonna like literally get the bank like so much? Is like scientists in the Netherlands are literally going to like they need to start building more universities just about like their water management, okay? Because it's that skill is going to be needed in every place in the world. For those that don't know, most of Netherlands is underwater technically, okay? So it's going to be needed, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of back and forth between the Netherlands and Bangladesh, specifically for like water management. because we face similar issues. We're like almost underwater.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. I mean, lots of the Netherlands is below sea level, and they managed to maintain it, which is going to be technology that is so important, like the ability to maintain water levels. But the thing is, it's water, like it's the ocean. It's an unstoppable force. So it's there's regardless of how good the technology is going to be, there's going to be devastation.
Yeah, and this is why you mentioning Kurzgesagt thing is so important, because like there's people in the West act like, oh, it'll be fine, but if you like look at actual data, like this guy, this professor guy, shout out to my friend who sent me this video. This video is cool. So it's about climate change. But wait, I'm losing my train of thought. But basically, look at Dhaka is going to be underwater, and we have people saying, "Oh, it'll probably be fine. Technology will probably trickle in."
Yeah, exactly. And it is. Yeah, it's just and it's yeah. Yeah.
Oh, and side note, anything that's in green is a link, and you can click on it, like the report.
Oh, okay. Do you want me to, okay, all right. And maybe you want to share this with the chat, and they can look through it afterwards. Is that be fine? And will this link always be live? The link you sent me?
I sent a PDF of the slides. If anyone wants to click on it.
What I'll do is I'll send that to I'll send that to Elysium, because Elysium keeps like a list in the Discord of all of the presentations. So if somebody wants to go look in the Discord afterwards, I'm sure Elysium will I'll send it to Elysium, and then Elysium can put it all in the in the Discord, you know, which is perfect. So thank you. Yeah, you did send a PDF. Hold on, where is it? No, you said...
we can worry about that.
Yeah, we can
later.
worry about that later.
I do want you to click on this one. I do want you to click on this one.
The list of Bangladesh tropical cyclones. Okay, let's have a look. Let me just read Peganox. Toronto literally had major flooding this month. Anyone in the West who thinks the West will be fine as a fool? Yeah, Cape Town also flooded a lot. The Western Cape was declared a state of emergency because of how much rain we had over the past few weeks. Anyway, let's have a look at this. Okay. Oh wow, it like literally opens and everything. Okay. So you want me to look at the modern records, or what do you want me to have a look at here?
So I wanted you to open this link to give you an idea of like how common cyclones are.
Wow.
Just like scroll all the way up and then all the way down, and this is basically a historical record of cyclones that have hit Bengal. And as you can see, it goes back to like the 80s. 1582 is the first record.
1582. Yeah. Wow. And that's 200,000 people killed. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. And you can scroll all the way down to present times, and the slide has some like recent cyclones that we can read about, but I just wanted to give you a scale of how many cyclones we face. Like cyclones they happen every other year, or like every year.
I don't know.
Okay, gosh.
Also, like, not uncommon.
This is just a term for another term for a hurricane, right? It's formed over the sea, or yes, because it's in hurricane is specific to America, from the Pacific.
Yeah,
this is from the Indian Ocean.
Yeah, I thought hurricane was land, and like cyclones are formed in the water, and then they hit land.
No, hurricanes are formed in the water. Tornadoes are formed on land. Hurricanes are just cyclones. Hurricanes are just cyclones, but over from the Pacific. Hurricane is formed in land. No, it's not. No, it's not. Okay, no. So no, it's just the wording.
It's just English. It's just English.
It's just
Break English.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get back to the slides, and I want you to read some of the newer cyclones.
Okay, I don't know how to go back. Oh, there we go. There we go. Hold on, I need to go here, and then I need to go here, and there we go. Okay, so cyclones, very common because of funneling in the Bay of Bengal list. And then, so in 2007, Cyclone Sidr, I'm going to pronounce these wrong, I apologize.
That's right. Yeah,
Sidr had wind speeds of up to 49 miles, which is 240 kilometers per hour, which claimed 3,406 lives. In 2006, Cyclone Ailia affected millions of people, claimed lives of about 190 and left about 200,000 people homeless. In 2016, Cyclone Ronu caused disastrous landslides and submerged villages, leaving thousands homeless, forcing 500,000 people to evacuate and causing 26 fatalities. Okay, they must have good disaster management in Bangladesh if 500,000 people had to evacuate.
Better now.
Okay.
It's much better now. It used to be way worse. Remember the 200,000 dead? Now it's 200,000 homeless.
Yeah.
We are better at managing it, but like.
But it's still like evacuation of and destruction of people's homes. You know, of course. Yep. In 2019, Cyclone Bulbul forced over 2 million people into cyclone shelters. Bulbul spent about 36 hours over Bangladesh, making it one of the longest lasting cyclones the country has faced in recorded history. In 2020, Cyclone Amphan took the lives of 10 people in Bangladesh and 70 others in India, left thousands homeless and destroyed at least 176,000 hectares of agricultural land in 17 coastal districts. It was the strongest cyclone ever recorded in the country's history. Yeah, okay. Yeah, they're going to get stronger. And then...
the longest lasting cyclone and the strongest cyclone were both in 2019 and 2020, respectively. So, like, we can expect it to get much worse.
Of course. And yeah, I mean, it's the same in America. Like, the hurricanes get worse and worse and worse. Hurricanes and cyclones, by the way, just to, once again to clarify, are the same thing. Hurricane is just a specific word for ones that form over the Pacific, from what I understand. So yeah. Regardless, anyway.
The last thing on this slide that I wanted to get you to notice is look at the size of the cyclone. And you remember the image of Bangladesh?
Yeah.
I want you to compare the scale of the cyclone to the size of Bangladesh.
Yeah, it's almost covering all of Bangladesh. It's insane.
It's bigger than Bangladesh. The cyclone is bigger than the country. Like, wow. When the cyclone flies over the country's literally covered in the cyclone.
Gosh. Wow. Okay. And then I'll just continue. 2021 cyclone Yas hit Bangladesh after causing a lot of damage and destruction in India. Before hitting strong tidal waves may damage many coastal structures, dams and jetties. In 2022, cyclone Sitrang killed 35 people in Bangladesh. It had wind speeds up to 85 kilometers per hour. Okay, wow. Wow, okay. So this is something that happens every single year. What sort of like, is it the same as America? Like, it's like around September where all of the cyclones hit? What sort of time in the year?
If you look at the list of cyclones, that should have a time. I think it's around the same time, around like the monsoon season. Or
yes, December, August, November. Yeah. Okay, so it's the same sort of time. I mean, they sometimes hit earlier, like in May. Okay, yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, I see. Yep. Let's go here, and I'll make this full screen. There we go. Okay, other issues. Heavy rainfall. Wow. Agricultural dependence and food insecurity. Heat waves in summer season. Clean water insecurity. Low disaster preparedness. Air pollution in large cities. An article from 2020, a third of Bangladesh underwater after heavy rains, floods. At least 1.5 million people are affected as rivers threaten to burst their banks, officials say. And then this figure is Dhaka residents on their daily commute. Wow, okay. In 2017. Nothing weird here, September. So Arun, we basically haven't gotten to like the demographic stuff, but I'm sure, have you included here? I'm sure you have, about like population density and like.
Don't worry, Arun. I feel like there are points that you want me to talk about, and I'll tell you. I'm pretty sure there are in here.
Okay, we'll get there. We'll get there. Yeah, but just to understand, like Bangladesh is one of the most population dense countries in the world. Like, just for people to understand.
Yeah, and I'll add that, you know how we learned about the rivers and the alluvial soil? The soil is extremely fertile, and that's why there's so many people here, because the land can naturally accommodate like people, because the land is so fertile that like there's enough food for everyone. And every time there was a famine in Bengal, it was either due to like colonial management or like the government management being a dictator, etc. It's just mismanagement that causes famines to occur. But this land is like naturally blessed to be able to have this many people, to have like the most densely populated country on in the world, probably.
Yeah. Let me just read
and I added,
Greencoat's message. Hold on.
and
sorry.
and I added this picture.
Yeah.
This is for chat, and I added this picture, chat, because like I've literally experienced this like so many times. This is like this was a normal. This is a normal thing in Bangladesh. Like I want you to like understand that I've been in this street in this situation like too many times to think
and you
of
just
it as
you just like completely like up to your knees in water walking through.
Yeah, I'd have to go to school, and like both sides of my school, and my school is like a pretty fancy building. I went to like a fancy school, right? But both sides of the school are flooded. You just like take off your shoes, take off your socks, put them in your bag, or like hold them, and you just walk across the street to the school.
Gosh.
Just make sure you don't like step on a hole or something. Just remember where you can step.
Wow, okay. Insane. Okay. Wait, let me so Green Code just wanted me to read, many North Indian states over centuries often aimed to conquer and rule over Bengal because of it's so economically high productive. Yeah. That's so because it has so much like so much lush fertile land. Yeah. Of course. All right. Okay, beautiful Bangladesh. A short documentary about Bangladesh. Okay. All right.
So this is from the tourism board, and it's AI, but like it's fine.
It's fine. AI. The tourism board released an AI video. What?
They've been doing this since like before AI really became a thing, just for like the accent, you know.
Okay.
Pretty sure that's why.
Yeah. Okay.
They wanted to sound more like naturally English, I guess.
Yeah, I can see that.
This is a good tourism video.
Okay.
After this, we'll talk about population density.
Okay, perfect. All right, I'll press play. Once again, you just say pause when you want me to, and then yeah.
Bangladesh, officially the People's Republic of Bangladesh, is a country in South Asia. It is the 8th most populous country in the world, with a population exceeding 163 million people, in an area—
Okay, that's insane. That 163 million people.
174 now.
Okay, I need to just quickly check something, so just give me a second. Hold on.
Of 104.
Hold on. Oh, to exit full screen, press F11. Okay, hold on. The true size of. I need to just check something.
Oh, I have a slide for this for like.
Oh my god. Are you looking at my screen? Oh, I'm sharing it with you. Are you looking?
Yeah. The population of South Africa is about
60 million.
Dhakas. So 2 of the cities that I'm from is the population of South Africa.
Wow. Let's have a look with respect to... That is insane. It's smaller than the UK. Wow, that's insane. Okay.
Well, when I lived in the Netherlands, I'd try to explain to people how dense Dhaka is, and I'd have to tell them, imagine everyone in the Netherlands moved to Rotterdam.
Gosh.
Dhaka would still be more dense.
I'm just going to put it next to
your... everyone.
It's about the same size as Uruguay. It's smaller than Uruguay, slightly. Wow. That is insane. Holy.
Yeah, it's like half the US population, exactly. In the size of one state. It's like the size of Idaho, actually. Not 2 states, 1 state.
Oh, I can't grab it anymore. Oh, okay, it's now a bit... Okay. Regardless, let's get back to the thing. That's incredible. Okay. All right.
48,560 square kilometers.
Hold on, it was 480p.
Making it one of the most densely populated countries in the world. Bangladesh shares land borders with India to the west, north, and east, Myanmar to the southeast, and the Bay of Bengal to the south. It is narrowly separated from Nepal and Bhutan by the Siliguri Corridor, and from China by the Indian state of Sikkim in the north, respectively. The Bengalis make up 98% of the total population of Bangladesh. The large Muslim population of Bangladesh makes it the third largest Muslim majority country.
I was slide for it, but like it's the third most.
No, you can continue.
I was just gonna mention that it's the third biggest Muslim majority country, and it's also the and prostitution is also legal, and there's also we have distilleries too, which is like a funny thing that you wouldn't think of when you'd think of a Muslim country. It is the third biggest Muslim country.
The more I learn about Muslim countries, the more I realize Muslims drink a lot.
I do. I am a bad example. I drink a lot.
No, I'm talking more about like in countries like Kyrgyzstan and around about there. Like it's not even seen as haram.
Yeah.
It's like you know what I mean. It's completely like. You know what I mean? Anyway, like as green code. Sorry.
Yeah, a lot of my Muslim friends, they consider drinking alcohol is okay, but eating pork is not okay.
Yeah, it's
pork is like the main thing.
Yeah, pork is the main thing. Yeah. I mean, like even you know, I remember one of my Muslim friends once told me, like, you know, technically anything that alters the state of your mind is haram, but that would include cigarettes, which means no shisha for you, which is not going to happen, and it also would mean no coffee. But it's also like about how the tech, you know, it's you know, these things up to like it's also like how text is interpreted. You know, I don't know specifically about the Quran, but like, you know, yeah, that's a wrong interpretation in my opinion. Yeah. It's you know, you get that all the time.
Arun, you're right. Arun, your point is right. India does have more Muslims than Bangladesh, but it's not a Muslim majority country. That's why it's third, because like I'm talking about Muslim majority countries. If you include countries that are not majority Muslim, then India is included and Bangladesh becomes fourth instead of third.
All right, I'm just going to quickly go to the bathroom, but I'm going to press play on the video. I'll be back in a second, okay?
Yep.
Okay.
The capital and largest city is the nation's economic, political, and cultural hub. Chittagong, the largest seaport, is the second largest city. Bangladesh's tourist attractions include historical monuments, resorts, beaches, picnic spots, forests and tribal people, wildlife of various species. Activities for tourists include angling, water skiing, river cruising, hiking, rowing, yachting, and sea bathing. In the northern part, comprising the Rajshahi division, there are archaeological sites, including the temple city Puthi-A in Rajshahi. The largest and most ancient archaeological site, Mahasthangar in Bogra. The single largest Buddhist monastery, Paharpur in Naugaon. The most ornamental terracotta Hindu temple, Kantaji Temple, and many Rajbaris or palaces of old Jamindars. In the southeastern part, which is the Chittagong division, there are natural and hilly areas like Chittagong Hill Tracts, along with sandy sea beaches. The most notable beach, in Cox's Bazar, is a contender for the title of longest unbroken sandy sea beach in the world. In Chittagong division, the other most...
Alright, sorry, was there anything important that I missed that I need to go back and see? Or was it all just...
Just some attractions.
Oh, okay.
Just some attractions.
Just the tourist attractions, okay.
Active tourist.
Do you still go back to Bangladesh often?
The last time I went was 2019. I'm kind of currently for reasons.
Okay, all right. No stress. Obviously, I just wanted to. No, but you still have lots of family there.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Most of my family lives in America.
Okay, all right. Interesting.
Most of my immediate family lives in America because they, well, I am. Oh, this goes back to a conversation of privileged. Of being privileged, my family immigrated before I was born. That's why I have a green card, basically.
Okay.
If that didn't happen, I would probably not be in America.
Yeah, of course. It's
Because
so.
of my family.
It's very difficult to get a green card. Yeah, of course.
Oh, speaking of family, I do have a 9/11 story that we can drop in right now. I
Okay,
remember
yeah.
9/11 if you want to. So my 9/11 story was I remember my granddad calling me on our landline on 9/11 when the plane struck, and he was like, "Turn on the news," and we're like, my dad's like, "What's going on?" And we turn on the news and we see like the towers in flames. But it's like I feel like my experience was very different from the Americans' experience because I was in a Muslim country. Like even though I was young, I understood what was going on. Like I had the context to understand that America is going to fuck shit up somewhere else, and like I had the understanding of like the imperialism that was going to happen and the racism that was going to happen.
Yeah.
And partially because of that, I did like not want to move
Go to America.
till later. Yeah, I moved to the Netherlands instead.
Interesting how from a young age that understanding of like Islamophobia, or just I mean regardless, like even if you're not Muslim, like your brand is Muslim because you're brown, like or from a brown country, you know. So it's like like I'm amazed that you managed to understand that at such a young age as well, you know.
I want to say that like when you grow up in the third world, it's like very different. Like being normal would be being pro in Bangladesh, like being normal is being pro-Palestine, being like pro I don't know, emancipation of like every emancipatory movement you can think of. Like I don't know, it's hard. I guess it's hard to describe to people who've grown up with the imperial brain rot.
Well, I guess the best example I think that puts into perspective for people is, you know, why do Americans call the Vietnam War the Vietnam War? In Vietnam, it's called the American War, and it wasn't, you know, it wasn't fought on like it's just little perspectives like that, like remember when you live in a country, you learn about the history of the country, you know, like the South African education system was not positive about British people at all. Like about like British imperialism or Dutch imperialism. But, you know, if you go to the UK or you live in the Netherlands, like the documentary, the history taught will be whitewashed because they have to, you know, create, you don't want people to think their countries are bad, you know? Like, because it's, anyway.
Yeah, I can give you another example. Like one of the courses I did in college had people who, like in my class, people who work for the EU and the UN now were in the same class as me. One of the questions the professor asked when we were like covering like war and like the laws and everything, the professor asked, "Should we bomb them?" The professor said, "Raise your hand if you think that we should not bomb them." One person in the entire class raised their hand, and you can assume who that was.
You.
But everyone else, those people work in the EU and the UN. Their solution, just bomb them until they become progressive, until they like get rid of old British laws, until they like, I don't know. I feel like the professor had a fun time because it was like the entire class being like unhinged racist and me being like, "What are you saying?"
Yeah,
but it's like normal life.
But
I was also like the only brown person in my year, which was like another.
And this was in America, right?
No, this was in the Netherlands.
Ah, okay, I see. And the thing is, I guess it's more like when they you know, people in the Imperial Corps, they're just taught that like, yeah, no, I mean, the fact that like Americans think that it was a good thing to like drop nukes on Japan, you know, it's they think it was like an honorable thing to do. Like
Yeah.
So yeah, it's that brain rot, and that does need to be like beat out of people, or like they need to like learn not to violence is never against in the country is never good, you know, ever in any circumstance, you know. Anyway.
Yep.
Unless you are protecting yourself, but yes. Anyway,
let's keep going.
Let's continue. Yeah.
Places are Neela Chao, Nilgiri, Golden Temple at Bandarban District, Hanging Bridge, Kaptai Lake at Rangamati District, Sajak Valley at Kagrachari District. In the southwestern part, mainly the Khulna division, there is the Sundarbans, the largest mangrove forest of the world with Royal Bengal tiger and spotted deer. The historically and architecturally important 60-domed mosque in Bagarhat is a notable site. In the northeastern part, Sylhet division, there is a green carpet of tea plants on small hillocks. Natural reserved forests are great attractions. Migratory birds in winter, particularly in the Ha-Or areas, are also very attractive in this area. Jaflong, B. Chahanakandi, Lala Kal, Rattergul Swamp Forest are the most popular tourist spot in Sylhet. In Moolabhibazar district of Sylhet division, there are some notable spots like Srimangal Tea Garden, Lawachora Rainforest, Madhabpur Lake etc. Madhab Kundu Waterfalls is very known place in Moolabhibazar district.
Gosh.
Ministry
It's beautiful.
of Tourism and the Civil Aviation Ministry designs national policies for the development and promotion of tourism. The ministry also maintains the Beautiful Bangladesh campaign. Bangladesh government has formed tourist police unit to better protect local and foreign tourists, as well as look after the nature and wildlife in the tourist spots.
That's very interesting that they have a specific tourist police unit.
Bangladesh does like its cops.
Yeah.
I could go on about the cops. The cops are the average cops, you know.
Yeah. Well, no, it's just interesting because, like, you know, Bangladesh, like, people, especially in the West, like, they'll be like, oh, dangerous country. Like, what if something happens to me? So that is, like, directly being like, no, we have police that aren't even here to protect, like, the people in this country. They're just here to protect you. Don't worry, okay? We have, like... insane. Anyway, they're just basically saying, please come here, you know? Anyway.
Yeah, they want to make the white people feel safe.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, let's continue.
Bangladesh, the heaven of earth.
The heaven of earth. Wow. It was very cool seeing all the different things. All right. All right, you still there?
Yep.
There we go. Stats. Okay, you've got all of this. Okay. Should I go ahead and read through just the stats thing?
Yes, please.
Okay, so stats, population density. So there are 1,329 people per square kilometer. So that's 3,441 people per square mile. Wow. Okay. Area. So the size is 130,170 square kilometers, which is around 50,000 square miles, and the median age is 27.1 years. Okay, so like an average age population, basically, like getting young adult, but like getting older. So it's basically quite a young population.
Yeah. And like over the years, you'll notice that the urban population has increased. And that's also resulted in an increased quality of life because of like centralization. You know, cities, rural areas have less resources, less government help. So like, yeah.
Life expectancy is pretty 73.98. That's literally like the same as the US.
Yeah.
Wow.
Life expectancy has gotten like way better. It used to be like 20 something after the war, but now it's good.
Gosh, okay, that's pretty good. Is there maybe you have a slide about this, but do you have information about the healthcare and like the stuff like that in Bangladesh, like how it works and
I don't have slides for it, but I can tell you a little about it. So in Bangladesh, as with most things, I feel, also with medicine, there is like public medicine and there's also like private medicine. Private is like what I'm trying to say is both things run together independently, and like the rich people go to the private ones because the private ones are usually have like the more money, more resources, kind of. But the public one is also pretty good.
Yes. Okay. Similar to South Africa in that sense. Then, like our public, I've been to both public and private. Myself.
Yeah, it's like that.
And obviously, like a lot of like the medication is. I mean, we can never compare it to the US because the US is an anomaly. But like for example, like maybe you might not know. You don't know. But like for example, if somebody has let's say that they have diabetes, but they can't afford the medication, will the government provide it for free? Or maybe not.
That I do not know.
No worries, no worries. I think I know that about South Africa just because like South Africa will provide like HIV medication for free. Anything that like is not affordable but is like desperately needed medication, it gets provided for free. But it's just interesting to sort of know those sort of things. But no stress on that if you don't know. It's like quite a specific thing you'd need to know. You know. Anyway.
Yeah. Also, haven't been to the doctor there in a while.
Of course, of course. So yeah, massive population, ranked 8th in the world, and there's 10 million people living in Dhaka. Wow. Okay, this is really good for my GeoGrid stats.
So the population of Dhaka here is only the central city.
Wow.
If you consider like all of Dhaka, all of what I would consider Dhaka, it'd be like 24 million. Just because of
including the suburbs and things
surrounding
like that.
areas. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
Oh, wow. I also wanted to mention that the global share of Bengalis is like 2.15%. That's like the total population of the earth. So
total
like
population of the earth.
People are...
Yeah. Okay. So out of 100 people, it's likely that 2 of them are Bengali. Insane.
Yeah. 1 in 50 is Bengali.
Wow. Okay, that's very cool. 1 in 50.
I'll also tell you, I'll read out some of the cities just so you know how to pronounce them. The main city is Dhaka. The second one is Chattogram or Chittagong. It used to be called Chittagong. The government is doing this weird thing where they're changing the names of cities. Like I love mentioning this because I think it's really funny. Kumilla, number 5. Comilla. They changed it to Camilla to CUM.
For Kamala Harris?
No. So yeah, come to that.
That's do they change other name changes like an anti colonialist thing like they do in South Africa, or is it more just like no, we just want to change it? Because like for example like
I feel like the government will tell you that they're trying to be anti-imperialist, but I also feel like they're just doing it for show. like it's named Chittagong, but we say Chattogram. We don't say Chittagong. We say Chittagong when we write it in English. And like I don't know, they're just being silly. The government is also making more divisions inside Bangladesh. Like when I was young, there used to be 5, and I think now they're planning on 8 or something. They keep adding, they keep like dividing divisions inside Bangladesh. Which
I mean, that could be a good or a bad thing. It's more because it's like maybe it's like dividing it up so that like there's more tension, because of like
whenever. In this subcontinent, whenever anyone is trying to divide populations, it's like a big red flag. It's like, to me at least, it's a really big red flag.
Oh, okay.
And I feel like it'll be clear once we go deeper into the presentation.
Okay, I see. I thought it was more of like a local government management thing. Like the divisions aren't actually divisions. It's more just like
I know what you're Yeah, LB, I know what you're saying.
But it's not
the
that.
British also used this exact same excuse to
Gosh,
divide
okay.
Bengal.
Oh
Is what I'm
gosh.
trying to say.
Okay, I see.
It's
Okay.
hard to manage was like the British people's excuse.
Okay. No, okay. I see what you mean. I
Yeah.
see what you mean. Gosh, okay. All right. It is shocking to me. The one thing that I will say is like I did not know the population was that big. Like I've got an understanding of the size of Bangladesh. Like I know where it is. I had no idea it was like almost 200 million people. Like that is blowing my mind a lot more, you know? Anyway.
Yeah, I realized how hard it is to explain to people how many people are in Bangladesh during Arun's stream when Arun was trying to explain to people how many people are in Bangladesh, and I was like, oh my god, people are not getting it. The chat was like, oh, what's it like compared to New York? And I'm like, I am in New York right now. Currently, I've lived here for like a while. Not like continuously, but like I've lived here. New York is like nothing like Dhaka. Dhaka is like on a completely different level. But chat's like, oh, the stats say New York is bigger, and I'm just like, oh my god, this is like I cannot explain to you how nothing New York City is when you have been in Dhaka.
Yeah,
it's like a completely different level.
No, of course, of course. I mean, I guess like the easiest way would be to like. I think to leftists in the West, just say, think of like how you've learned how dense like the Gaza Strip is. We've even got the Gaza Strip here, you know. So you've got this the Dhaka metro area has a population of 24 million, and these are countries. Well, you just describe what is the point of these two things here? What are you trying to show?
So these are the most densely populated places in the world. The first table is for any place that has less than 10 million people, and on the right is any place that has more than 10 million people. And it's because there's just these two to make it fair.
Yeah, of course. And one thing that needs to just be understood here is like if you look at, for example, like just for people, like you can see Palestine, which is like 5,000 people per square kilometer. Like the density here of the whole of Bangladesh, when you look at the entire country, it's not a good representation because not everyone is living everywhere. This is including rural areas, you know. These countries here are probably not, they don't have much rural areas at all, or like, you know, the Gaza Strip in particular, you know. Dhaka is denser than Tokyo? Fuck, that's insane.
Yeah, if you look at the ranking of Bangladesh in the second table, the density is 3,287 people per square mile. Look at the second highest one. It's like
Taiwan,
significantly more than Taiwan.
Wow, densest, like literally the densest country in the world.
Yeah,
insane.
Yeah, and Dhaka would not fall in the first list because the first list is less than 10 million, and even in like the central city, the population is more than 10 million.
Dhaka is nearly 20 times the density of Gaza. Gosh, wow. That's insane.
Yeah, Dhaka has more people than Macau, Singapore, Hong Kong, Gaza, like all those countries. Just the city I'm from has more population than like every densely populated place in the first table.
No, the city you're from is more densely populated than the Netherlands. It has more people than the Netherlands in its entirety. Like the Netherlands, I think, has a population of 15 million or something. You know. Anyway, gosh.
Okay, now that you have this context, here's a map of like the world population for context.
Oh, I love these things. Oh, well, okay. People. Gosh, okay. So you can see here like how wow, look at that. And so you can see how much like space like compared to its size Bangladesh takes up. Look how much.
Russia's so small.
Yeah, Russia's tiny. Where I can't even. Oh, there we go.
There's more people than Russia. More people than Russia.
Yo, wow. And then you can see like just compare the US to Bangladesh, like insane.
Comparable.
Yeah. Gosh. Wow. Okay, that's insane.
Okay. Next slide. It's time to talk about Dhaka.
Dhaka. Okay.
You can read this, Sylvie.
Dhaka is widely considered to be the most densely populated built-up urban area in the world. In 1608, it was established as the capital of the Mughal Empire. The port of Dhaka has significant trade ever since independence. It's become the capital and heartland of Bangladesh. Wow. Okay. I love so what is this building? I'm sure you'll go through it. Look at the density here. This is insane.
Yeah. So this first building is like a fort. I think it's the Lalbagh Fort. This is like some rich guy's mansion, some rich zamindar landlord guy's house, which has been reclaimed.
Reclaimed based. Okay. Let's go. Sorry.
And this one is like this is Curzon Hall in Dhaka University. When I did have like some connections to people in Dhaka University, not like as a student, but like I knew people who went there. So I have this picture of Curzon Hall, which is like a hall in Dhaka University. It's a really old university. Dhaka has like historically, I'm pretty sure Dhaka had like really old universities from like the Mughal period and then the British period. So a lot of people did come here to study. And there's a lot of universities, which should also become apparent if you look at the news with the student protests.
Yes.
There's a ton of universities.
Okay, so
education is really big.
So it's a very educated population, like in you could say, like it's like a.
There's really good institutions of education. I wouldn't say that everyone is educated because, like, I think the literacy rate is still not like the best.
No, of course. Yeah. Okay, but it's just it is one of those things where it's like there's this understanding. You've probably had this before as well, even though you went to a Western university in the Netherlands, as you said. I've had people come to this chat and say that my degree in physics in South Africa is like 1 + 1 = 2. So there's this understanding.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
From the Western world of like that like, you know, it's not nearly as good, which is completely false. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is why it doesn't take that much for situations to get out of control. Yeah, and it is also like one thing that governments do is they try to not to suppress education, because education in general will lead to more people asking more ideas about the economic system you're in. You know what I mean? And wanting for change and seeing through like the purpose of the true purpose of what a government is supposed to do.
I'll also add that historically the students in Dhaka were like integral to every revolutionary-ish movement. Adding ish, I mean like the independence movement, the language movement, the protests now, the protests that happen like every other year and people don't notice, you know. What I'm saying is the students know how to protest, and protesting is like in our blood.
As you spoke about earlier.
Especially in Dhaka. Yeah.
And then so the other two images are just to see how, I'm sure, just how dense it is.
Yeah, and also I wanted to show you that, like, you were talking about how you like cities that are surrounded with water.
Yes.
Technically, Dhaka is also like surrounded with rivers. It's kind of like islanded up because of the number of rivers.
Gosh, I do love it. I love it. Like, I always find whenever you zoom in on a map and you see like there's just water surrounding like within a city, and like, you know, if you zoom into like Switzerland and you see like or not Switzerland, Sweden, sorry, not Switzerland or Finland, and how like there's just so much water. Yeah, I love it. Anyway, that's very cool.
I dropped a link in chat in case anyone wants to like poke around at the population. But the next slide is I'll just move it. LV, don't dox yourself, but open Google Earth.
Okay.
And we find this place, and then we look around the map, and I'll show you around Bangladesh.
Okay, hold on. Let me just quickly do that.
The challenge is you have to find this place on
Okay. Okay. So and it's in Dhaka. You said. Okay. Hold on.
Yep.
Nothing should show up here, so it'll be fine. I'm not. Okay. It just immediately went to Johannesburg, which is just basically probably where the server is. Okay. All right. Hold on. I can go back to this here. Okay. Let's see. All right. I'm gonna see if I can find it. Hold on.
Do you want to try Google Earth or like do the satellite, instead of
here?
Yeah.
Oh no, there we go. Satellite. There we go. Okay, hold on. Let's see.
I'd say zoom out first.
Zoom out first.
Because I want to show chat where Dhaka is, so chat understands where Dhaka is.
Okay, so here's this.
Like,
yeah, we'll zoom out more.
So chat, this is where Dhaka is basically. You can see it on a map. It's like easier to see on Google Earth, but you'll notice because of the gray, the buildings, you can see.
Should I go to Google Earth instead and not Google Maps? I can go to Google Earth. Is that easier?
You can do this. No,
okay.
This is fine.
Okay, no worries.
I just want you to find this place.
Okay, let's see. So it's like a sort of. No, okay, I'll find it, and then I'll drop in a pin, and you can take us around. Okay, it's water. Hold on, and it's got like this sort of. Okay, and there's a park here. Okay. So there's a park, and I need to find. Okay, so maybe I need. Okay, that's an airport. So it's probably more central away from the airport.
The airport?
Yeah. Let's see here. No, that's... And it's on water, but I don't know if it's like... Let's see. No, those are docks. Let's see. It's tricky to... Is it here? Yeah, I found it. There we go. Parliamentary building.
Oh. There we go. Good job. You did it.
I did it. Found it. Okay. So, do you want me to to drop in a little person and like go? You can direct. No. Okay.
No, I just wanted to show you where the Parliament building is.
Okay. It's
no
beautiful.
Reason specific.
Okay. I love the and then this is a park here. Okay. With the fitness club.
I think it's closed off.
Oh, okay. All right. Interesting. Wow.
This is where the government people live, if you know it.
Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. Look at how not dense it is at all. And then, like, here you're just like, oh my goodness gracious me. Like, wow. You know?
Yeah.
The massive density. Which is not necessarily a bad thing. I think a lot of people would like the government. I mean, I don't know if these buildings, these are built by the government or mandated to be built by government by private companies. But density is not necessarily a bad thing as long as it's, like, properly maintained. As long as there's places for people to live, you know?
Yeah.
Anyway. All right, I'll go back to the presentation. Let me go here. All right. So more on Dhaka.
So this was Dhaka. I'm not sure if I want to like go through some of the other places on Google Earth.
I've got it
I think
up.
we keep going.
Yeah.
What do you think? I think it's fine. I'll just cover Dhaka. I feel like we'll get distracted if we keep looking at other places.
Yeah. Okay.
So this is the image on the left is like the main city. This is like, I'm not sure if it's 10 million, but like this is considered the main city, and this is like what I would, or what like the average person would consider Dhaka. Like this guy right here. I feel like I cut out this part. But basically this is like this is the aerial image of Dhaka.
Okay.
It's really big, and it's like surrounded by water.
Yes, a lot of water all over, running throughout, you know? It's and you can see how like insanely dense the city is, because it just appears like gray throughout. You know?
It also just keeps going on and on and on and on and on.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so that was the capital. Okay, so now Bengali. Wait, hold on.
Yes,
So a
now,
chat said as long as it's properly maintained, there's a whole other channel hiding behind there. Don't worry. I'm not a NIMBY. I don't care how buildings look at
yeah,
all.
I didn't
It's
mention,
just
but it's not like that regulated. It's just like people trying to make things work.
Yeah, no, of course.
And government being like, okay.
Yeah, no, of course. I guess the main thing is that I like I think a lot of the time, like yeah, like it needs city planning exactly. Okay, anyway, I'm getting distracted. Bengali. Okay, so.
So play the video.
Okay.
I think a good way to show you what Bengali's like is to play music from Bengal. So go ahead and click the video right there.
All right, let's see.
This is a baul. A baul is basically a bard, but like a Bengali bard. It's the bard class basically, and all the tunes and music you'll see is being made by this one person. She has like an ektara on her hand, the string instrument. She has a drum on her hips, and like nupur, like bells on her legs.
Gosh.
And this is like old Bengali traditional folk music. Yeah. This is like old music. It's not like new age music, but I wanted to show you like old age music. Oh, I forgot. There's lyrics. I forgot.
There we go.
I'll pause.
There we go. I got them up. Don't worry. I got them up. They're there. Should I press play?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Wow, it's very, very beautiful and very like very, very theatrical as well at the same time. Like she's not only playing every single instrument, she's also acting out everything that she is singing. It's amazing. Wow.
গায়ের বসন ভিজবে কেনে সামসায়রে নাইতে যাবি বলে গায়ের বসন ভিজবে কেনে সায়রে সাঁতার দিয়ে আসবি ফিরে সায়রে সাঁতার দিয়ে আসবি ফিরে বলি গায়ের বসন ভিজবে কেনে কিছুদিন মনে মনে কিছুদিন মনে মনে ঘরের কোণে স্বামীর পীড়িত রাগ গোপনে কিছুদিন মনে মনে যাবি 17 হবি বলবি আমি যাই দক্ষিণে আর উত্তরে যাবি 17 হবি আরে বলবি আমি যাই দক্ষিণে আরে মনের কথা মনে থাকে আর রসিকে জানবে কেনে কিছুদিন মনে মনে কিছুদিন মনে মনে ঘরের কোণে স্বামীর পীড়িত রাগ গোপনে কিছুদিন মনে মনে ইশারায় কইবি কথা গোঠে মাঠে দেখিস যেন কেউ না জানে কেউ না বোঝে কেউ না শোনে কিছুদিন মনে মনে কিছুদিন মনে মনে ঘরের কোণে স্বামীর পীড়িত রাগ গোপনে কিছুদিন মনে মনে
Wow. It's just completely like wait, she's not done.
Oh, she's done.
Okay. Completely in wow. Anyway.
Yes, so these are basically bowls. There's like a tradition of music like that in Bengal and also West Bengal too, obviously. Yeah. So about the language, I have like the total population of people that speak Bengali. And then there's the 3 places with a lot of speakers. Bengali is an Indo-Aryan language, and it's the 5th most. It has the 5th most spoken native speakers. It has the 5th most number of native speakers, and it has the 7th most spoken language by total number of speakers
in the world. Gosh, okay, wow.
Yeah, and it's the 5th most spoken Indo-European language.
Okay, Indo-European. Okay, I'm not specific. I don't really know much about like what that means, Indo-European. But maybe this is going to explain it. But okay.
We don't have to watch all of this video, but let's watch some of the video.
Okay, so you just tell me when to, and once again, like, don't stress about going over time. I know normally I like to stop this when his song goes live, but we always go over time. So obviously you are still in recovery, so I don't want you to overexert yourself. So you just, but I just don't want you to stress and feel like you have to rush. It's completely your own pace. Okay, so let's go.
We're exactly
with 207.
Okay, perfect.
73 million speakers. Bengali is the 7th most spoken language worldwide, according to Ethnologue 2023, with more speakers than Portuguese and Russian, and just below Modern Standard Arabic and French. But in comparison to the languages surrounding it on lists of languages with the most speakers, it hardly gets discussed in online language-related spaces, which is a real shame. Today, I'm going to be the change I wish to see in the world and talk about Bengali. Bengali, also known as Bangla, is spoken by the vast majority of the population of Bangladesh. It's also one of the 22 scheduled languages of India, where it is primarily spoken in the state of West Bengal, as well as being official in the Indian states of Jharkhand, Tripura, and the Barak Valley region of Assam. Bengali is
I do have a question about this. I know how are Bengali speakers treated in India? I'm not entirely like I know more about Tamil, but I don't know, like, is there like this sense of Hindi, you should speak Hindi?
Hindi supremacy?
Yeah.
Hindi supremacy is a thing in India. I feel like Indians would have like a better understanding of how,
okay.
Because I'm not from West Bengal.
Yeah,
even
of course.
though my family, even though both my grandparents on both sides are from West Bengal, I guess we'll cover that.
Okay.
That'll become clearer soon.
Okay, no worries. I just okay, so it's just a question I have, but obviously it's you
I do
probably.
want you to. I do want you to pause at the diaspora image. There's going to be a diaspora image,
Okay.
and I want you to pause there.
I will do so. Okay.
Also the most spoken language in the Union Territory of the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and is spoken elsewhere in diaspora.
Okay, here. Oh, hold on.
So territory of the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and is spoken.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah. So this is a picture of the diaspora of Bengali speakers, and it's like a good representation of where Bengalis live. Basically, there's a ton in the U.S., Canada, UK. There's some in Italy, in the Emirates states, where people go to work, basically slave labor. Then there's Malaysia, there's Japan, there's some South Korea, in Australia, and of course India and Pakistan. This is like where Bengalis usually emigrate to.
Okay, and you can see the Netherlands is actually slightly blue, very slightly, and very slightly on the thing.
I did that.
Oh,
I did that.
You alone. Interesting. Okay, all right.
Spoken elsewhere in diaspora. Bengali is an Indo-Aryan, aka Indic language, being a part of its eastern branch along with Assamese, Odia, and Bihari, among others. It is a part of the greater Indo-European macrofamily.
Hold on, give me a second.
There we go. This is the.
Just give me 2 seconds. Sorry, someone's knocking on my door. Just give me 2 seconds. Hold on. Let's continue. Okay, sorry. Yes, as you were saying?
Go back 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Bengal, among others.
Yeah.
It is a part of.
So this is the Indo-European. Okay, I see. Oh, that's what you meant. Okay, I see what you mean now. Part of that language family. Okay. Perfect. Should I continue?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay.
Of the greater Indo-European macrofamily. The Bengali language was heavily suppressed under Pakistani rule, sparking protests, including at the University of Dhaka, where on February 21st, 1952, police murdered multiple students. While Bengali would be recognized in 1956, oppression of the Bengali people would continue until culminating in 1971 with the Bangladesh genocide, where at least 300,000 and as many as 1 to 2 million Bengalis were slaughtered by the Pakistan Armed Forces, who were actively supported by the United States of America. India intervened in a 2-week war with Pakistan, after which the genocide ended and Bangladesh became independent. To commemorate the struggle for the Bengali language, Language Movement Day is celebrated in Bangladesh on February 21st, which was also chosen as the date of International Mother Language Day. Bengali has a variety of different dialects, and can be very broadly split between Eastern and Western. There are 2 main written forms of Bengali, Shadhu Bhasha, a formal style with longer inflections and more Sanskrit words, but is very much on the decline and hardly used anymore, and Cholito Bhasha, which closer reflects colloquial speech and is what formal spoken Bengali is based on, and is used in news reports, announcements, etc. Bengali exhibits diglossia, more so than any other Indic language, where its speakers know several forms of the language. On top of Cholito Bhasha, Bengalis tend to know at least one form of Anchalik Bangla, the regional colloquial dialects, and Gramo Bangla, forms which are unique to a given town or village. Rardhi Bangla, also called Nadia Bangla, is often considered the standard dialect. Other notable dialects include that of Kolkata, Dhakia, which includes Dhaka and surrounding areas, and Sylheti, Rangpuri, and Chittagonian, which may be considered separate languages. Dialects vary heavily with their vocabulary, sounds, and to a lesser extent morphology, of which I'm going to talk about Bangla sounds now. The vowels of Bengali are a.
Hopefully from that you should have gotten that Bengali has regional dialects, like very unique regional dialects, and they're so unique that I don't understand some Bengali speakers because of their what's it called? Because of dialect, their dialect, how they speak. So it's like, oh, and another thing, you know how the West usually says Rohingyas speak Bengali?
Well, or maybe the West says that. I don't know. I've never heard that before.
Okay, yeah. So the West, I've heard Johnny Harris has said this before, where he says that like Rohingya people speak Bengali, but that's not really true because I don't understand them. How is it? How are we speaking the same language if I don't understand them? Yeah, and Arun was talking about how Sylheti has a different. Can be considered a different language. This video also says, and I think so too, the dialect in Chittagong, they are also, like, I barely understand them.
It reminds me of, like, they've had an example of, like, similar, like, it's like German. Like, you know, like, if the dialects are so... I guess that's only, like, that's why chats could understand it. Like, in Germany, it's got a very similar thing of, like, how
yeah, it's like Flemish and Dutch from like what I know.
Okay, I see what. Oh, like it's that different. Okay, so it's even more profound than German regional differences. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, like I know a lot of Canadian universities, they consider Sylheti a different language. Like, what languages do you speak? They have Bengali and they have Sylheti as a different one. A lot of the like regional languages that are adjacent to Bangla, they sometimes, like Rohingyas, they use similar script. Also, the Sylheti script, it looks like our script and it has lots of like the same letters, but it's also different. It has other things too.
It's very beautifully written. Like, by the way, like it almost, to me, I'm like, it's so stunning how the way the script looks. What is the Bengali script called? Like, you just said it, but I
think it's just the Bengali script.
Okay.
I think it's just the Bengali script.
It's so beautiful and like so like detailed and patterned. Yeah, it's wow. By the way, I just want to read this. From Kaya's chatter, Indian here, although Hindi supremacy is a thing, but in a place like West Bengal, there's no discrimination against Bengalis. Hindi supremacy is mostly a thing when the BJP likes to beat up issues around election time, but Bengali itself is not seen as an other language in India at large. Our anthem is actually written in Bengali. Some of the biggest intellectuals that contributed to Indian independence movement also did Bengali and were happily received. Okay, it's just good context because I obviously know about Tamil and how you know, Hindu for nationalists are like, you know, very anti like speaking Tamil. But anyway.
Yeah, that chatter is 100% right. That's like completely true.
All right, thank you, Kaya's chatter. All right.
I do want you to, I think we can skip the middle because it's just like language stuff. Go to like the 725, yeah?
725, so like here, 7 here, like a grammar.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now let's talk about grammar, for which I'm mostly going to talk about Cholito Bangla. The word order is SOV, subject, object, verb, and adjectives go before nouns. Bengali is one of a handful of Indo-European languages without any grammatical gender whatsoever.
Let's
go.
I
wanted to point that out. This is partially why I kind of don't care about my pronouns, I suppose, but like, there is no, when you're addressing someone, you don't say he or she or they, they're just them.
Oh, really? Always them?
When you're, they're just o or tar or we do have variations of how we address someone, but how we address someone is based on like how much respect you want to give them. Like if they're your friend, you show them like not that much respect because you love them anyway. If they're like much older, you say you show them like a little bit more respect. There's also a middle ground way, but like basically there's no he, she when you're addressing someone. We do have like male teacher and female teacher, for example, that we do have separate words for those, but like there's no grammatical gender.
It's even less gendered than English then. Like
Yeah, it's much less gendered than English.
It reminds me a bit of Turkish. Like, I don't know, but like Hassan always says there's no he or she, but maybe that's, I don't know. But like similar in that sort of way. Anyway, but it wasn't included here. But anyway, that's pretty cool. Should I continue?
That's the main thing that I wanted to talk about in the language section, I think.
Okay, you want me to move on to the net? Well, you've got the controls.
Yeah. I'll move on. I was deciding if I should move on.
Okay.
Next slide is notable people. These are like people that are like very important in like Bangladesh and adjacent spaces. The first guy is Rabindranath Tagore. I'm pretty sure also wrote the Indian national anthem or something. But he is like a very important literature figure. He won the Nobel Prize for Literature, the first non-white person to win it, I think.
Wow.
And the third person here is Muhammad Yunus. He won the Nobel Peace Prize in economics for microcredit. He basically made like a bank thing where they it's a little hard to explain, but they give people small loans and they give people loans in groups of people, and that has been working, or like they say it's been working. I suppose it's been working, but basically, so the first guy and the third guy have won Nobel Prizes. The third guy, Muhammad Yunus, is currently in heat with the government. The government is like getting him on corruption.
Really?
And, doing a bunch of stuff. I'm not sure. Like it's a little. That's where I don't really know, because it's like this guy has money. I'm sure he's done shady stuff before, but has he done more shady stuff than the government? Because that seems kind of wild if that happened.
Well, the microloan structure sounds like well, the only reference I have to it is like 2008. Like that's is that sort of the same thing where it's like they had the okay, continue.
He started a thing called Grameen Bank. I'm pretty sure they copied this strategy to other places in the continent of Africa, I think. I'm not sure where, but like they have used this in other developing countries to give people loans. Oh, and another thing was I think they would usually give loans to women instead of men because it would have better returns.
Yes, it's like Japan, like women control the finances in the
yeah.
Okay.
I am proud that like being Bengali, like women aren't like emancipated, but they're like it's better than most other places in this area. If you know what I mean.
There's far more like
yeah. The bar is on the floor, but it's like a little above the floor for Bangladesh.
Okay, good to know. All right.
Yeah, and the person in the middle is our national poet of Bangladesh, Qazi Nazrul Islam, and he is called like a rebel poet. He's written a lot of like war songs. He is a bit controversial. He got like a little extra controversial when he called a sex worker mother in one of his poems, and people were like, "What?" Yeah, he's pretty cool.
Gosh,
it is drama. Calling your sex worker mother. But if you want to know more about them, you can click on any of the links on the people.
Okay.
But Rabindranath is the first two people are literature people. They've written a lot of literature, very significant and impactful. Nazrul Islam was more impactful in Bangladesh in specific. I remember one of his songs still that goes like chol 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 urdhva gagane bajima dol nimne otala dharani tol orun pater torun dol. But he has catchy songs. He has good songs. It's like war songs.
Okay.
I was basically saying let's go to the beyond, etc. It's like a marching song or something.
Okay,
but
that's
he's a cool guy. Pretty progressive. Very progressive for his time, one might say.
Okay.
But yeah,
all
these
right.
are like notable people. The next thing I wanted to talk about is festivals. So let's see, Pohela Boishak is the Bengali New Year. Boishak is a month, and Pohela means first. First Boishak is the first day of the first month. We do have a different calendar, and it's based on the seasons. Yeah, it's a different calendar based on the seasons. I think we're at year 15 or 16 something.
Okay.
But anyway, that's the Pohela Boishak. There's also Pohela Falgun, which is the first of spring. I don't like that the government made it basically Valentine's Day. I think they changed the date to literally Valentine's Day.
What?
It used to be before Valentine's Day. Also, it's like it's whack because like Pohela Falgun is like is the Bengalis' Valentine's Day because we don't like we're not into the Valentine's Day, but it is the first day of spring. It is the day of love. It's like you hang out with your partner, like
okay, I see.
It's basically yeah. I think the government kind of made it into Valentine's Day, which is kind of whack. I don't like that.
Okay, all right. Probably to
but
appeal more to the West and like tourism and stuff like that for the festival, but yeah, so they can brand it as the Valentine's Day festival.
I don't think they're explicitly doing that, but like they put it on that date, so like they're literally doing that.
Gosh, okay.
So this is a monument for the language martyrs. We had like a language movement because Pakistan was suppressing Bangla. This is a monument dedicated to the people that lost their lives for the movement.
Yes.
And International Mother Language Day was named for like this specific event. Some of the other cool things that I miss about Dhaka is like the book fair. There's a book fair in February, the same time as like this language movement thing. And it's just like rows and rows of bookstores. It's just books. Like you keep walking for hours. It's just books everywhere.
Wow. Okay.
Bengalis do love their books. Like we have that book fair. It happens every year. And we also have an international trade fair, which is like a big event in Dhaka where like it's like a huge area of just stores of literally anything you can imagine. It's like a capitalist's dream is how I'd explain it. Like you want to do shopping, you got everything you want, and they show up in like January and they last a month. They have like anything you can imagine.
And so people do all their shopping in 1 month.
You can if you want to. People usually do go and do their shopping there, but it's like really big. It's really fun.
Okay.
And the population of people participating in any of these things will also blow your mind when you see it.
Yeah, of course. Wow. Okay. Okay.
Oh, I did want to mention that like we love our seasons basically. That's why like two of our festivals are like the beginning of the year and the beginning of spring.
I guess it is just so related to how like fertile the land is, you know. It is interesting.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
One thing I want to ask about the calendar is like, is that something, you know, do a lot of people still use the Western calendar, like obviously with normal work and stuff, but is it just like does the government use the when is it used and when basically?
We just use the English calendar. The Bengali calendar is just there for us to enjoy for ourselves, and we also use the Islamic calendar because like Muslim. And we celebrate Eid and stuff.
Oh,
so
okay.
We do keep in mind the Arabic calendar. So I guess we kind of use 3 calendars.
So I guess like instead
the English one is the main one.
Okay. So I guess holidays will focus around Muslim holidays rather than Christian ones. So like maybe people are working over Christmas and things like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I will say that the Hindu part of Bengali culture is like super integral to Bengali culture. Like, I don't know if you read the chat where I was like, I personally think Dhaka might have been named after the Dhakeshwari temple, which is like a Hindu temple. But then I feel like Hindu culture is like very, like Hindu is like, you all watch your room, you know what Hindu is, but like I'm saying, the indigenous kind of, how do I explain this? Yeah, we're very connected to like the seasons, basically, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay. All right. I see what you mean. Okay.
Let's keep going. Other notable things.
Okay.
So when I was young, it would hail a lot in Bangladesh, and it was actually scary. Like the hails would be scary. But after I became a teen, I don't think that really happened. But what I'm saying is, Bangladesh does hold the record for the largest single piece of hailstone, and it would hail a lot. Because of the mountains and the cyclones, and you have context.
And it says like the largest hailstone was weighing 1 kilogram. I mean, we don't get hail here a lot at all. Like maybe once every 2 years. But so you get hailstones like a lot of the time, and it's like they're always like massive hailstones.
Yep. Not as much anymore. Climate change and all.
Of course.
But you can read the rest. You read the rest of the things.
So then also it says like figure this Bangladeshi passport until recently they've always officially thought it isn't real. This passport is valid for all countries in the world except Israel. Wow. So they were always like nope.
Bangladesh never recognized Israel after Bangladesh became independent. I think it was 1972. Israel recognized Bangladesh as a sovereign country, but Bangladesh was basically like, go fuck yourself, a free Palestine.
Wow.
And Bangladesh never recognized Israel, even though Israel was like, we'll recognize you. But we were like, you're a settler colonial state, fuck off, basically.
Gosh, that's so cool that it had that on the passport.
Now it does not. They changed it because they didn't want to have Israel on the passport, so they got rid of the
what year was it?
Israel part. Actually, recently.
Under the Trump administration.
I don't know. I think this was, let me think, 2022 is when they decided to change that. When they decided to change that, they did mention that we still do not recognize Israel. We just don't want Israel to be printed on the passport.
Okay, no, I thought that they might have been forced to recognize Israel because like that happened. Similar thing happened in South Africa, but under the Trump administration, Trump literally like was like, okay, we're going to remove all aid to South Africa if you don't recognize the new capital of Jerusalem. When they moved the capital to Jerusalem, and they threatened to remove all aid to South Africa for specifically healthcare, which would be devastating. But yeah, so it's so I thought it might have been U.S. intervention that forced that, but no, they just took that part of the bit off. Okay, I see. That's so cool.
My newest passport does not say except Israel. It's funny. Living in New York, I do meet a lot of Jewish people. I love telling them that. They think it's hilarious. My passport says every country in the world except Israel. Like, not even North Korea. I can go to North Korea. I can't go to Israel.
Yeah, it's like, nope, specifically, no, we're not recognizing that, you know? That's so cool.
Specifically one country.
Gosh, okay.
Yeah. You can read the other two things.
And so then you've got this figure 7 layer T from the Sylhet. So this is like different layers of tea, Sylhet. Okay.
Yeah, this is one glass of tea, and it has multiple colors. I've had it once when I was there. I just never really thought about how I'd probably never have it again, but it was pretty cool.
Okay. Wow. Very, very very interesting. Is it nice?
Yeah, it's just tea, and it's good. It's really good tea, and Sylhet grows tea. The British used to use Sylhet to grow a lot of tea, and the British were like extra friends with Sylheti people, because of like the tea manufacturing and all that. From what I understand,
it is a stereotype that needs to be taken away from the British, I think. Like, they should not be seen as the tea drinkers. Okay, that is entirely like that's. I'm sorry. That's a little directly cultural appropriation. Okay, like people can drink tea, but it's not British. Okay. Yeah.
The last thing is the enclave. Go ahead and read that.
Okay, so I can't say that. Can you pronounce the first two? Yeah.
Dahala Khagrabari.
Okay.
Dahala Khagrabari.
Dahala Khagrabari was the world's only third order enclave. Yes, I've heard about this, which is a piece of India within Bangladesh, within Bangladesh. It was less than 0.7 hectares, 1.7 acres in area, and contains a field. Wow. Yeah, we've heard about this before on MapMen. Well, there's a MapMen video about this. I don't know if you know that about borders.
Yeah.
And then they
video about this.
And they talk about this third order enclave. That's so interesting.
Yeah, the India-Bangladesh border is kind of fucked like this. In a lot of places. Not so fun fact, Pakistan is the only country that doesn't. Oh yeah, I knew that. That is true, Arun. So the next slide is about like LGBTQ stuff.
Okay.
You can go ahead and read that.
Okay, I can go ahead. In 2014, Hijras gained official third gender recognition, codified in the cabinet of Bangladesh, with voter lists offering third gender options for Hijra candidates running from government positions. So basically, you can register as a third gender.
You can register as Hijra, which I think in Pakistan it's a derogatory term, but in Bangladesh it's not. It is. It's like hard to explain to the West because it's like it's not exactly being trans or being intersex, or like it's not being exactly one of those things. Being Hijra is like they have a community of people, and it doesn't include like exclusively trans people or like exclusively intersex people or exclusively people who are castrated. I forget the word. But they have their own community basically, which is like different from being like if you're trans yourself, you're still trans, but that's not Hijra. It's a different kind of like cultural thing.
Okay, interesting. Okay, and homosexuals.
But it was recognized as a third gender in Bangladesh recently.
Interesting. Okay. Homosexuality is still illegal under Bangladeshi law, which has inherited from colonial British Indian government section 377 of 1860. According to the law, the punishment for engaging in same-sex activities is imprisonment. The same law also remains in force in Malaysia, Myanmar, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. Interesting. Okay. Gosh. So it's still, in most countries in the world, homosexuality is still illegal.
Yeah.
But I'll read.
In Bangladesh, it's a colonial.
But this was imported. This obviously it's always this is imported by the British. Yeah, you know. So from that section, unnatural offences, whoever voluntarily has carnal intercourse against the order of nature with any man, woman, or animal shall be punished with imprisonment for life, or with imprisonment of either description for a term which may extend to 10 years, and shall also be liable to a fine. So, yeah. Okay, and it's just penetration is sufficient to constitute the carnal intercourse. Okay. Wow.
Yeah. I'll bring this back to like in my war class when everyone was like let's bomb the countries. One of the excuses, one person who actually works for the UN now, and he was saying, but they don't allow gay people to,
I wonder why they don't, you know.
We should bomb them.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, no, but that's the thing is homophobia historically has been something that like is entirely an export from Western imperialism. And that's the same in African countries as well. Obviously, like homophobia has at some level exists in most societies, but it's like the laws around it. It's It's generally something that comes from the UK and other colonizers, you know?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that the average Bengali is homophobic. I think that's like wrong to say. I think people understand that like gay people are people too. Like I think people understand that. It's just the law that's like this.
Mm.
It's not people being that homophobic, except the fundies. The fundies are their own thing.
Of
But
course.
the fundies are wild, you know.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And it just shows like the government has not been progressive for a long time or ever. Because like generally,
the government did do the first thing, which is like the first step. But like should be more to come. I think Bangladesh would like decriminalize this if like I know it's also complicated because like you're getting one specific section of like 300 sections wrong. Like you're trying to get rid of that.
Yeah, of course.
I understand that it's complicated.
Yeah, I mean it's just like it's one of those things where it's like this is bound to happen. There's bound to be like a change. I mean, for example, like a country above South Africa, Zimbabwe, still being gay is illegal and abortion is also illegal. So it's not like this happens everywhere, you know? Like in Italy, same-sex marriage still illegal, you know? So anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I'm pretty sure abortion is completely legal though in Bangladesh. We don't have an issue with that.
Okay. That's good to know.
And also, and I wanted to add this in. I did mention that prostitution was legalized and regulated, and it's like I think Bangladesh has one of the biggest brothels in South Asia or just Asia as a whole, I think. Vice had a video about it. I didn't like the video that much because the girl that was like covering the area, she found a pedophile and she was just trying to get the pedophile to not be a pedophile, and I'm like, brother, please, sister,
gosh.
please cover the main thing. Don't try to fix a pedophile. What are you doing?
Oh my word. Oh my word. Okay.
So that was my frustration with the Vice video. But basically it is legal. I know that sex workers have to sign a form saying that they're going into it willingly and that they couldn't find other work or something weird like that.
Gosh, okay.
And also another thing is that the pimps are women. We don't have men pimps. We call them madams who manage the women. The women do get exploited still, like just as much as like if a man was doing it, but it's like a woman doing it, basically.
Okay. Gosh. Okay. Interesting. That's the process there.
Oh, nerd! I didn't know that. That's kind of cool. I'm glad like all the Bengalis are pro sex work.
Kolkata is the biggest brothel in Asia, so yeah, Bengalis do be hosting brothels on both sides of the border. Gosh. Okay.
I like that. I like that we all like sex work.
Yeah. That's an L for South Africa. Still prostitution being illegal, but you know, anyway.
Yeah, one of the crazier parts is like places like Indonesia, Malaysia. You'd like assume there's a lot of sex tourism there, and like a lot of other places too, in like Asia as a whole. But you wouldn't really think of Bangladesh as being like the one country in green. Like, look at this map.
Yeah, of course.
It's just red with like one green over here.
Of course, yeah. It is one of those things.
Yeah, political violence and progressive views on sex work. Yeah, pretty much. Okay. So the next section is going to be about. This took a while, but good thing that we spent like a lot of time on the fun part. This is going to be like the history part. I added this video because I really like this video. I've reacted to this video and used it for like my stream too.
Do you stream?
It's a great
video.
Let me
give you. I didn't know that. Let me give you a shout out to. I think you have rated me before.
I do stream sometimes.
I'll give you. There we go.
Yeah.
Please, everyone.
I am not an affiliate. I will never be an affiliate.
Why not?
I just stream.
Why not? You just.
I've been streaming since 2021. And like since then, I decided that this is only going to be like a casual thing.
Okay, I see what you mean. Okay,
but I do love talking about this stuff.
Okay, all right. Okay, I'm gonna press play. I'm gonna miss the first bit because I need the bathroom again. I apologize, but I'm just gonna press play. You should still be able to. Anyway.
Play this video. Let's go.
All right.
History time.
In the year 1700, India's share in the world's economy was an astounding 27%, more than all of Europe combined. 250 years later, India's share had dropped to less than 3%, and its people were left impoverished. What happened? Strap in, adventurers. We're about to dive into a dark and messy history. Welcome to 18th century India. In 1707 CE, the death of Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb sends the empire into a decades-long spiral. In his wake, an endless parade of weak princelings forced themselves upon the peacock throne. With the Mughal Empire teetering on the brink of collapse, regional powers jostle for supremacy. Land grabs and title claims, infighting and betrayal. India is vulnerable. The situation is so precarious that, in 1739, Persian Emperor Nadir Shah invades North India and sacks Delhi. During this period of disorder, the British sensed opportunity. Leveraging their unique advantages as a foreign power, they bribed and blasted their way into a dominant position in the subcontinent. India was no stranger to dealing with foreign aggression, but the British were not like those who had come before. They were not like Nadir Shah, who looted and simply left. Nor were they like the Huns, who, while shedding Gupta blood, became Indian themselves. Yes, the British were different, for they saw India as an inexhaustible gold mine, whose resources were to be forever extracted. By the time India won its independence in 1947, its native institutions had been demolished, its economy deindustrialized, its trade networks severed, and its people more deeply divided by caste and creed. In just 200 years of colonial rule, the India that once inspired the world was unmade. The halcyon days of India are over. She has been drained of all the wealth she once possessed, and her energies have been cramped by a sordid system of misrule. The deliberate bleeding of India by the British was so extreme that famed American scholar Will Durant
Alright, I'm back. Is there anything very important that I missed? I apologize. I'm back.
No, we can keep going.
Okay.
We can keep going.
Perfect.
To it as the greatest crime in all of history. So let's pull back the curtain and see what India was like before colonialism. In the 19th century, the American J.T. Sunderland wrote about the India that the British found when they arrived. India was a far greater industrial and manufacturing nation than any in Europe or Asia.
Wow.
Her textile goods were famous all over the civilized world. So was her exquisite jewelry and her precious stones. So was her pottery, her porcelains and ceramics. So were her fine works in metal, iron, steel, silver, and gold. She had great architecture, equal in beauty to any in the world. She had great merchants, businessmen, bankers, and financiers. She was not only a great shipbuilding nation, but had commerce and trade which extended to all civilized countries. That may seem like heavy-handed praise, but the record does show that pre-colonial India was a dominant manufacturing economy. Let's take a closer look at the textile, shipbuilding, and metalworking industries. India was a textile superpower for most of its long history. There were many textile centers in the subcontinent. Coastal Andhra was a block printing hub, for example, while Gujarat and Bengal were known for their high-end woven products. There was global demand for these items. In fact, India enjoyed a mind-blowing 25% share of the global textile trade by the mid-18th century. This thriving textile trade had knock-on effects for the entire economy. For example, the popularity of Indian textiles led to the creation of stable international distribution networks. By piggybacking on these networks, other Indian artisans could sell their goods worldwide at a reduced cost. As a result, many different industries flourished alongside the Indian textile industry. We know that international trade was conducted primarily along maritime routes, and so the Indian shipbuilding industry had developed into a behemoth too. A significant number of Indian ports were engaged in the shipbuilding industry. Dhaka, Masulipatam, Surat, Calicut, Quilon, and many, many others. Entire rural communities were involved in the production and
You say it wrong?
Calcut, not Kolkata.
Oh, okay. So it's Calcut, not Kolkata. Okay, good.
No, it's Kolkata, not Calcut. He said Calcut, but it's actually Kolkata.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay.
Materials used to construct ships. Quality was paramount. Consider the Bengali merchant fleet in the early 17th century. The fleet consisted of nearly 5,000 ships, each capable of carrying up to 500 tons of goods. These ships were constructed in Bengali ports.
Ah, no, Arun is saying no. It's Calicut is a different city. He's right. Oh, that's hardcore.
This is one time where like Indians know more about India than I do.
Yeah. Anyway, by the way, Arun, you're also welcome to do a presentation style like this about South India if you'd like to in the future. This is always an open thing. I'm also going to get Gremnos to do Louisiana at some point, you know?
By native artisans who had the skills to craft elaborate wood, iron, and brass fittings. According to one British maritime observer, Indian vessels combine elegance and utility and are models of fine workmanship. Merchant contracts indicate that Bengali ships were much more durable than English ships. Bengali ships had an average lifespan exceeding 20 years, while English ships were not known to last more than 12. Quite a difference. India was a longtime pioneer in the global steel industry. As early as the 6th century CE, crucible-formed steel, which came to be known as Wootz or Damascus steel in the West, was being produced for export by Indian blacksmiths, particularly along the Malabar coast and in the Deccan. Arab and European officers regularly imported blades from India. While these blades were purchased as wartime implements, they were so robust and beautifully crafted that they also served as a mark of high status in times of peace. Though we've barely scratched the surface, it should already be clear that India was a manufacturing juggernaut, a thriving exporter of high-quality goods to markets throughout the world. How did the British manage to unmake all of that? The fundamental principle of the British has been to make the whole Indian nation subservient to the interests and benefits of themselves. And so, once the British took power, they changed the entire dynamic of the Indian economy to suit their own interests. The first step? Dismantling all native industry.
Wow.
To start, they established a legal monopoly over Indian textile goods and cut off the export market, which immediately disrupted long-standing trade links. Having now made themselves the exclusive buyers of Indian textiles, the British then changed the way that they paid for those goods. Instead of using—
They didn't do this in Sri Lanka? Interesting.
foreign currency, they paid using the tax revenues extracted from India. The Indian economy stagnated and prices collapsed. Skilled artisans, who once fueled the vibrant Indian economic engine, were now significantly poorer and more restricted than ever before. And it didn't stop there. Soon enough, British manufacturers lobbied their government to completely eliminate the competition from the Indian textile industry. See, despite the restrictions imposed on Indian industry, British manufacturers were still finding it difficult to compete with Indian products. Company soldiers were sent to smash Indian looms. According to several different accounts, they even went around breaking the thumbs of weavers so that they could no longer ply their trade. But that's not all. To ensure that the Indian textile industry could not—
Absolutely disgusting. Like—
So there's more to this. I'm pretty sure this was near Dhaka. There used to be weavers who made a clothing called a muslin. Pretty sure that's what it was called. But it was like super fine clothing. I think it was like silk, but it was exactly, muslin. It was like very precious, and the clothing was so fine that apparently you could like fit the whole clothing that you'd wear inside a matchbox or something like that. But it's like a specific type of textile that we no longer know how to make because the British, everyone that knew how to make that clothing, because nobody else could, they cut out their tongues and broke their thumbs and stuff like that to make sure that they could not make that type of clothing anymore. And we have lost how to make that clothing. So we just know that we used to be able to make it, but now we don't have any records because they destroyed everything.
This is also why Sri Lanka stayed a British Commonwealth far longer than India, Pakistan, or Bangladesh, says Arun. Yeah, because they didn't do the same level of destruction. That's fucking insane. Wow.
No, we can keep going now.
I just want to say like that to me is just like it's so like inherently anti what the whole like lie around capitalism like teaches people, that like, you know, all of this was all to like engage in like, you know, bettering these countries.
Yep.
It's, yeah, I mean, we all know it's a lie, but just to like hear like such a specific example about like a type of fabric that we no longer can make. Wow.
recover, adapt, or innovate itself back into relevancy, the British imposed an absurdly harsh 80% tariff. This had an immediate catch-22 trap effect. Exporting goods from India to the UK was now economically unviable. But remember, Indians were restricted from selling to anyone else. Similar restrictions were imposed on nearly every branch of manufacturing in India. India was reduced to being a mere exporter of raw materials, like cotton and metal ore, so that the British could sell finished products back to Indians at a premium. We conquered India as an outlet for the goods of Britain. I'm not such a hypocrite to say that we hold India for the Indians. The colonial deindustrialization process was so complete that by 1947, only 0.7% of India was employed in any form of manufacturing. But skilled workers had to go somewhere, do something. The British monopoly on industrial production drove Indian artisans, merchants, builders, and others into agriculture en masse.
Hold on, let's see. I don't know. There's just two comments here. Arun says the Sinhalese were propped up as loyalists, a loyalist population to the British to prevent Tamils and Muslims from rebelling in Sri Lanka. I see. And then Nando, as promised, says not to compare Trump, but no group of people have suffered worse under capitalism than Indians under British rule. We were literally ruled by a corporation for years, the East India Company. We lived through the dystopia that others tried to imagine. Yeah. Wow.
In the words of Dr. Charles Hall, India's population has been thrown back upon the soil because Britain's discriminating duties have ruined every branch of native manufacture. Rural wages cratered to historical lows, and in fact, the land itself could not sustain the influx of newly disenfranchised workers. Poor seasonal harvests and droughts gave way to catastrophic famines and mass poverty. With most Indians now converted into peasant cultivators, the British sought to exploit them further. They began to tax cultivators as the primary revenue source for the administration. Taxes were extreme, pegged at 50 to 80% of gross income, and calculated before the harvest. The result? Indian cultivators often owed more in taxes than they earned as income.
And one thing to understand also about India, like, Indian people were also brought as slaves to other countries. This is like literally why one of the reasons why there's such a massive Indian diaspora in South Africa, you know? Like,
yep.
It was not just this. There was also slavery.
The British knew how harsh this really was.
Kolkata,
they openly conceded that
the port of the port of Kolkata, after slavery was abolished, I think Kolkata took up a quarter of the slave trade, but instead of the slaves, it was like Indians that they took after slavery was abolished.
I mean, like the thing is,
a fourth of the slave trade was like moved to India.
Like the British, this is one
and
thing.
And to Sri Lanka as well, yeah.
And what's so incredible about this is like this happened everywhere in the world. Like, you know, there were reports, I think it was in Kenya. Kenya apparently was so industrialized, or it might not have been Kenya, but some African country. It's like the first recorded city to ever have like lighting in its streets, like street lamps, you know? I can't remember exactly what country it was. And all of that completely obliterated by colonialism, you know? Read my last set of messages. You'll get an idea how bad the British fucked us over. Hold on, let me have a look. Okay, so this is also why South Asians are more predisposed to diabetes, because they were starved for so long by the British. British oppression is literally encoded into our genes because of that. Tamils were brought as slaves to Malaysia, Singapore, and South Africa, and to Sri Lanka as well. And yeah, wow.
Yeah, I mentioned in chat, but like I'm dealing with gum disease now, and gum disease is also related to it's the same thing. It's like it's genetic, basically.
You mean Crohn's disease? Is that what you meant?
Crohn's disease?
Crohn's, like Crones. I'm not sure. Oh, Crohn's. Okay, I have no idea. I've never heard of it. No, no gum disease. What he's saying?
I don't think it's the same.
Okay. All right.
I think it's different.
Okay.
But like, I am dealing with gum disease now, and that's also inherited, and it's like very common in South Asian people.
Wow.
Because of the same reason that cholesterol and like diabetes, etc. It's the same thing.
Gosh, okay.
It's the same like reason.
Okay, I see.
They were imposing the highest tax rates in the world, and that taxes were more than 3 times.
You said gum, not crone. Okay, so it was just your accent that makes the worst for me. I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's also my bad because I'm missing teeth. I can't really pronounce things right.
No, don't worry, don't
I
worry.
literally have a list.
Don't stress, don't worry, no worries. Yeah, as you were saying, yeah, anyway.
Been under Indian rulers. To add insult to injury, the British even bragged about it in Parliament. The Indians have been taxed to the utmost limit. Every province has been made a field for higher exaction, and it has always been our boast how greatly we have raised the revenue above that which the native rulers were able to extort. Colonial taxes were so burdensome that 2/3 of the population in directly ruled British areas fled to the hinterlands, where native Indian lords could at least minimally protect them from financial depredation. The millions who stayed behind could hardly afford to pay taxes, and the situation was worsened by the fact that the British did not negotiate tax payments. Horrors were perpetrated under the guise of sinless mathematical neutrality. Tax defaulters were confined in cages and exposed to the burning sun. Fathers sold their children to meet the rising rates. Vulnerable peasants were physically tortured to pay up, and when they didn't have the means to pay, the British confiscated their farmland for themselves. Tens of millions of landless peasants were created for the first time in Indian history. By the end of the 19th century, India was Britain's largest source of revenue by far, its largest purchaser of exports, and a source of highly paid employment for both British civil servants and soldiers, and they were all paid for by Indian taxes. Many British officials freely acknowledged the exploitative nature of the colonial enterprise. In fact, a Prime Minister of the UK, the Marquess of Salisbury, himself admitted, "As India is to be bled of money, the lancet should be directed to those parts where the blood is congested." And just like that, India and its people were bled dry. The fundamental issue of British overlordship was the fact that the British had no intention to become one with the land or to rule it as their own. The British saw India as innately and eternally foreign, and this justified their creation and maintenance of what scholars have referred to as an extractive colony. For comparison's sake, consider the Turkic peoples who invaded India and eventually formed the Delhi Sultanate and the Mughal Empire. Look, the Mughals were no heroes. They imposed unequal taxes, engaged in religious discrimination, plundered local treasuries, visited great violence upon their enemies, and exhibited a Persianized...
Exact reason why I didn't feel bad about celebrating the Queen's death? Yeah, fuck Lizzie. Stay in that fucking box. Fuck you. Piece of shit. Don't worry. You're among his friends here. We do fuck like the British monarchy to the highest zenith.
Racial arrogance. But one thing is clear. India's wealth was preserved at a foundational level. After nearly 2 centuries of Mughal rule, India was still a dominant economic power, responsible for 27% of global trade. There's a simple reason for that. See, the Mughals had a foreign place of origin, Fergana, but they did not repatriate India's resources to their original homeland. India may not have been Fergana, but it had become their new home, and so their loyalties and energies were owed solely to India. Meanwhile, the British ruled India as disconnected tyrants. The bulk of the revenue from India wasn't reinvested in India. No. It was extracted and repatriated to their distant, foggy homeland. How much? Modern economists have estimated that the total amount of wealth that the British extracted from India is in the ballpark of $43 trillion. Yes, $43 trillion. When taxes are not spent in the country from which they are raised, they constitute an absolute loss and extinction of the whole amount withdrawn from the taxed country. The money might as well be thrown into the sea. Such is the nature of the tribute we have so long exacted from India. Apologists for colonial rule often point to the railways as some sort of extravagant counter to the argument of extraction and divestment. But as modern scholars have pointed out, the railways serve as evidence for how exploitative and inefficient British investment in India really was. First, there's the bold assumption that Indians would not have built railways, like the Japanese or others, either by importing the technology or by developing their own. India had been far too advanced and cutting-edge a civilization to not keep up had it been given the opportunity to do so. When the British came to India, the country was the leader of Asiatic civilization. Japan was nowhere. Now, in 50 years, Japan has revolutionized her history with the aid of modern arts of progress, and India, burdened by 150 years of English rule, is condemned to tutelage. But let's ignore that for now. Initially, the Indian Railways were positioned as a grand investment scheme for British shareholders. The government guaranteed substantial returns of at least 5% per year, and when the revenues were not enough to pay out these returns, Indian taxpayers covered all the losses. Because of these taxpayer-backed guarantees, construction of the railways was extremely inefficient. Here's a fun stat. Every mile of Indian rail cost £18,000 to construct, as compared to £2,000 for the same mile built in the United States. All the elements of railway construction, steel, wagons, gears, engines, and more, were produced by British manufacturers. Indians weren't even given an opportunity to produce their own manufactured alternatives, because the British government imposed restrictions.
That's why when people compare India and China, it's unfair comparison, in my opinion. India was way more devastated than the British, and we're still reading from that damage. Yes, of course, like 100%. And this is like this level of like colonialization. Like the thing is one thing that really angers me about passports is how if you are living in a country that was previously a British colony, they're like, nah, fuck off. I honestly think that like any ex-British colony should have free movement within the UK. 100%, because you took all of the resources from the land. Let people fucking live there. It makes me unbelievably angry. Like the concept that now passports are used to cage people into these devastated countries that the British have built for them. Or destroyed, not built. Indian passports are incredibly weak in comparison to Western passports. Yeah, I mean, it's the same with a South African passport. You can't live anywhere in Europe. Obviously, you can't live anywhere, like, regardless, you'd need a visa. But, like, you can't even travel. And I'll take it one step further. Think of all of the artifacts taken from India, held in fucking British museums, and people of India will never be able to see them because they can't. Does anybody have a sub for Psy Beast? I feel so bad that you've been does anybody have a sub for Psy Beast? But basically, like every this happens in all of these countries. Like even Greece, for example, is not immune to this. Like the British have taken all of the very important things about their culture and put them in these disgusting white buildings, and you cannot ever see them as someone who is Indian or Bengali or whatever. And yeah, so it's completely disgusting. Anyway, let's continue. This is I can see why you wanted me to play this video. Too hardcore. This video is amazing. Yeah. Darovik, thank you for the gifty. They destroyed and took so much, and then imposed a system, in which you are condemned to the country in which you were born that the British has destroyed. Okay, now there were other colonizers, right? This is a microcosm, an example of stuff that happened all over, but this is specifically like bad because of like how Too hardcore. Thank you for the gifted sub to Tommy Zuta. Anyway, are you still there, Too hardcore? I can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. This is an incredible video, by the way. I'm gonna try get Hassan to watch it. Has he watched it before? Do you know?
I don't think so. I don't think I've ever seen anyone play this video besides me.
It's really, really good. Yeah.
Yeah.
The British Museum actually makes me angry when I see it. There is, I think it was Uganda. Maybe it wasn't Uganda. It might have been, yeah, I think it was Uganda. They had this incredible bronze workmanship where they would build these bronze statues, and they were all placed in order, representing a history. And the order of the statues was very important. And it detailed the entire history of the people since they'd had these skills to make these bronze statues. And the order of where they were placed was integral to understanding, and it was literally like their written record, because they didn't, like, maybe perhaps it wasn't written down. The British just came in and took them all out of order, and yeah. Anyway, let's just continue.
That prevented Indians from competing. Worse still,
there's
the
a lot
essential
more
purpose of the railways
to come.
A lot
There's
more
a
to
lot
come.
more
the British enterprise
yeah.
About this, the British, yeah, okay.
and the exploitation of the natural resources of India. In fact, the railways made it possible for the British to export enormous amounts of grain and other agricultural products, which sparked and exacerbated famines. Over the course of British rule in India, an estimated 35 million preventable deaths were caused by famines. That's millions more than those killed under Stalin or Mao, and that's 5 times more than the Holocaust. The British were directly responsible for this. They mass exported Indian foodstuffs to Britain and other countries in Europe, even during drought periods. Food in India became too expensive for peasants to afford. According to Dr. Charles Hall, India starves so that its annual tax revenue to England may not be diminished by $1. There is plenty of grain in India. The trouble is that the people have been ground down till they are too poor to buy it. The British had no interest in provisioning for Indian lives. Famine non-intervention was official government policy. How ironic, given that heavy-handed British intervention.
Non-intervention in famine, officially written into policy. No, just let them fucking starve. Let me just read this from Nerd. Also, progressive Bengalis understand the absurdity and injustice of borders more than most. Every Bengali knows someone who was displaced during partition or can trace their ancestry to the other side of the border. One of my grandmothers was born and raised in modern-day Bangladesh. Fuck the border. Fuck everyone who chirps about Bangladeshi immigrants. Fuck you if you say that, if you do that as a Bengali, you're a fucking disgrace. If you are a Bengali and believe that borders should exist the way it does. Yes, 100%.
Intervention and market manipulation is what
just
sparked
like how
the famine.
Nerd has family, just like how Nerd has family from Bangladesh. Both of my all of my grandparents were from West Bengal. They moved to Bangladesh because, well, we'll get to that, but they divided Bengal based on Hindu and Muslim lines, and my family were all Muslim, so they all had to move to Bangladesh. And I consider myself like completely Bangladeshi. I have never been to West Bengal because like visa stuff, I can't just go there. I need to do a lot of stuff. But yeah, I'm saying that Nerd has family from East Bengal. I have family who are like completely from West Bengal, and I live in East Bengal because they decided to move all the Muslims to East Bengal.
I see, okay. Okay, interesting. Maybe you're gonna get into that because I didn't know that you couldn't move.
We'll get to that.
Yeah, okay.
We'll get to that.
One thing I just wanted to say, which I just find so, like, it's so bittersweet. The British took all of this money, this resource, and what do they fucking have to show for it?
Chatters are chirping.
Hold on. Elysium!
Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who the fuck do you think
Thank
you
you
are?
for the Tutu with gifties. Holy moly. Like, thank you. Oh, and is there a hype train? Thank you. But the thing is like, think of the British right now. They took all of that money and all of the resources, and their country is in fucking poverty themselves. Like, it is a very poor country compared to what it used to be. Like, they squandered it with, like, capitalist, like, with implementation of, like, hypercapitalism and, like, privatization and furthering, like, their own, like, with all of that wealth, there are still, like, people in the UK starving. You know what I mean? Like,
yep.
It is so insanely disgusting and destructive. And that's bittersweet, because at least, like, you would think, oh, well, you know, I obviously that's never the way you would frame it, as like, you know, at least, you know, the UK, well, they would see it as the UK is, you know, really, really well off. No, they squandered all of that wealth, and they destroyed everything, all of the local industry in India, and they still fucking suck. Anyway, and I'm not trying to say, okay, well, yeah, that's the, like, positive side of colonialism. There is no positive side of colonialism, but it's just like, yeah. The whole reason Labour got puppeted from the start in the 20th century was about sharing the wealth with the British, was about sharing the wealth with the British people instead of only amongst the upper classes. They didn't object to the awful things the empire was doing. Yeah, of course. It's the same with America. Like the people living in the imperial core are normally have the wool pulled over their eyes about foreign policy. And they're completely unaware. And that still happens. Just look at the way colonization is taught in British classrooms, and you will understand how most of them see this as a positive thing. It is direct brainwashing, which is why, once again, I will always say you are not your country. It isn't. It isn't taught. Yeah, exactly. No, that is still like not teaching your country's history. You learn about kings and queens and then World War II and then World War I. That's insane. Oh my god. Okay.
In the first place, and when good people, Indians and foreigners, worked together to help famine-affected peasants, the British government made efforts to stop them. They were furious that the government's own failures were being highlighted. Don't believe me? Listen to this British officer in his own words. Scores of corpses were tumbled into old wells because the deaths were too numerous for the relatives to perform funeral rites. Mothers sold their children for a single meal. Husbands flung their wives into ponds to escape the torment of seeing them perish from hunger. But amid these scenes of death, the British government in India was unmoved. Newspapers were persuaded into silence. Strict orders were given to civilians. Do not acknowledge that civilians are dying of hunger. And if you think that Indians would have done a worse job, consider this. There hasn't been a single large-scale Indian famine in the 70-plus years since British rule ended. Not one. Independent India has its flaws, but it has been overwhelmingly better at providing for the care, safety, and prosperity of its own people. And now you know.
Wow. That was insane. Okay. Wow. That was an incredible video. Gosh.
Yeah, it's a really good video, and it's also really good context for what we're going to cover now. Now we're going to get into how Bengal got divided. I tried to summarize everything that happened in the 20th century in this
list.
This list. Feel free to read it.
Okay, I'll go through it.
Explain.
Okay, you just tell me when to stop. So, a Bengali's guide to the 20th century. Okay, have religious diversity and tolerance. Have colonizers draw internal borders, protest, explicitly say no, get divided anyway, 1905, have a nation rally with you, get united again in 1911, help create national uprising, help drive British rule out, have politicians want religious divide, get divided by fake religious lines, have colonizers draw internal borders, protest explicitly say no again, get divided anyway the second time, forced mass migration and tragedy, get divided by fake state lines.
And that's where we are currently, pretty much. When people talk about the partition of Bengal, they're usually talking about the second partition, but there was a first partition where the British were doing the same thing, where they realized there was a lot of protests going on, and that people would revolt. So they from very early on they tried to suppress the Bengalis by drawing a line through it, and we'll talk a little more about that about how that's common. But this is pretty much what happened. Bengalis never wanted to be divided, but they kept getting divided, and Bengal is currently divided.
I see.
The next slide is about
let me just read what Nerd has said quickly. Hold on. So much like Arun, I also identify as Bengali first and Indian second. I do that consciously, but I honestly believe that's how most Indians identify without knowing. If you ask most Indians to list the things they care about culturally you identify with, you will see them listing most things about their local region identity. They don't do it consciously, but when they do, Indian is not a monolithic identity the way most Western nationalities are. Yes, of course, 100%. Yeah. All right. So you say, yeah. It's just it's a massive country. You know. All right. So here we have current borders. So you want me to read through this? So this was the first split. Is this what you?
This is the second.
The second.
This is the second. This is the one that lasted to now.
Okay. All right. So current. Oh yes, because it says current borders. Sorry, I can't read. Okay. Bengal experienced the partition of 1947 along the Radcliffe Line. Despite efforts to not divide Bengal, the powers in favor of two nations along a Hindu-Muslim divide won. Total migration across Bengal during these partitions is estimated at 3.3 million. 2.6 million Hindus moved from East Pakistan to India, and 0.7 million Muslims moved from India to East Pakistan. Partition of India displaced 10 to 20 million and killed 1 million. Yeah. Okay. Gosh.
Yeah, that was pretty much the divide. A nerd's family moved from East Bengal to West Bengal. My family moved from West Bengal to East Bengal. And so this line, the Radcliffe line, I'm mostly focusing on the Bengal part, but Punjab, this region over here, faced like even more tragedy, but I'll leave that for another day. But this part is also, the Bengal part is also tragic. I'm going to focus on the Bengal part. But basically, you see you read this.
Yeah.
You can click on the Radcliffe line, but
Sure.
but that's also fine.
No, I'll click on it.
The Radcliffe line was decided based on there we go. I have that map, and if you go back to the slides, you'll see.
Hold on.
So maps like this were used to figure out where Bengal and like where India and Pakistan would be partitioned, but all the maps they used were really shit. Like, look at the legends here. 0 to 40% of population Hindu is like this color. 40 to 80 is this color. Over 80 is this. It's just really bad maps. And if you look at this map of non-Hindu and Muslim populations, it's also a little like this part. It's in Bangladesh. This part is Chittagong. This is Chittagong and Cox's Bazar. They had Buddhists, so it's like these parts went into Bangladesh. It's what I'm trying to tell you is the maps that they had were really bad.
Yeah.
5 to 10%, 10 to 20.
They weren't detailed enough at all.
Yeah, they weren't detailed. They weren't accurate. They didn't use exactly this map, but I'm like trying to give you an example of maps that they did use, and it's all like really, really bad. We were talking about like how divide and rule works. I kind of want to go into like a bit of detail. So like imagine so this divide and rule strategy, it needs like specific things. One, it needs the creation of differences within a population. In this case, it was like grouping everyone that was not Muslim or Buddhist into being Hindu, and making Muslims like a separate entity and acting like they did not coexist together all this time, right? So they created the differences. The next thing you do is augment the existing differences, and how you can do that is like one, you could convert local people into a different religion and then box them into that religion. Like you could get them to be, I don't know, Buddhist or Christian or Muslims if they're Hindu, and not that that exactly happened, but I'm giving you an example. On another thing you could do to augment the difference, and this happened, was differences in education level, because first they divided groups based on religion, and then those religious groups had their own schools, their own systems, their own communities, and they were made to be separate. And what happens after these differences get augmented is then you can channel and exploit these differences. And you can exploit these differences by like selective recruitment in the armed forces, like what happened with the sheiks. You could do a selective recruitment for like a specific civil services, and you can be like, we want this religious group to participate here. You can also, and there's also like forcible segregation within the ethnic groups. And what happens after all this happens is like the differences become internally like politicized.
Yes.
the differences become internalized. People start to internalize these differences, and these differences to this day are like still cemented into society where Bangladesh was like divided, made into a Muslim country, and like the ultra nationalists, the right wing in Bangladesh, they want Bangladesh to be Muslim, not specifically secular like we were like how we formed Bangladesh. Bangladesh was meant to be secular instead of a Muslim country like Pakistan. Uh, but the right wing wants it to be Muslim basically, and these Jamaat Islami exactly, Aaron. But these differences have been like cemented into society is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and one thing I just want to say, sorry, I did say Hindi by mistake, Arun. I did mean Hindu. I know, I know. And then Arun also said, by the way, Hindus didn't just mean what we now call Hindus. It basically means non-Muslims, including Christians, which ties to what you were sort of saying. Is like it's about the grouping of people in that sort of way. Yeah.
Yeah. So after all the line drawing and the guessing where it should be, another funny thing is that the lines weren't like concrete in the beginning. Like I don't want to dox. There were places in how do I say this? So there were places in West Bengal that were first put into Pakistan, and then they were put back into Bangladesh. Like the people living there were, one day they woke up, they're like, "Oh, we're in Pakistan now, okay," and then 2 days later, oh, they changed their mind, we're in India now. So that's also something funny that happened. After they did all the lines, and the lines were stupid, but regardless of the fact of the lines being stupid, this partition along the two independent nations, it caused sectarian violence. It caused religious cleansing and a refugee crisis. So all those things happened while people were being displaced. Muslims were told to go into Pakistan. Hindus were told to go into India. And I feel like I added these stats before, but millions of people were moved and displaced, and about 1 million were killed in the process of migration.
Gosh. Yeah, and that was the thing there. So hold on, like, so basically there are Bengali Muslim majority regions that were put into the Indian state of Assam. Okay, I see. All right.
Yes, that too. I wasn't specifically talking about Assam, but yeah, that happened too. It's on the other side, not near West Bengal. That's like the other side of Bangladesh.
I see.
East of Bangladesh.
Should I? You want me to read this?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so the borderline between Afghanistan and Pakistan is the Durand Line. State borders of this region do not align with ethno-linguistic or cultural borders. They have no they have been historically used to divide within ethnic groups. Current borders maintain this historic means of oppression. This is
I wanted to show you a map of the ethnic groups in Afghanistan and Pakistan. Afghanistan used to be British controlled. You see the first map on the left. You'll see the Soviet Union. You can listen to blowback for the Afghanistan coverage. Yeah, Pashtunistan, baby. I love that. But yeah, Afghanistan was also divided. You'll see that ethnicities were divided so that it would be easier to control like half of the population instead of the whole population. And this, like the map says it all basically. Look at the ethnic groups in Afghanistan and Pakistan. And if you look into India, you'll notice that the Punjabis are also like cut off, and the Sindhis are also cut off. They're between Pakistan and India, just like how Bengal is between India and Bangladesh.
I see that. Gosh.
Yeah, Arun talks about the minorities in Pakistan. Oh, and this is also important to, I guess I could talk to you about this now. So when Bangladesh and Pakistan were made into like the two Pakistans, the population of Bengalis in East Pakistan was similar to the population of the four main ethnicities in Pakistan. Does that make sense? So East Pakistan, West Pakistan, they have about the same population, but East Pakistan is only Bengalis, and West Pakistan is a bunch of ethnic groups.
I see. Okay. Okay, I understand what you mean.
This will come in. This will become relevant later. I have this video now.
Okay.
This is a shorter one about specifically the partition. We can play this, and then the next stage of this presentation will be the Liberation War.
Okay.
This is taking longer than it.
No, you know, I know. Don't worry. It always does take a little bit longer, so don't stress. But we'll get through it. Yeah. Unless you are you still feeling okay?
Oh yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
I also don't have work today because I'm off work.
Okay, I see. So no, that was promised. My granddad on my mum's side, who lived through colonialism, was put in jail while by the British for his involvement in the freedom struggle. So a Muslim kid who worked in his local shop get hacked to death during post-partition riots. Many Bengalis passed down these stories through generations. Wow. Gosh.
Yep.
Oh.
This video is a little I feel like it's made by someone who is very West adjacent, but it's still okay.
Yeah, it's very liberal probably, you know.
In August 1947, India gained independence after 200 years of British rule. What followed was one of the largest and bloodiest forced migrations in history. An estimated 1 million people lost their lives. Before British colonization, the Indian subcontinent was a patchwork of regional kingdoms known as princely states, populated by Hindus, Muslims, Sikhs, Jains, Buddhists, Christians, Parsis, and Jews. Each princely state had its own traditions, caste backgrounds, and leadership. Starting in the 1500s, a series of European powers colonized India with coastal trading settlements. By the mid-18th century, the English East India Company emerged as the primary colonial power in India. The British ruled some provinces directly and ruled the princely states indirectly. Under indirect rule, the princely states remained sovereign, but made political and financial concessions to the British. In the 19th century, the British began to categorize Indians by religious identity, a gross simplification of the communities in India. They counted Hindus as majorities, and all other religious communities as distinct minorities, with Muslims being the largest minority. Sikhs were considered part of the Hindu community by everyone but themselves. In elections, people could only vote for candidates of their own religious identification. These practices exaggerated differences, sowing distrust between communities that had previously coexisted. The 20th century began with decades of anti-colonial movements, where Indians fought for independence from Britain. In the aftermath of World War II, under enormous financial strain from the war, Britain finally caved. Indian political leaders had differing views on what an independent India should look like. Mohandas Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru represented the Hindu majority and wanted one united India. Muhammad Ali Jinnah, who led the Muslim minority, thought the rifts created by colonization were too deep to repair. Jinnah argued for a two-nation division where Muslims would have a homeland.
They don't mention Ambedkar.
They don't mention?
Like
oh, okay. They
Ambedkar.
Oh, okay.
Arun can tell you about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Keep going.
Following riots in 1946 and 1947, the British expedited their retreat, planning Indian independence behind closed doors. In June 1947, the British Viceroy announced that India would gain independence by August and be partitioned into Hindu India and Muslim Pakistan, but gave little explanation of how exactly this would happen. Using outdated maps, inaccurate census numbers, and minimal knowledge of the land, in a mere 5 weeks, the Boundary Committee drew a border, dividing 3 provinces under direct British rule: Bengal, Punjab, and Assam. The border took into account where Hindus and Muslims were majorities, but also factors like location and population percentages. So if a Hindu majority area bordered another Hindu majority area, it would be included in India. But if a Hindu majority area bordered Muslim majority areas, it might become part of Pakistan. Princely states on the border had to choose which of the new nations to join. losing their sovereignty in the process. While the Boundary Committee worked on the new map, Hindus and Muslims began moving to areas where they thought they'd be a part of the religious majority, but they couldn't be sure. Families divided themselves. Fearing sexual violence, parents sent young daughters and wives to regions they perceived to be safe. The new map wasn't revealed until August 17, 1947, 2 days after independence. The provinces of Punjab and Bengal became the geographically separated East and West Pakistan. The rest became Hindu-majority India. In a period of 2 years, millions of Hindus and Sikhs living in Pakistan left for India, while Muslims living in India fled villages where their families had lived for centuries. The cities of Lahore, Delhi, Calcutta, Dhaka, and Karachi emptied of old residents and filled with refugees. In the power vacuum British forces left behind, radicalized militias and local groups massacred migrants. Much of the violence occurred in Punjab, and women bore the brunt of it, suffering rape and mutilation. Around 100,000 women were kidnapped and forced to marry their captors. The problems created by partition went far beyond this immediate deadly aftermath. Many families who made temporary moves became permanently displaced, and borders continued to be disputed. In 1971, East Pakistan seceded and became the new country of Bangladesh. Meanwhile, the Hindu ruler of Kashmir decided to join India, a decision that was to be finalized by a public referendum of the majority Muslim population. That referendum still hasn't happened as of 2020, and India and Pakistan have been warring over Kashmir since 1947. More than 70 years later, the legacies of the partition remain clear in the subcontinent, in its new political formations, and in the memories of divided families. When we read over accounts of the past, the perspectives of young people have often been left out. But it is vital that these experiences are shared and amplified.
I think the video is done.
There we go.
Help your...
Wow.
So yes. So now we have like context for how we had East Pakistan and West Pakistan form. This slide is the prelude to how the East broke off from Pakistan. So it's the prelude to the independence war. You can read through this, Ali.
I will go through that, but you say trigger warning next slide. There's no TOS,
yes,
right?
There is there is no TOS. I'm just going to say things that will be very triggering.
Okay, all right, no worries.
Because essay and systemic murder.
Okay. So, prelude to the Independence War, 2 events in late 1970 sparked the political crisis of 1971. In November, a cyclone and subsequent floods devastated East Pakistan. The death toll of the natural disasters was difficult to determine, but has been estimated at 250,000 to 500,000 people. Bengalis believed that the central government in West Pakistan was slow to react, and that response to the its response to the catastrophe was inadequate. In December of 1970,
Pause. Okay. So the mismanagement of warning East Pakistan about the cyclone was done on purpose. And there's quotes saying that there's quotes from Yahya Khan and like people adjacent to him saying that this was a cyclone that solved about 500,000 of our problems. That's how West Pakistan saw the cyclone. They didn't tell them on purpose so that people would explicitly die because they were afraid of East Bengal outvoting West Pakistan in the elections.
Okay, I see.
We can read the second one.
I'll go through it. In December of 1970, Pakistan held elections to a new constituent assembly that was to write a new national constitution. The 1970 elections were the first in Pakistani history to be held on a one-person, one-vote basis, and therefore a party that could sweep East Pakistan was in a position to dominate the national government. In these elections, the Bengali-based Awami League, led by Sheikh Mujibur Rahman.
Mujibur
Rahman.
You can call him Mujib.
Okay.
Mujib is how is the shortened
Okay.
Mujib.
Okay. So Muji won Rahban won a majority of the seats in the assembly. The ethnic divisions in Pakistani politics were starkly illustrated by the election results. The Awami League captured 167 of the 169 constituents in East Pakistan, giving the League an absolute majority in the new 313-seat assembly. The Awami League advocated a 6-point autonomy plan, first articulated in 1966, that would have granted the Bengalis a semi-independent status within Pakistan. With its electoral victory, the Awami League was in a position to enact its program and to name Mujab, as he was popularly known as Prime Minister. Neither of these outcomes was acceptable to the military elites who dominated Pakistan. On March the 1st, 1971, after Zulfikar
Ali Bhutto,
head of the Pakistan's People's Party that had won 80 constituencies in the elections, announced that his party would boycott the assembly. Pakistan's military dictator Yahya Khan delayed the delayed the convening of the assembly in East the assembly in East Bengal. The postponement of the assembly and thus the denial of fruits of electoral victory to the Bangladeshis was met with mass outrage. Demonstrations were followed by widespread strikes that left East Pakistan paralyzed. At this point, the Pakistani military leadership decided to quell the uprising in Bangladesh with brute force. Military action began on March 25th, 1971, with a mistaken belief on the part of the Pakistani generals that Bengalis could be quickly subdued by violence. Gosh, okay.
Yeah, I'll give you another quote from Yahya Khan's administration. And the quote goes, "All we need to do is kill 3 million of them, and the rest will eat out of our hands."
Wow.
And
so
that,
the
and
idea,
that was the plan.
they had an entirely planned like genocide. Of course, genocide is always
they
planned.
wanted to kill.
Yeah.
They wanted to kill 3 million Bengalis, and they thought if they murdered 3 million, then the rest would become docile.
Gosh, okay. Okay.
So, in this slide, I'm going to. There are trigger warnings. Feel free to read it, and I'll get into the dark stuff.
Okay.
And I'll say the dark stuff.
No worries. Liberation War. So, 25th March 1971 to the 16th of December 1971. Bangladesh proclaimed independence from Pakistan in the Liberation War of 1971. It was marked by an ethnic cleansing through mass murder and genocidal rape, widely referred to as the Bangladesh Genocide. There were nukes involved. Estimates claim 3 million civilian deaths, 0.4 million women raped, 30 million displaced, 10 million fled to India.
Yeah, the uniquely gruesome elements of this. Thomas, I know you're asking for the nukes. We'll get to that. So the unique thing about this genocide was the use of systemic rape and the systemic killing of intellectuals. Okay, so I don't know how much of the systemic sexual assault you want me to describe because it's like really gruesome. They had. It was common for soldiers to go into houses to specifically rape women and then leave. But that was just like the least dark. Like systemic sexual assault was just completely rampant, and it was like encouraged by West Pakistan. Even the religious imams, the religious leaders would consider Hindu women, Hindu Bengali women specifically, they tried to consider them booty, like war booty, basically, as a reward for war, and they wanted to cleanse the Bengali population of the Hindus, and West Pakistan had, in the process of dehumanizing Bengalis, they would call them Hindus because there were a lot of Hindus, and Hindus were systemically. Uniquely targeted in the war by West Pakistan, but also but Muslims were also like, I'm saying Hindus got the brunt of the damage. And some of the reports for the rape things is like so horrible that like they would um corral in women into like it'd make like brothels, and like by the time the war was over, or by the time they found these like uh I don't know how you describe these concentration camps for women, but the women were so pregnant that they could not get an abortion by the time that they were found in that situation. And a lot of women would rather commit suicide instead of go through all of that.
Gosh.
There's also reports of like women being tied up against like banana trees and like for days, uh and then sexual assault, and then they would tie them up again later to basically lynch them and murder them. And the other important thing that I wanted to mention that like not a lot of people talk about is like the systemic killing of intellectuals. So like academic people, people who had like revolutionary knowledge, people who like have revolutionary fervor, people who were academically smart, like university teachers. Um, I can I mentioned this a lot because like I grew up very close to a place where right before the war, I think this was like 5-ish days or like a week, or just a few days before the war ended, before Pakistan um, surrendered. What they did was they corralled intellectuals, journalists, academics, like all the smart people you could imagine. They gathered them at a place and then they mass murdered them. Um, and I lived very close to like the mass grave that's dedicated to the intellectuals that were killed during the war, specifically for like systemic, like they wanted to make the population not be able to keep going basically with
Of course.
the rape of women, the killing of like all the academics. They wanted to make the population broken completely. And the thing about and there was also a huge mass migration to India and other places. 30 million displaced, 10 million fled to India, millions of civilian deaths. Oh, something I also wanted to say about this war was that West Pakistan is, note that it's like a completely different place, right? And how they had control over East Pakistan or Bangladesh was they controlled like the government, like the infrastructure and the communications and basically all the government infrastructure they had control of. And the war was basically Bengalis trying to get control of that. The war was really brutal for Bangladeshis, and like I Bangladeshis don't like hearing it, but like I don't think we would have won if India hadn't joined in and then finished the war, because Pakistan did attack India during this war because they were afraid that India was going to strike back, and then India joined the war, and then after India joined the war, Bangladesh won. Most of the resistance was in Chittagong, or most of the successful resistance was in Chittagong, where my family used to live at the time. But yeah, there was also the firebombing of Dhaka, where they like firebombed the old town, completely destroyed the city, and this happened while my dad was still alive. So while my dad was alive, the city I was born in was firebombed by American weapons and and all that stuff. I did want to mention the nukes, because the nukes, not very few people know about the nukes, even less than like the intellectual killings, the systematic intellectual killings. Yeah, but you want to click on the nukes link, the green one.
Task Force 74. So there's a naval task force that existed twice. Okay.
So what happened?
Yeah.
So I'll try to give you like a brief summary of this. What happened was in August before the war, in August of 1970, the USSR signed a pact with India where they would like defend India. Basically, this is a Cold War thing. This war is a Cold War. So it's funny when people call it a Cold War, but basically, Soviets were aligned with India, Bangladesh. America was aligned with Pakistan, and and America sent a nuclear sub to the Bay of Bengal to ward off like the fighting going on, like the
Wow.
defense from Bangladesh. And then the USSR also sent a nuclear sub to the area, and they were like, we don't know what would have happened, but basically, while the nuke thing was getting like super almost escalating, Pakistan did surrender. So we don't know what would have happened, but basically, the world didn't know, but the world was going into nuclear war, basically.
It was very close to it,
Both
like
sides,
because of this
yeah,
conflict.
exactly. It was very close to it. Both sides would not back off, and both sides would say like, basically, both sides were preparing to attack.
Wow. Okay.
With nukes.
Gosh.
And this was happening in the Bay of Bengal with nuclear subs. And this was the sub. I think if you scroll down, it does mention the Bangladesh part in the Wikipedia page.
Yes.
So
Okay.
this is like a lesser known thing from the war.
Okay. All right. So it's
we could have died in nuclear holocaust, but it didn't happen. Thankfully, Pakistan surrendered.
Gosh. Okay. All right. I'm not going to read through it all because it is linked, but you did explain it well. Okay. Wow. Let's go back to
on the slides. We can look at the newspaper things. The Anthony guy. I think he was one of the first people who wrote about the genocide, and he was also suppressed for it for writing in the Sunday Times. I think it was in the UK. I know the Beatles did a concert for Bangladesh to raise awareness for what was happening. Yeah.
Okay.
It's funny. A lot of Western people know the Bangladesh war. Like older Western people that I've met, they knew about the war from the Beatles doing their concert for awareness, which is kind of funny. But yeah. So this was mostly the Liberation War. We'll watch a video about it. Hopefully, I know it's getting long, but
no, don't stress. Don't stress. As long as you're fine, I'm fine.
Cool. Yeah, I'm fine. So let's move on to the Constitution now. Okay, there is a gap of
just give me a second,
understanding of the.
Because no, that was wants me to read what they've posted. So hold on. You have to understand that intellectuals have had and still have higher esteem among Bengalis within South Asia. There's classism tied to it, but I won't get into that. The scholar society of Bengal was targeted and strategic. Of course, Gaza is facing the same horror now. Yes, of course, with the bombing of all of the universities and yeah. West Bengal was also a hub of the resistance. A lot of planning and organizing happening in Kolkata. I believe that a lot of Bangladeshi revolutionaries actually fled here temporarily. So yeah, Bengalis united. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
That is true and real. It's also part of a lot of people became refugees to India. A lot of them were also like pro-independence and were helping out.
Okay, I see.
And the Indians did help, and their help was important. I do want to stress that. And also I should stress that the Hindus were the Hindus got the brunt of the genocide.
It is
like,
as Arun said, it's a rare India W.
Yeah, rare India W. So skipping a lot of things in the war, we're jumping into the Constitution after the war happened. I have two pictures. First is the Liberation War flag. I think it's a cooler flag, but it does have the borders, so I don't like that part. But it's a cool flag.
Yeah.
The second picture is Mujib approaching a rally in Dhaka. And I wanted to mention that there's 4 main pillars of the Constitution in Bangladesh, and those things are nationalism, socialism, democracy, and secularism.
Wow. Okay.
The socialism part has been co-opted into become neoliberalized into social justice, and secularism is they're trying to throw that out the window and make it like Muslim, but these are what the Constitution was like fundamentally based on. Like this is like we're daydreaming here, but this was what it was meant to be.
Okay, I see. Okay.
We're close to the end. So
No stress.
now we're going to jump in. Now we're going to jump into the religious leaders up to this point. My dad and I both agree that there were only 4 elections. I'll write this down. I don't think I can pronounce this. Pronounce 4. But there were 3 years where the elections were fair and where the elections were real, basically. And those years were 1991, 1996, 2001, and 2007. And you'll notice that those are the years when the leader flipped.
Ah, okay. So wait. So what do you mean the leader flipped? So
the leader changed.
Changed. Okay. I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this guy, I'll explain to you the people. So this guy is Mujib. This guy basically said that Bangladesh would become independent, and then this guy radioed it out over here, and he radioed that Bangladesh, that Mujib declared Bangladesh independent. The current Awami League kind of like gets rid of his history and like mostly focuses on like this guy. They don't like the other party. They don't want to like have the right-wing party have any like say in the idea that they were also helping. But basically, so basically there was Sheikh Mujib. He got assassinated like 2-3 years after he joined. And then there was a military dictatorship. There were more military dictatorships. Basically, military dictatorships neoliberalized the economy more and more and more. In the beginning, Sheikh Mujib was kind of anti-capitalist, or like that's the impression that I've gotten from like Mujib and like reading about him. He was like a socialist adjacent. He wanted a socialist nation that where like things were nationalized and stuff, which makes sense because Pakistan at the time was like the capitalist military dictatorship. So we would like did want to move away from that. These are the dates and names over here you'll see are like who governed during that time.
I see, okay.
And basically it's like these people. These are like the only people that really had power. It's like nepotism to the core. This is the guy who declared independence, right? This woman right here, you saw a picture of her with
the current prime minister.
So she is this guy's daughter.
Wow.
and Mujib's family was murdered, but Hasina was in East Germany, I think, at the time, so she survived. So this is like the Sheikh Hasina is now like the center party. This person here is the right-wing party, conservative party. I think she's still in prison. She's been in this person, Zia, Khalida Zia, which kind of translates to like woman of Zia, like this guy, like this Zia Rahman, Khalida Zia. They were married. She's a widow now, but basically she has taken over the helm of this guy, and Hasina has taken over the helm of this guy. This guy was a military dictatorship, Ershad. Mostly fuck this guy. He was bad. We'll just ignore him for now. We don't need to make him relevant.
Okay.
But these 4 people are basically who you should be concerned about. Sheikh Hasina has been in power since 2008, 2007.
Wow.
After Khalida Zia lost, and none of the elections since then have been free and fair. Bangladesh has a rule where before elections, the ruling party lets go of the government to a caretaker government that makes sure that that the elections are fair.
Okay. I see what you mean.
So now we live in nepotism. It's like the same neoliberal hellhole between like between a Democrat Party and a Republican Party.
At the moment, it's a Democrat Party. Right, because the other side is more right wing.
She's also really bad.
Yeah, of course. I like the Dems are.
The cool thing about Bangladesh is we get like neoliberal authoritarian leaders, but at least they're women.
Yeah,
right?
girl boss fascism.
Both
Okay.
Girl boss fascism. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
I love telling like my Western liberal friends, like the people who would like genuinely believe that having women dictators would make it better. All you have to do is point at Bangladesh. It's literally the same thing.
It also
doesn't matter if like it's a woman or a man.
It is also something to be said about like how the West views these countries as being inherently like far more misogynist. Like the reality is that these leaders won,
which is crazy because like both the leaders are women.
Yeah,
and America's never had a woman leader.
Yeah,
what is going on?
Exactly, but it's not to say that like women are not oppressed. Women are oppressed in basically every single country, right? But the point is, it's like to be able to get men to vote for a woman, that hasn't happened in America yet. You know, they've never been, it did almost happen, and she did get the popular vote, but thank fuck Hillary Clinton didn't join the girl boss fascism league. You know,
I like that. It's funny that all the women we get are like nepotism women everywhere.
Yeah.
Not like decent women, just nepotism women.
The world's first, Orange says the world's first, I think you mean female prime minister was Surmia Bandaran Ike, the PM of Sri Lanka. I see. Okay. You can continue. I need the bathroom again. I'm sorry. I need the bathroom quite a lot. I'll be back in a second. You can just continue, okay?
No worries. Yeah. So I'll explain to you a little more, Chad. Basically, this guy was in power in Bangladesh. Like after the main leader died, where we were kind of going towards like nationalization of resources and everything. That didn't really happen. Every leader that came after Mujib neoliberalized the economy, first a little bit, and then a little bit more, and then a little bit more, and then a little bit more. And it's just like neoliberalized completely now. And Arun is right with where she's saying like so Khaleda Zia, this person right here, she is conservative. She's allied with fundies, people who were against the independence of Bangladesh. This person has in her party. Hasina also sucks. Hasina's Grand Alliance has a lot of leftist parties. I think there's like a ML party. I think there's like a Socialist Party. I forget the names of them because they are pretty irrelevant. I think like trade unions have like more a little bit more say from what I understand from like what the leftist parties are kind of they are in an alliance with the center party, this like neoliberalizing demon right here. So like trade unions are also corrupt, but like everything is corrupt though. That's why I don't want to say trade unions are corrupt, because everything is corrupt. Like police are corrupt. Like I've spent so much money bribing costs, it's kind of insane.
All right, I'm back. Okay.
Yeah, they work as mediators between capitalist overlords and workers. Yeah, exactly. And they don't really have a choice. You know, they don't have much power. Is what I'm trying to say. Stop saying bad things. Yeah. So basically, nepotism has led from basically nepotism. Politics here is nepotism. So I'm going to move to the next slide. The next slide is about the recent protests.
Okay. So we have had.
Arun should have like told you about this. If he hasn't, like feel free to read this.
Yes, so we have gone through. He actually, this exact Instagram post we went through, and he explained it. But I will go through. So the protest quota reform movements are not new in Bangladesh. Government jobs pay the most in Bangladesh and are also highly sought after. Because of quotas and corruption, however, they only can go to connections of political leaders, those who can't pay, who can pay bribes, etc. 12% or 80 million youth are unemployed currently. The 2013 quota reform protest did not lead to policy changes, but resulted in 55 injured and 50 arrested. The 2018 reform protest led to reforms, about 262 fatal injuries and 44 arrested. And the 2024 protests are ongoing, and updates, Al Jazeera has been good at covering it. And I won't read the whole thing, but basically the understanding is that like 30% of the government jobs need to go to the descendants of freedom fighters for the liberation of, well, I guess it wasn't Bangladesh back then, but East Pakistan.
They say it like that. They say it like that, but it's basically pretty much you have to be aligned with the Awami League, because the Awami League has kind of co-opted all the liberation movement. They're like claiming everything basically, even though the right wing did help and were important at the time. Like what I'm trying to say is there is so much corruption that you cannot like get a government job if you're not aligned with the party. Is what I'm trying to say too.
No,
I wanted to add that.
I see what you mean, and from what I know, maybe you've got it on the next slide, but what the government has done is labeled protesters as, I can't remember, what's the word again?
Razakar.
Yeah, and that's, as you know, like the image you showed previously of people gathering to ask for the what's the word again? When a state is the state killing of a Razakar, like people wanted it, like that's how charged the term is. Like it's an incredible, and so they're labeling people who are protesting as Razakars, basically, right?
Yeah. I think Arun should have probably given you a good idea of what's going on. What I wanted to mention was that these quota reforms, they're not new. Like they happened in 2013. I was there when that happened. 2018, it also happened. 2024, it's also happening now. Things like this happen a lot, but usually what happens is there isn't really organization, and there isn't really an alternative. Like if you get rid of the current government, what is the alternative? The alternative is the right-wing party. Every left-wing party is in a grand coalition with the center party, and they have no teeth. They suck. Yeah. It's funny I said they have no teeth. I have no teeth currently.
Gosh. Yeah.
Yeah. So I wanted to mention that can you click on student protests in Bangladesh?
Sure.
There's a link to a wiki.
This one here. Okay. So it says it's a subcategory.
So these are like some of the newer protests that have been happening recently. Protests aren't only for quota reforms. I remember road safety protests, which were like huge. I think in one of the beginning of the slides, there was a "We Want Justice" painted on a guy's body. That was from the road safety protests. There have been a bunch of other protests happen a lot. But I wanted to basically give you an idea that there are a lot of protests. And I did want to mention something else. Since we're talking about Razakars, the UK Supreme Court ruled that the ICT, which is a court made by Bangladesh to prosecute war criminals, that court is not following due process. And the UK Supreme Court decided that because one of the people who had ties to the assassination of Sheikh Mujib, and like basically anti-national stuff. Basically, the UK Supreme Court is like, hey, there's a guy that probably killed your leader, and you want justice. You're not following the laws right. So like, the UK did that.
Still policing
like two months ago.
and coming back and policing.
Yeah, exactly. And it's kind of like insane that the UK is doing that now, because it does set a precedent for like Western countries, Supreme Courts saying that, you want justice? You can't have it because the person is a British person now because he immigrated right after the war. He escaped here. We don't know how. He just got here somehow. But we're like trying to protect him. The person that allegedly killed Sheikh Mujib is in Canada now, and he's in hiding. He also like escaped Bangladesh after. And I think some people were like trying to point that out, that he's like living a happy life and he's not getting extradited or anything. But you know, the West's not going to do anything about the war criminals because they were on their side when it happened, you know?
Of course, yeah. Gosh.
Okay, and so the next slide I wanted to...
Hold on.
pretty much the last slide.
No
so
stress.
The last slide is for textiles. But before I talk about textiles, I just wanted to tell you where the textiles from Bangladesh go. Okay, the main importers of Bangladeshi textiles or Bangladeshi exports are the United States, Germany, United Kingdom, Spain, France, Italy, and then India. So these are the countries that take in the textiles that Bangladesh makes. They're all Western countries. I just want to point that out. And now we have this slide. We were talking about protests. I also wanted to talk about earlier protests that happened last year for garment worker pay increases. Like, feel free to read the infographic from here to.
Well, should I read the text first on the infographic?
Either is fine.
Okay, so we'll study the Bangladesh garment worker killed during pay process. Dear, and so these are the lists of all of, like, we've got H&M, you've got Marks and Spencer's, you've got, Next, New Look. A lot of these I don't know, but a lot of these I'm sure other people know, like Patagonia I've never heard of, but I'm sure people can notice, like, brands that they know of. Workers in your... Workers in your Bangladeshi factories demand higher wages. The current Bangladesh minimum wage is of 8,000 takas, equivalent to earning $253 in the US. And this is a monthly wage, right? 171 pounds in the UK and 185 euros in Germany. According to the Bangladesh Institute for Labour Studies, at least 23,000, I think that's taka, right, is needed for a decent living wage in Bangladesh. Wow. 3 times more than garment workers currently earn. The minimum wage is set to be revised this year, but wages will not increase if brands are not willing to pay more. Brands need to publicly support the union's demand of that increased amount to absorb the increased cost of wages and commit to sourcing from Bangladesh after the wage increase. After the 15 brands above have made a commitment to take steps forward paying their wage workers, these commitments are empty promises. The same brands refuse to publicly support the 23,000 taka demand, which is the bare minimum and wouldn't surpass the poverty line in many countries. Gosh. Yeah. Insane. In December 2023, the Bangladesh Minimum Wage Board established a garment sector's updated minimum wage as... And here is the issue is, like, if Bangladesh increases the minimum wage, then these companies can just be like, okay, fuck you. We'll source this from somewhere else. So it really is like you are at the whims of these companies in many instances in order for people to just get, like, a decent wage. The updated minimum wage as a 12,500 Bangladeshi taka, equivalent to $113 dollars per month. Prior to this decision, the minimum wage Bangladesh has remained at 8,000, which is $72 since 2018, which fell below the World Bank poverty line for 2 to 3 person household in 2022. Fuck. Insane. Yeah.
And the top exports, you'll notice that most of them are clothing.
Yeah.
Arun did mention Rana Plaza. What I do want to do is watch a video about the textile thing. I think it's pretty important.
Sure, we can watch it.
Besides the Gravel Institute one. This is the end of the slides, basically.
All right.
In summary, visit us before we sink. In Bangla, we don't say goodbye when we're saying goodbye. We say ashi, which means I come or I visit, basically. You never say bye, you say ashi.
Interesting. It's like it's like saying see you later, instead of saying bye, but it's you never say bye, you always say ashi.
Yeah.
That's so cool. Wow.
I used to get corrected for that.
Wow. Okay.
These are like the last 2 videos. The ones I do want you to watch, for sure, are this one, and maybe this one.
How long are each of these?
I feel this one's 10 minutes. This one's like 15.
Sure, we can watch them. Do you want?
And this one was a really. Okay. First, can you play the first video, the Bangladesh monsoon? This guy.
Yeah,
just play it for a little bit because I want to show you something cool. So like in Bangladesh, you know how rivers like kind of control everything.
For some reason, hold on, I can't make it big for some reason. Hold on.
I think you might have to copy the YouTube link.
Oh, there we go. Watching. What? It just won't work for some reason.
I can send you the link to the.
Yeah. That'd be great. Google, please. Yeah. Perfect.
I did want to mention something that I forgot to mention. So after Bangladesh became independent, do you want to know the list of countries that were first to recognize Bangladesh? Because it'll give you a good idea of what side we were on, of what side people were on. So the list of countries first recognizing Bangladesh were 1. Bhutan, India, East Germany, Poland, Bulgaria, Burma, Myanmar now, Nepal, Barbados, and then Yugoslavia, the Soviet Union, Belarusian SSR, Ukrainian SSR, Congo, Czechoslovakia, Cyprus, Hungary, Australia. Like these were like the countries that recognized Bangladesh.
Yeah.
Pakistan recognized Bangladesh in 1974.
Gosh.
3 years after the war. And China recognized Bangladesh in 1975 because China was actually aligned with Pakistan because they did a lot of trade.
And then no, those promises wait
so
for
China was
Wilfred.
against. Yeah, so China was against Bangladesh. The USSR was for Bangladesh. So that's like a fun internal leftist divide being mentioned. Not that China were like, not like China was that actually communist or whatever. But
yeah, no, Arun's saying China aided the Bengali genocide.
Yep, they did.
Israel. How did you miss Israel? Is what was promised to say.
I sent you the link to that video.
Okay,
I'll
perfect.
Send you the...
Let me just get them up. There we go. When did Israel recognize Bangladesh? Is there any TOS in these videos?
I think. The third one I sent, the one from the Gravel Institute, it's age restricted, but there should be no TOS in there.
Okay.
I think it's for the content.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Okay. So for the first one, yes, and you should be able to see
for the first one. Okay, this is about textiles. This video go like anywhere in the middle.
Oh no, this is between monsoon and the dry season that I'm on right now. You want me to go to the textiles one?
Yes. Yeah. No, this one. This one.
Okay.
This one's good.
Okay.
Go to the middle of the video. Click on anywhere in the middle of the video, or like anywhere where you see white, sand. I want you to scroll across. Oh, there we go. Yeah. I see some.
Yeah,
so,
here.
What I'm trying to explain to you here is because of the sediments from the water, there's things called chores which form, and they're basically like land that forms on the river and then it gets taken away by the river because it's all sediments. And there's people who build their lives on these like temporary riverbanks, and it's like a really cool subculture. It's near the Sundarbans, but it's not like in the Sundarbans.
Gosh, okay. But it's like very. I'm sure it's pretty difficult to live there. You know.
Yeah, it is really difficult, but people do. But it's like a cool thing that happens because the people are so like connected to the rivers and stuff that when the rivers form like temporary land, people do like live on there and form like livelihoods there until the river takes it back.
I see.
It happens like pretty much every season. It changes, but there's like a big group of people who live like that, which is pretty insane.
You might have noticed Arun says Bengal's biggest W is their biryani. Wow, he said that.
Well, I mean, Arun is American. Americans can't like talk about food. Like, Even if you're Indian, Arun, come on. Yeah, you were drinking like what's it called? You were pre-made coffee, like instant coffee. Come on, I can't respect your opinions. About food. Everything else is fine. Even politically, we agree. But like, food, nah. Okay, this was this video. I want you to watch the Gravel Institute video, and maybe the textile video.
Okay.
The textile video mentions Rana Plaza, which Arun wanted to mention, which was like a textile disaster that made the West kind of look at it, basically.
Okay.
Now I have to go pee. You can play this video.
No worries, no worries. I'm just scanning through to make sure there's no dead bodies. Because I'm just worried that like there will be. I'm sure you watched it before, right? There's no you didn't see any TOS.
I did not see it, but I can't like guarantee.
Okay, no worries, no worries. I'll just be hovering over just in case. No worries, no worries, no worries. Okay, I'm gonna press play. Perfect. Let me just check if this works.
This is Bangladesh. It's probably not a country you've heard a whole lot about. Maybe that's because it's kind of hard to see on a map. Geographically speaking, Bangladesh is a small place, about as big as the state of Illinois. But when it comes to population, Bangladesh is the 8th largest country in the world, with 170 million people. That's 25 million more people than all of Russia. Bangladesh's capital, Dhaka, is the 9th largest city on Earth, more populated than New York. But a few decades ago, Bangladesh wasn't officially called Bangladesh. It was actually a wing of another country, Pakistan, and it was called East Pakistan. And there's a really terrible story about how it got there.
A subcontinent larger than the whole of Europe becomes two self-governing dominions within the British Commonwealth of Nations.
In 1947, as British India was becoming independent, the British government announced the subcontinent would be split in two. In the center, there would be a Hindu-majority country called India, and outside it, with wings on the east and west, there would be a Muslim-majority country called Pakistan. East Pakistan was populated mostly by Bengalis, people from this big region here, which had been split between east and west in the partition. West Pakistan was populated mostly by Punjabis, Pashtuns, Sindhis, and a few other ethnic groups. Separated by over 1,000 miles of Indian territory, and demographically and culturally—
let me read it. I'll read it. No, hold on. Bengal is a massively populated region. Modern day Bangladesh has about half the population of the US, and West Bengal is the most densely populated area in India. We live in an extremely fertile region. You missed the beginning of the presentation, nerd. We've been over this. I'm joking. And most of the terrain is habitable. Bengal is known for being a lush green place. I miss that in California despite the local greenery. You're gonna have to go back. And then the second one is Bengal, much like South India, receives a lot of rainfall for centuries. Travelers have written about Bengal being a land where people cultivate a lot with very little effort. Hey, I'm just reading out nerds comment, which is what you covered in the beginning of the presentation about how fertile the land is and about how dense the population is. But travelers have written about how Bengal being a land where people who cultivate a lot with very little effort, a relatively peaceful land where people chilled and got high. We're not supposed to starve. We are not supposed to starve that bad, and yet we did under British rule. Yeah. Gosh.
Split between groups from opposite ends of South Asia, this was a really weird arrangement. In the years following independence, it turned out not to work too well for people in the East. Even though East Pakistan had most of the country's population, they were shut out of the levels of power. The central government was dominated by people from the West. The real power in the country was the armed forces, and Bengalis only constituted about 5% of all military personnel. East Pakistan was treated as an internal colony of the West. The export earnings of its agrarian industries were siphoned off by the central government, and the region was neglected in terms of spending. And there was no better symbol of the East's subservient position than language. Because even though East Pakistan was a majority of the country's population, its most common language, Bengali, was given no federal status. Bengali speakers were treated like second-class citizens. So in 1970, Pakistan held national elections, overseen by a military dictator named Yahya Khan. And it was on the basis of this inequality between East and West that a Bengali nationalist party called the Awami League swept the election. Led by a charismatic guy named Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the Awami League won an outright majority, not just in East Pakistan, but in all of Pakistan. Rahman was set to become prime minister of the entire
at 6
country.
Minutes,
But
before 6 minutes, pause it.
Okay.
Before 6 minutes, pause it. I think there's one picture of some dead bodies.
Yeah. At 4, I think as well. There is one. I've got a blur filter, so it's 6 minutes. Yeah, I just got to be really careful about that sort of stuff because there's a reason why it's being age restricted, not just because of the word genocide. I don't think.
Yeah.
The Pakistani government, that wasn't acceptable. Yahya Khan thought that a Bengali party couldn't be allowed to form a government, so he refused to accept the results. Of course, this did not go over well in East Pakistan.
The bitterness of poverty and resentment in East Pakistan erupted today in a kind of civil war. Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the leader of East Pakistan, declared the region...
One thing I just will say, I know it's completely beside the point, but here people say, instead of sheikh, they say sheikh, which is why I say sheikh. Like all my Muslims friends here will say sheikh instead of sheikh. I don't know if like people have heard that before, or if that's like completely regional too.
It's the same word.
Yeah, it is the same word. It's just interesting. So that's why I said sheikh earlier. But anyway, but yeah.
Independent republic, which he said will be called Bangladesh.
The Pakistani government was furious. So the next night, they launched their response.
I'm going to blur this all.
Operation Searchlight.
Yeah.
You can just
They
hear
branded it as a program of pacification
Yeah.
to calm the situation and return things to normal. But their real plan was different. Mass murder on an unimaginable scale.
Okay, no, this is fine, I think.
And that's where the United States comes in. Bangladesh was not just another story about the problems of post-colonial states and artificial borders. This was a story that took place on an international scale. It became a violent theater of the Cold War, one in which America played an active role.
5 minutes, there we go.
Yahya Khan was a close ally of America's president, Richard Nixon.
Don't stress it. I think it like
after 6:30. After 6:30, I think you can remove the blur.
Okay.
After 6:30.
I'm only gonna blur it in a bit, but I'm gonna blur it at 5 minutes and then at 6 again. You said just because this footage I don't know it all, chat. So we'll see.
Nixon and his Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger, loved that type of right-wing military dictator. Nixon even called Khan, quote, a good friend. So in the 1960s and 70s, the Pakistani regime became one of the largest recipients of American military aid in the entire world. Most of the planes, guns, bullets, and bombs that Pakistan was now flying into Bangladesh had been generously supplied to it by the United States. And with those American weapons, Pakistan...
Also, Richard Nixon and Kissinger called Indian Prime Minister a bitch for intervening in this on the side of Bangladesh, of course.
Unleashed a campaign of absolute terror, today recognized as one of the most ruthless genocides of the entire 20th century.
Now West Pakistan, which also has most of the army, is trying to crush the revolt. There are reports of many casualties in Dhaka and other East Pakistan cities.
When they arrived in Bangladesh, Pakistan soldiers put the city under strict martial law. Rahman was arrested, and any Bengali thought to support him was murdered. Yahya...
Hold on. We have some stories in chat from... Okay, let's see quickly. My maternal granddad was in the Air Force under British and later Pakistan. He served 65 years in the war and was arrested for conspiracy charges before being let go. My mom still has nightmares from 71 and already tells me what she saw. Oh, gosh. It's recent history. It's like the 70s, you know? It's not something that happened, like... This was 30 years after World War II. Like... Anyway, here I also want to blur any footage. I'm going to blur, chat. I apologize.
Khan personally gave the orders. Kill 3 million of them, he said, and the rest will eat.
Look up the blood telegram by Consul General Arch. At the time was the biggest act of protest. The US Kissinger dismissed the telegram and sabotaged his career in the State Department.
Yep.
Yeah.
Out of our hands. Dhaka became a particularly gruesome sight. Huge sections of the city were bombed. Pakistani soldiers set older parts of the city on fire with flamethrowers or bulldozed entire blocks flat. At the university, soldiers massacred students and teachers. Within a few weeks, about 75% of the population of Dhaka had fled. But the
close to
Pakistani
6
military
minutes, then
didn't
we're-
just stop there.
Oh yeah.
The Pakistani
there is
army
some more
and
stuff
its
coming now.
collaborators went into the
At 6
villages.
minutes, yeah.
People say the soldiers went wild.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
chose people at random, women, men, babies, shot and ran them through with bayonets. All the women, the people say, were raped before they were killed, and their husbands and children were made to watch their mother's degradation.
The numbers are staggering. At least 300,000 Bangladeshis were murdered, and perhaps as many as 1 or 2 million. Between 200,000 and 400,000
dead bodies on the
Bangladeshi
screen
women
right now,
and
so
girls
I
were
won't.
raped.
I'm not going to turn it off.
About
Yeah.
10 million people fled into India in just a few weeks. One of the largest and most sudden movements of refugees in human history. A World Bank mission found that in every district, there were villages which have simply ceased to exist. One American official called it the most
think we're good
incredible,
now.
calculated thing since the days of the Nazis in Poland. A senior
Oh,
American
this is
diplomat
cool.
named Archer Blood wrote message after message to the White House and the State Department, alerting them to the genocide and asking them to stop protecting the Pakistanis. Our government, he wrote, has evidenced what many will consider moral bankruptcy. But Nixon and Kissinger didn't care.
Of course
That
they didn't.
consul in Dhaka, Kissinger said, doesn't have the strongest nerves. Archer Blood's telegram got thrown in the trash. So as Pakistan was destroying Bangladesh with American weapons, Nixon and Kissinger knew exactly what was going on. And they weren't angry. If anything, they were impressed. The use of power against seeming odds, Kissinger says, pays off. That was partly because of Cold War power politics. After all, Pakistan was an anti-communist partner and Pakistan's neighboring rival, India, seen as a Soviet ally. So Pakistan was an essential outpost for US interests and its actions couldn't be opposed. And Nixon and Kissinger also held really racist views that led them to ignore the killings. What Nixon had to say about Indians in one White House conversation.
Undoubtedly, the most unattractive women in the world are the Indian women. Most Muslims, sexless, nuts, people. I mean, people say, what about the black Africans? The governments, Indians, apathetic.
When one American diplomat suggested cutting off aid to Pakistan to stop the genocide, Nixon put it bluntly, I wouldn't do that to help the Indians. The Indians are no goddamn good. What Indians really need, Nixon said, is a mass famine. Kissinger agreed. He added, they are a scavenging people. So Nixon and Kissinger stepped up aid to Pakistan.
It's like, yeah. And it isn't, like, this is Nixon. Wait till you hear also what Nixon thought of Jewish people. Even though Kissinger was Jewish.
They illegally transferred more American weapons into the hands of Pakistan through American allies like Jordan, Iran, and Turkey. The United States even made an implicit threat toward India not to intervene by moving a nuclear aircraft carrier into the Bay of Bengal on the coast of Bangladesh. And as America assisted the genocide, the situation escalated. With so many Bengali refugees flooding across the border, India had to intervene. The Indian government gave its support to pro-independence Bangladeshi rebels fighting the Pakistani army. Pakistan responded by launching an attack on the Indian Air Force, and the situation turned into an all-out war. But with Indian intervention, that war ended in just 2 weeks. Pakistan surrendered and Bangladesh became an independent country. Yahya Khan resigned in disgrace. Rahman was freed and became the first president of the independent nation of Bangladesh.
The memory of what happened there may already be growing dim in many of us, but what did happen there will never be forgotten by the people of Bangladesh, especially the women.
But in Pakistan, there was never any trial of the war criminals. People who had carried out the genocide got away with it. The generals and politicians who had planned it remained dominant in national life. Even in Bangladesh, many people who had collaborated in the genocide
I wonder why. Can't have anything to do with the fact that it was America funding them, but, you know.
continued to be prominent in public life, becoming businessmen
Can't have anything to do with the fact that America still controls those international criminal courts, basically, while being completely, have stating that they can never be processed by them.
Politicians. And two of the biggest collaborators in the genocide, Henry Kissinger and Richard Nixon, were never tried or held responsible for their role in Bangladesh. They had knowingly facilitated a genocide, had joked about it, had spoken positively of its leaders, and they got away with it. I'm Nashwa Zaman for the Gravel Institute.
Wow. That's a lot. Okay.
Yeah. I wanted to leave this video for like the end because it was a lot.
So the next one you wanted me to have a look at is this one, but I think I might have to have a look at this tomorrow because it's so long.
Yeah. This one's long. This one is about the textile industry and like the part of the textile industry that isn't like covered in the West. It's like basically going deep into how textiles work in Bangladesh.
Of course.
Like
Okay.
how the West satisfies its desire for textiles is like this video.
And fast fashion through the exploitation of people living in Bangladesh, yeah. So what we'll do is I'll try to watch it tomorrow or sometime this week. Hopefully you'll be in the chat. But I think it's a lot after that.
Yeah. For sure. This was good. We covered like the slides, which is like the main thing that I wanted to cover.
And yeah, thank you. But anyway, yeah, this has been amazing, by the way. So, and don't think a lot of us knew about Bangladesh. Well, actually, never mind. There are so many Southeast Asian people in this chat. So what am I saying?
Yeah, there are. Yeah, to the people who wanted me to talk about Chittagong, I'm sorry, I wanted to put it in. Chittagong is really awesome. It's like a port city. It's the second biggest city. They have like a lot of shipbuilding and ship breaking.
South Asian, not Southeast Asian. Sorry. Anyway, continue. Yeah, continue.
Yeah, it's basically like a port. They build ships. They also break ships. Like Bangladesh has a huge ship breaking industry where like any ships that like need to be destroyed, they like go to Chittagong and they kind of fix it up and get the parts that they could use, that sort of thing. So Chittagong is really cool. Chittagong also had like a lot of resistance during the war. And Chittagong also has like a lot of minorities. It's not as Muslim Bengali as like other places too, which is cool. But yeah, that's pretty much everything I wanted to cover. Oh, there's the for the videos that you could watch later, there's the Bangladesh one, and there's also how Bangladesh is secretly becoming the richest country. I like that video because it's like a good summary of Bangladesh in 30 minutes, and also like it's also about the future. So those two videos made in Bangladesh and how Bangladesh is secretly becoming rich.
Okay.
Those two videos are good to watch later.
Yeah, I'll try to get them watched this week. Thank you. Anyway, but I could do a West Bengal presentation in mid-August. I can check the VOD and fill in any gaps about Bengali culture and history. Sure. No, that was promised. Definitely. Thank you so much. This was an incredible, like, what you put together here. So much effort. And I love I'm gonna ask people to use slides.com because it's so nice that you can control it. Thank you.
I think you have to pay for this feature though.
Oh, okay. Don't stress then. Okay. Thank you. Wow. Thank you so much to Hardcore. This was incredible. Is there anything else that you want to mention about what you covered, or you think we're all good?
I think this is good. Hopefully you all learned a little bit about like the third world perspective, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it was wonderful.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. No, it was wonderful. Thank you, and I'll see you in chat. And thank you so much. All right.
Peace.
All right. All right. Bye. All right, everyone. Oh, that was great. I always feel so like it's not tired, but like I've taken in so much information after this that I'm like, whoa, what? I have no words. I've discovered more about my ancestors. I know now I don't have to worry about shady history. My brothers found my ancestral parents' name and where her Aboriginal moon was from. So I now know the nation where my ancestor was from. That's amazing, Yogi. Wow, 5 hours. Too hardcore. It was really good. Let me just make a marker. And Presentation. Okay, perfect. All right, well, I'm gonna play Zelda now, and we're gonna check what's happening with Hassan. But yes, Hassan made a Twitter community. We will join up. Hold on, let me just quickly get everything going. Wow, it was really amazing. Thank you. Every single one of these presentations that you guys do are always wonderful. Wow. Okay, let me get everything going and we'll move over onto some gaming. But thank you, Too Hardcore. And yeah, follow Too Hardcore for when he goes live. All right. Yeah, very well done. Don't open the Twitter link on stream. I'm not going to, okay? Is there already TOS? Classic. No drama. How do you post in a community? I want to post. Hold on. How do you post? Oh, I found it. It's called HasTwit, right? No, it's just called HasTwit. Hold on. There's no drama. Just went and said, I am here to start drama. This is the first thing I posted. Because it says no drama. There we go. All right, hold on. Ooh. Let's see what Azan is going on about. All right. Kaya is very cute. Biden out, Kamala in. Let's see.
It's going to be something that none of us have ever seen before. They are going to attack her like no other woman in that position has ever been attacked, because there's really been no other woman doing what she's about to do. The other side is going to lie, cheat, and steal. They're going to otherize her, and she's going to need the team of her life as well around her, because when she brings home
playing
gold,
We Are the Champions.
It's not going to be just for her. It's going to be for the American
Why are they playing
people
We Are the
who
Champions?
are looking to her, to the Democrats, to somebody to make sure that we keep our democracy sacred, that we continue to fight for the families that have been given so much.
Why are
with
they
the
playing that?
accomplishments that she just underscored for her and what Joe Biden have been able to accomplish.
My friends.
Joe Biden first came onto the national stage.
We'll keep on dying. I said, trying till no, it's fighting till the end.
Libbed up. I mean, yeah, they're libbed the fuck up, dude. They are libbed the absolute fuck up. Dumb DNC gonna put up Hillary as Kamala's VP. They can't help but fuck this up. No shot, dude.
Hold on.
What do you think of the legal battle that the right will inevitably try to fight? Keep Kamala's name off the ticket. Obviously has no validity, but do you think it'll impact the media voter response? It'll impact the media and voter response in a negative way if the Democratic Party actually uses this to their advantage. This is a massive misstep. I talked about this yesterday extensively. There's two things. There's two avenues of attack against Kamala Harris that are unsuccessful, and one avenue of attack against Kamala Harris that is successful. The successful one is immigration. She's the border czar. They could say that she's responsible for all of the immigrant crimes that are occurring, And the Democrats don't have a very effective counter to that because they've leaned on that narrative that like immigrants are actually responsible for a shit ton of crimes. And that's why the Democratic Party is the one that's going to be the anti-immigration party, which is really stupid, right? Absolutely zero people think that the Democratic Party is going to be an anti-immigration party. All you've done in that situation is basically look at your opponent on their strongest position and give them props for having such strongly held convictions, even though the narrative that is set is completely
Hold on, my room is
devoid
freezing. Give me a
of the
second.
reality on the ground. Immigrants are actually not responsible for a larger share of crimes. As a matter of fact, undocumented migrants are responsible for less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens. So the Democrats don't actually have a good way out of that, and I'm actually a little worried about that. This is something that I've criticized the Democratic Party for quite some time, right? Bad instincts overall, bad messaging overall, bad politics, bad policy. Okay? So that's number one. That's actually the least strong defense that the Democrats have. Having said that, you got that from John Oliver? Yeah, dude. I got that from John Oliver. I don't know if you know this, but you can go all the way back to like 2016. Okay? I've been a political commentator professionally for the past 10 fucking years. And this is an issue that I've talked about quite extensively for 10 fucking years. If anything, John Oliver's writers got that from fucking me. Okay? Give me a break.
Because they are Hasanabi heads.
Anyway,
okay.
That's the immigration front. That's actually a weak area for Kamala Harris because, like I said, she was the border czar. They could pin this on her. Having said that, there's two avenues of attack that are bad and have immediate counters. Okay? Two avenues of attack that are bad that have immediate counters. Kamala Harris is a woman. They do some misogynistic shit, right? They're like, oh, she fucked her way to the top. She's DEI. She's a black woman. She sucks. She's stupid. Right? If the Republicans say these racist and misogynistic things, a smart way to recenter that conversation around not like being a victim of misogyny or whatever, but instead a smart way to counter that conversation would be to go, of course you're going to say this. After all, you're the party that, you know, restricted women's access to abortion. That's it. That's it. Immediately recenter all of the misogyny back to the abortion conversation. That's the strongest thing that the Democrats have right now in front of them. That is the strongest conversation that they could fucking go with. Another angle is like, oh, you fucked your way to the top, but like, Donald Trump is a sex pest. Like, he literally has court cases. He has a defamation suit, double defamation suit against E. Jean Carroll. What are we doing here? You really want to have that conversation? Not exactly great. So that's another avenue of attack that has a very quick deflect. Okay. Also, the other thing that they can do is this legal battle that they want to launch. That's loser shit. And that's loser shit in the way that the Democrat in the way that
they want to legally say that they have to keep Joe in. So
in the 2020 election, they lost the election.
She was talking about Joe Scarborough
to steal the election through legal.
No, this was a specific.
Methods.
So Ventius, no, this is a different one. They were talking. This was specifically. I think it must be a different one. No, she was definitely talking about. Oh, maybe that. Okay. Okay, maybe. Regardless, like,
you
might as well have been saying that.
Okay. So those are really effective
but you're probably right.
that you have. So if they try this,
no, I think about it.
Try this like whole, oh, we're gonna keep Biden on the ticket.
Got so many weapons I don't want.
He has not been the nominee. Like, he has not been appointed as a nominee. The convention hasn't happened yet. Even if they try to do that, okay, a successful PR campaign can completely take those arguments and flip them and turn the narrative back to two issues that the Republicans are very weak on. What are the two issues the Republicans are very weak on? They want to fucking destroy democracy, Okay? In the eyes of the broader electorate, Republicans are chaotic. They want to destroy democracy. They want to be a fucking dictator. Okay? That's number one. And the second one is abortion. They took away women's bodily autonomy. Anytime a blonde, blue-eyed woman in a state like Texas is having complications due to an ectopic pregnancy and they can't get a fucking abortion in that state, that's on the Republicans. Okay? That's very important. And they need to hammer that shit in. Kamala Harris is a woman. Automatically, that's going to be a conversation point. Anytime people talk about IVF, Kamala Harris could turn around and go, Republicans want to take away IVF. The Southern Baptist Church got together and was openly saying, we need to restrict IVF. Only a couple months back. These guys are fucking crazy.
What should I want to do?
Like I said, is an attempt from the Republican Party that will lead to utter failure. Okay? Damn, they should hire you. They should. Like, actually. Or at least, I know there's at least some
You think your ovaries fell out of a coconut
to the
tree?
broadcast. Hopefully, they can come across as very smart.
81 million in 24 hours. Wow.
If they are listening to what I have to say here. We're not talking about IDF. We're talking about IVF, in vitro fertilization. How Jesus Christ was born.
Super Dark Boy, thank you for the 9 months. No aborto, yeah.
9 months now. Can't aborto.
Why would Republicans want to kill democracy? I mean, they've been actively working on that, and for long before Donald Trump ever decided to be a Republican candidate for the presidency.
She's so capable.
That's like a thing that they've been trying to do for quite some time.
That's so funny. I've decided that, like, at this point, with regards to this house,
Jesus
like,
was a
there's no
test
way
tube
I can
baby.
get everything
God
I
did that.
want. You know? I can't, like, you know, these weapons will just have to stand outside,
I'm a
you know?
staffer on the Hill, but my rep is so ridiculously conservative. There's no hope, I fear.
I can still get up there. We're fine.
They won't be stupid enough to go for a transvestigation against Kamala. I hope they are. I hope they transvestigate Kamala Harris. That's awesome. That's like, one, that's funny, and it's content, and two, that kind of mania is exactly what they're going along with right now, and that's kind of the reason why 2022 was a dud. Like, they fucked themselves over. They tripped themselves up by being insane on the timeline, okay? Anytime they do that, anytime they like go, oh, Kamala Harris is actually a secret man or whatever, you're losing fucking voters in the suburbs, man. You just look insane. You're losing the normal vote, the normal voters. It's awesome. It's great.
All right,
Like,
I'll be back in a second, chat.
Here is JD Vance is doing that too, by the way. This is here. Put this under the Democrat. I mean, the Republicans want to fucking destroy democracy category. Here it is.
Fight! We got time. Come on. Hey, we are in the fight for the soul of our nation. We are in a fight for our kids and our grandkids, a fight that we can never imagine. I believe wholeheartedly Donald Trump and Butler County's J.D. Vance are the last chance to save our country politically. I'm afraid if we lose this one, it's going to take a civil war to save the country, and it will be saved. It's the greatest experiment in the history of mankind.
Yeah. No, keep doing that, man. That's awesome. Keep this energy, please. Keep this energy, please. This is such a fucking L. It's so awesome. Yeah. No. This is great. Because they can't help themselves. Republicans cannot help themselves. They've grown far too comfortable in their fucking violent narratives. They literally cannot help themselves. This is a time where the Republican Party is supposed to angle towards the moderates. This is a time where they're supposed to change their narrative. This is a time I was a little worried for a brief moment when Donald Trump said, oh, after I got shot, shit changed. I'm going to be the fucking unity guy now. I was a little worried for a brief moment. And then I remembered that Republicans can't help themselves. Okay? They are far, far too fucking invested and far too comfortable. They just cannot help themselves. This is like the culture war button. They just got to keep hitting it. They got to keep hitting it over and over and over again, harder than I hit the top of the hour ad break button at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. Which, by the way, of course, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. And you can do that for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Okay? Oh, this is like poison for moderates, okay? This is great. You will lose Pennsylvania with this narrative. That's a lock. That's a guarantee, okay? Every person living in a Pennsylvania suburb is going to be so grossed out by shit like this. Go ahead. Keep popping off, okay? It would be even better if he turned around and started talking about how much further they're going to restrict abortion or IVF or some shit. You know what I mean? It's great. If we lose, we're doing civil war. Okay. Great take, man. Definitely the energy you want to keep up. I've talked about how most people don't really give a shit about January 6th. There are people who obviously do care about like the democracy is on the ballot narrative. Okay. There are some who look at like January 6th as like a gross violation of American principles. And this is the most effective way to remind those people that, you know, these guys want to do it again. That's it. Go ahead. Feed into that every day. Every dang day.
And if we come down to a civil war, I'm glad we got people like Schmitty and the Bikers for Trump on our side.
Oh, he followed it up. He said, yeah, we got the bikers on our side in the Civil War. You bring up the unifier tone and he immediately shits all over it. Lol, you are a prophet. It's not that I'm a prophet. It's just that I know the Republican Party. I know them well. I do so much hogwatch. I am obsessed with the Republicans. I'm obsessed with the way they message. I love it. I think it's so funny. I think it's awesome.
This rhetoric is kind of scary.
So
if they attack with that, it won't work.
They cannot help themselves. On the one hand, they're like, oh, we got to do more moderate messaging. We got to do more moderate messaging. Here's another fucking insane thing that if they keep that narrative up, here's another insane thing that is going to look really bad. Kamala Harris has no biological children. Go ahead. Run with that, please. Please fucking run with that. Okay? Please. Great narrative. Great message. Wow. Treating women like they're fucking cows to be bred. Gonna play out excellent, okay? These motherfuckers are gonna lose Kentucky and shit if they do that. They're gonna lose the 52% white women vote if they keep doing that shit. And obviously a lot of women are still obviously misogynistic. For sure. But like there is a certain level. There is a certain level that you cannot go beyond. If you just start being like, yeah, no, why is Kamala Harris not barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen? You're cooked. It's gross. There are better ways to make these inferences, better ways to make these arguments. And the Paul Ryan types have completely left the Republican Party at this point. And everyone is trying to do their own shitty version of Donald Trump. And what people don't realize is Donald Trump is a uniquely singular force of charisma that is able to narrate these positions in a way that is appealing to the hogs, but no one else can fucking recreate that. That's why I say he's you know, the white man's Obama. You can't have that same narrative. And even with Donald Trump, that narrative is still like genuinely toxic to many people. That narrative is still why you saw a bunch of fucking people in 2020 swap votes over to Joe Biden. I'm telling you right now, that shit absolutely is the easiest way to hand this election over to the Democratic ticket. I am like, this is exactly what I'm thinking of that makes me feel more confident in Donald Trump not winning re-election. Okay? Like, yeah, also saying foster parents aren't valid either. Exactly. That's so psychotic. But the problem is these guys are so caught up. They're so fucking caught up in their own weird echo chambers, smelling each other's fucking farts all goddamn day, that they just don't comprehend it. They literally they have forgotten what normal people operate like in the real fucking world, what they care about, what their motivations are. They're so invested in the Fox News driven culture war narratives and so used to like winning unconditionally no matter what, that they just think, no, this is the one button I have and I'm going to keep hitting it. I'm going to just say the most unhinged shit you've ever heard of. And that might actually change the minds of some Americans. This is why even with the trans panic, I often talked about, like, there's two outcomes of this. Either they keep hitting the fucking anti-trans button over and over and over again, and they turn around and basically melt the brains of the average normal Republicans in the suburbs and shit. Or, and that's really terrifying, that means, like, you know, the moms and dads in the suburbs that are like lifelong Republicans have now become like schizo QAnon people with the rest of the dudes you see on Twitter. Or they just feel like this narrative is too sweaty. They don't want to fucking think about like children's genitals all the goddamn time, like fucking Matt Walsh. Yeah, here it is. Here it is, by the way. This is exactly what I was talking about. JD Vance calls Kamala Harris a childless cat lady who is miserable with her life. Winning ticket, baby.
Saying is that we're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs.
Like, Tucker Carlson is a phenomenal propagandist, okay? And he plays a really good role in radicalizing people. But if you do Tucker Carlson's, like, style of commentary, if you lean too much into that Groyper shit, you are pathetic. You are going to be seen as a fucking loser by like a dude who's had a job for the past fucking 35, 40 years. Like, think about it. I think it was Felix who said this. I think it was Felix who said this in the last Chapo ep that I was listening to.
Me.
Where he was like, can you imagine like the narrative
it is so
that they're
stupid.
talking about now at fucking CPAC?
He's saying it's not
RNC?
fair.
Like, what person with a job would ever look at this and go, that's my shit? Like, that is inspiring to me. That, like, you know, it's just so stupid.
By a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made, and so they want to make the rest of the country miserable too. And it's just a basic fact. You look at Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, AOC, the entire future of the Democrats is controlled by people without children. And how does it make any sense that we...
Like, dude, you are gross as fuck, brother. You're creepy. Anyway, let's look at Biden's legacy. I'm going to pee real quick.
1972, elected to the Senate at just 29.
Judge me on my merit, not on my age.
His swearing-in ceremony was in a hospital because weeks earlier, his wife and daughter had been killed in a car crash. His sons, Hunter and Beau, injured.
So help you God. I do.
Biden would spend the next 36 years in the Senate, and he would make numerous runs for the White House. First, in 1988.
I announce my candidacy for President of the United States of America.
And again in 2008.
I'm going to be Joe Biden, and I'm going to try to be the best Biden I can be.
Biden ultimately dropping out of that race, only to join the ticket as the vice president for then Senator Obama. After 8 years as Obama's right-hand man, another personal tragedy stopped him from making a new push for the White House in 2016.
The most relevant factor in my decision is whether my family and I have the emotional energy to run.
His eldest son,
Bro, he
Beau,
looked
losing
so
his battle
old.
with brain cancer. But Biden's
Even
Oval Office
then.
dream would finally be realized in 2020.
Do solemnly swear.
Becoming the oldest president in U.S. history. His term marked by the pandemic, the wars in Ukraine and Gaza, inflation, and the border crisis. High points included a bipartisan infrastructure bill and the CHIPS Act, bringing computer chip manufacturing back to the United States. But a catastrophic debate performance would define his final campaign.
Dealing with
He was literally born
everything we
old.
had to
So
do
true.
with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
In the wake of his decision to quit the race, Biden's surviving son, Hunter, saying, "There is no distance between Joe Biden, the man, and Joe Biden, the public servant of the last 54 years.
Oh
I'm
my
so
God.
lucky every night I get to tell him I love him and to thank him. Thank you, Mr. President. I love you, Dad." Some of the big moments before.
Oh my God.
I like that his legacy is like, are you shadow banned on Twitch or something? I'm having issues finding you when you go live. I don't get notifications anymore. Got to go straight to your channel tab to see if you're actually streaming. It doesn't show you streaming. Brother, I don't know if I'm shadow banned, but if Twitch was trying to shadow ban me, they'd be doing a pretty bad job considering we have like 50,000 people in here right now. And I'm also one of the top channels on the platform currently.
It's probably you have like a cache
I'm
issue.
just live all the time. I think that's what it is.
Or something like that. Or the chat. I don't know.
This was being sold at the RNC. All of us had better buckle up. The stuff they said about Hillary in 2016 or what they've been saying about the Democrats in the Biden era will be nothing compared to what will come next. Great.
Good.
I say bring it on. Okay? I say bring it on. Why? Because Hillary Clinton did not lose because she was a woman and they did like so many fucking misogynistic attacks. When you're a woman, especially if you're a black woman, yes, you have a harder battle to fight. Okay? Barack Obama was a black man. It was historic. It was a hard battle. But he was able to overcome
Yeah, I have
it.
that every day. After
Hillary
we do my
Clinton
mobile
lost
for my son's stream, like
because
no
she
one
was
else.
a political operative that with a last name that was
He doesn't
was
appear on the
hated
followers
for
tab?
decades at that point. Okay? So much opposition research.
Interesting.
So much anti-Clinton sentiment was a permanent plank in the Republican Party. Okay?
Okay.
And Hillary Clinton, despite all of that, still fucking won the popular vote, by the way. So, the reality of the matter is, this is now a race that Kamala Harris could potentially win. Sometimes your most followed live channel, you disappears on mobile. Oh. Okay, anyway. Teamsters invite Harris to rank and file presidential roundtable. Today, the Teamsters Union officially invited Vice President Kamala Harris to sit down with a rank and file Teamsters for a member roundtable following the recent announcement of her candidacy for U.S. President. President Joe Biden, former President Donald Trump, independents Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Dr. Cornel West, and all other major candidates for president participated in historic Teamsters rank and file roundtables between December 2023 and March 2024. The Teamsters look forward to welcoming Vice President Kamala Harris to International Union headquarters.
Okay, I'll be back in a second. I just need to get some food.
To meet with our members directly.
Hold on. I'll just wait for it to
Teamsters
load.
General President Sean O'Brien.
I'll make him big because I don't know if there is food that I can
As
just
we
grab.
have said throughout this process, our members' voices must be heard at all levels of our government to ensure the needs of working people are put first. The International Brotherhood of Teamsters has not issued any endorsement for a U.S. president. For those of you who don't know, that's exactly how Sean O'Brien sounds. Anyway. I just took a break from my Amazon route to let you know that your Boston accent is easily your best. Do better for us. Work on it. Make it a priority. Easily or worse. I didn't even read it correctly. That was horrible as a Massachusettsian. Okay. Okay, listen, dude. That's just how Sean O'Brien sounds. I'm sorry. Like, it's just, it is what it is, but you're wrong. Yeah, UAW is obviously going to endorse Kamala. Like, they're probably even more excited to endorse Kamala. Labor warm towards Harris. Top UAW sources say UAW International Executive Board will meet in the coming days on next steps, but says VP Harris is an ally and a champion, a sign she could be in line for the group's support soon. Organized labor key to de-coalition. Anyway, there's more. Speaking of organized labor here, this person at formerly at AFT Union put a Twitter thread together. Joe Biden promised to be the most pro-union president in American history, and he made good on that promise. One reason he's been able to deliver on so many issues is because of Kamala Harris's work at the head of the White House task force on worker organizing and empowerment. Harris did critical work in the background to engage labor leaders and everyday working people and to bring our ideas into policy reality. She's been a champion for workers in office and will continue Joe's legacy of empowering and uplifting working people. I do think that Kamala Harris is more progressive on the labor front than Joe Biden is. I've seen no indication that she is to the right of Joe Biden on this issue. Do I believe that she was the mastermind? Do you seriously believe that?
I am back.
She didn't do shit. They didn't do shit. You're wrong. I have defended Joe Biden's record being the most pro-labor president in our lifetime. That is absolutely correct.
That's
just correct. It is.
Easy thing to eat, so we're good.
This is not even a thing that I have gone back on. It is an incredibly, unimaginably low bar. It's not saying a lot, but it's still the truth. Do you feel me? Do you understand? Why do all the other commentators I hear fear she is less? It is just a lack of certainty. People always bring up the rail strike.
This is chat is significantly cozier. Yeah. I mean, look, I think look, Hassan's chat is not that bad. It's just there are like especially now when people are paying attention, people who will come out of the works, you know.
It's correct. You're right. Card check is one of the many things that they need to do. And LRB implement.
I'm pretty sure Fledgling made it, Lucio.
And like a different version of card check, which by the way, that's Brandon's NLRB once again.
Here we go.
I know what happened. It was still shitty to break the strike and deny their right to negotiate. I agree. I am fully in favor of engaging in a strike such as that.
I've been trying to add a lot more protein to my diet, so one of the only ways where I don't have to stress about making it, so I always have one just in case I can't make something, is I do not like milk, but this is okay because it's pretty thick, so it's a chocolate milk protein thing, which I don't really like it, but it's okay, you know. I can live through it, you know. So, you know.
He offered to walk a picket line.
What is this? I don't like milk.
He did. He went to the UAW picket line and spoke at the UAW picket line in solidarity with the UAW workers striking. That is massive. 4 sick days out of 260. Wait, what?
Oh, that's hearsay. I have
Do
no
you
idea.
think
Heresy.
the railroad unions were going for
Oh, I see.
266 days? Like, do you think that? No, they were going for 14, which is, you know, still insanely low in my opinion. They had 0 for years. They wanted 14. They got 4. Oh, they mean work days. Has Hassan talked about Mr. Beast Chris? Think about this. This is no different than the Cody Ko shit where people were just like, hey, I know that the current sitting president dropped out of the re-election campaign in the most historic thing that has happened in this election cycle, in a sea of historic things that have happened so far. Has Hassan talked about Mr. Beast Chris? Oh no, don't ban me. Just a question. I'm not going to ban you. I do want you to really think about it though. As a political commentator, do you think personally that right now I'm going to be talking about YouTubers?
Oh my god. Okay, I didn't know about this.
If it was someone you hate, you'd be talking about them? There are plenty of people I hate. And I don't talk about them in times like this because unfortunately for you,
oh my god,
weirdo drama perverts, okay? Unfortunately for you, there are 50,000 other adults here that actually are coming in here for political commentary. Okay? Yeah, Chatter, he has to farm his revenue while the topic is hot. Yeah, no, totally. That's the reason why I covered the ongoing genocide in Gaza to literally...
Oh my god.
To literally a third of this audience.
That is... I'm not going to get into that. That's... I don't know what to say. I'm not getting into it.
I love when people come back into the community because now they're invested and then they go, well, I'm now invested, so that's why he must be talking about it. You must have thought that this is a different type of channel. You must have thought that this is like, you know, the channel of like a variety streamer who never talks about politics, only covers drama, plays video games for the most part, but now that shit is heating up, they've started to make a pivot into political commentary. This is a political commentary channel first and foremost, okay? You must have gotten lost if you think that that's what's going on here. Anyway, I know people on her staff, and I can say with full confidence that when we elect her, she will appoint people to key roles who will bring the voices, dreams, and needs of working people in our unions of the West Wing. Felony Donald's a scab, full stop. That's true. I mean, this person is glazing Kamala up a little bit too much. Yeah, one of the first calls that she had was to Pramila Jayapal, which is pretty good. Vice President Kamala Harris just called me and I told her I'm 1,000% in for her to be president. She has the smarts, the experience, the accomplishments, and the agenda to lead us to victory in November. Harris needs to bring on board the people who stayed loyal to Biden. I remain puzzled why CPC and squad behavior wasn't seen as an elementary strategy for a faction in a crisis.
Yeah, I don't want to get into
I'm high
it
as
because
fuck from getting my wisdom teeth out and legit thought Kyle was levitating in the background. Yeah. I watch solely for the commentary about how he is a political commentator. Good. Well, you'll hear that every now and then when people come into question. Please help. What is CPC? The Congressional Progressive Caucus.
yeah, I'm not getting into it. It's just like,
What are some downsides to Kamala from a progressive policy POV? She's a cop, has a bad track record being tough on crime, plays well probably in the Rust Belt, but overall I have a genuine distaste for that sort of thing. That is real. She was the top cop, called herself the top cop. That's a major issue for me. It plays a weird role, however. Because like, as a black woman, did you see the New York Times mention you as spreading misinformation? Wait, really? I doubt that. I think she's also both a twofer on swerfy and turfy behavior. I can't share link. Just tell me what the article title is and we'll look at it. Americans, unfortunately, are very... What? The voices young conservatives are listening to online? What? Alex Mahadevan, who works to debunk misinformation at the director of Pointer Institute, a nonpartisan nonprofit organization. Wait, what? Who the fuck is this dickhead? He said I share as much misinformation as anyone on the right. A nonpartisan nonprofit organization said young people's increased trust in the online chattering class rather than mainstream media was a problem because, bro, you have to be on crack cocaine to have this take. Was a problem because content creators, unlike most journalists, are bound by journalistic ethics. That pertains to people across the political spectrum. Hassan Piker, a popular left-leaning streamer on Twitch and YouTube, shares as much misinformation as anyone on the right, he added.
What?
Mr. Mahadevan said the preference for content that affirmed beliefs stem from what he called a core human desire, the need for validation. Show me this motherfucker's Twitter right now. What the fuck is this dipshit talking about? What the absolute fuck is this dipshit talking about? And this dumb fuck follows me too. Dumb centrist fuck. I like that he waited for the end of the open.
I don't think it's no. I know Zenodo. I don't think that either. But it's the point is like that is how people are going to treat trans people online. It's not about like that. That's what's gonna happen. People are gonna be incredibly transphobic because of it. Yeah, that's the point.
To turn around and be like, actually, there's a guy out there who's, reporting on said misinformation, me, and addressing it with empirical evidence. Love that the fucking Pointer Institute, top funders of Pointer Institute, love that a fucking idiotic
Yes, but it's another thing to point to. You know what I mean? It makes things less safe.
Have him on the defendant's take. I do want to have him on the defendant's take. Oh my lord. He's gonna say the Ukraine thing or the hospital bombing thing. That's good enough for him to call you a misinformation spreader. Do not interact with these weirdos. This just seems like you're whining. Okay, you know what? What the fuck am I doing? This loser has 2,000 fucking Twitter followers and works for a fucking right-wing or centrist, hyper-centrist think tank. Anyway. You're gonna blow him up? He said your name on purpose? Yeah. Top donors from the Charles Koch Institute. The Stand Together Fellowships from the Charles Koch Institute. So glad.
No worries.
Fucking dickhead. Nah, you're not whining. You take your news accuracy seriously, and when some fucker questions that, of course you're upset. Yeah, no.
Okay, this.
He's very pro-Israel too in all of his writings. Yeah, that's probably why he's saying. That's probably why he's saying I'm spreading misinformation, because I think Palestinians are human beings. Dude, shut the fuck up with this dumb poop sock, brother. Are you a fucking child? The New York Times. This asshole is on the fucking New York Times being like, oh, this dude is spreading as much misinformation. Most of my commentary hyper focuses on fucking right-wing misinfo. The people that this article is literally about. People that I've directly called out for spreading misinformation. And this centrist Koch-backed think tank guy goes in and is like, oh, actually the left is spreading misinformation as well. Yeah, you're right, dude. Extremely both sides. What are you doing? Why are you posting your own fucking tweets? There's nothing more frustrating than a shitty, supposedly centrist liberal, okay, operating in a fucking supposedly centrist think tank that gets money from the Koch brothers, or the Koch brother now, okay, that turns around and both sides this shit. It's like, just say it with your chest. Like, who the fuck wrote this article, dude? How are you on crack? You just didn't, like, I got a mention, but I didn't get a fucking call. That's crazy. Fucking bad journalism, in my opinion. Mr. Mahadevan said the preference for content affirmed belief stems from what he calls a core human desire, the need for validation. Fuck. Confirmation bias and motivated reasoning are so powerful in humans, he said. We want to believe the facts that confirm what we think. Yeah, Mr. Mahadevan added that the way some people selectively consumed mainstream media news was exemplified after the shooting of Mr. Trump at a campaign rally in Pennsylvania on Saturday. What did I do? Most of what I did after he got shot was literally actively cast aside misinformation and explain to people media literacy. This is most of what I do is media literacy.
Hold on. Okay, I can't grab them. let's go. Okay. Whew. You have made it. I have hate TikTok. Have people making hate TikToks about me?
Sorry,
Oh my god,
I'm just-
Arun. Wow.
That's so annoying. He's mad you called the Trump pick hard. Read a little further. Wait, really? Think about the most powerful image that came out of the event. Wait, what? How? That's not about me. The Trump's bloody fist in the air with the American flag in the background, he said. That was taken by an AP photographer. The AP is like the most traditional mainstream media. But that doesn't stop people from who claim to distrust the mainstream media from taking that image and sharing it far and wide, saying it's the hardest image ever. In the R. Tackling the misinformation spread by the people mentioned in the article. That's a wild that's a wild statement. I would love to. He loves you, fam. I think the power plays to invite him on so we can inform you. I mean, that's an insane sentiment to express. A popular left-leaning streamer on Twitch and YouTube shares as much misinformation as anyone on the right is insane. Literally, most of my commentary revolves around actively dispelling misinformation that the voices of young conservatives are actually promoting online. What is this? All right, I don't. That's such freak shit. Anyway. Yeah, let's get back to real news. Meanwhile, this is the info Matt Walsh is saying after Trump got shot. There's no conspiracy theory off the there's no conspiracy theory off the table now. The most powerful force in the world would do anything to stop Trump from being president. Is nutty. Also, speaking of the New York Times, I'm going to have Ested on from the New York Times on Thursday. Like, at a time when Charlie Kirk and right-wing content creators are in their copium bubble so hard that they're basically making inferences that Joe Biden is possibly dead. Okay? I saw a tweet from Owen Schroyer, who literally said, and he's Alex Jones's guy, he's an InfoWars guy, saying that Joe Biden didn't sign his fucking announcement that he was dropping out of the race. So obviously he's secretly dead. They've killed him. Like, that's what they're running with.
That's so
That's what
funny.
they're making inferences to. But both sides, dude. You have to be the absolute dumbest person on the fucking planet to be like, yeah, the one side that's saying Joe Biden is dead and the other side that's saying, no, that's incorrect, actually are spreading the same amount of misinformation. The journalist who wrote the New York Times article follows me. I already DM'd her. Okay, calm down. To set the record straight. All right. I believe this is the first poll to be conducted right after Biden's announcement. Harris is trailing Trump by 2%. Biden trailed by 6% in the morning consult poll. Harris has already seen a little bit of pickup. Harris has already seen a little bit of pickup from the from in comparison to Biden. Okay. Oh, damn, this should fuck me up. Among other annoyances to Team Trump, they'll need to redecorate the campaign headquarters. Joe Biden is weak, failed, and dishonest. That's hilarious. All right. Let's move on from Biden's legacy. Let's look at other presidents who have opted to not run again. We're going to talk about LBJ.
Joe Biden joins a rare group of sitting presidents who chose not.
I'm actually just too tired now. All right, let's see who's live. But I will see you all tomorrow. All right. I think we'll go to Devin. Haven't read Devin in a while. Oh, that's the hater? Alright. Oh lol, Devin is showering? Okay. I'm sure he'll be back soon. Alright. Bye everyone. Much love to all of you.